LoveLore Library. Chapter 9:18. When it was 10 p.m., the two of them had successfully recorded the entire song. An XAN sat in front of the computer and released it. Phew, after releasing it, an XAN let out a long sigh. 3 songs in a day. I've never experienced anything like this before. Lin Xian, thank you. An XAN smiled sweetly at Lin Xian. 10,000 thanks are meaningless. Why don't you give me a kiss? Lin Xian grinned. An XAN, hooligan. An XAN mumbled softly. I wonder how this song will turn out. Actually, I've never released an ancient-style song before, but I really like this song the most. I really hope that this song will do better. An XAN sighed softly. It will. I don't dare to say that this song will have the highest status in half a year or a year, but the number of views and comments of this song will definitely surpass the previous 2 songs. Why? An XAN looked at Lin Xian. Don't you know how many times you've sung and how many times you've cried? An XAN stuck out her pink tongue. That was indeed the case. Whether a song was good or not depended on whether the song resonated with the listener. The lyrics and story of this song were too heart-wrenching. There were a lot of comments, so the comments would definitely be higher than the other 2 songs. Although in his previous life, Sunny Day's comments crushed everything, that was because of Jay Chou's fame and the time of the song. Of course, Lin Xian couldn't say which song was better. In terms of the story, it was definitely My Daoist Nun Friend. At this moment, My Daoist Nun Friend caused a sensation. What the fuck? 3 songs. 3 songs in a day. What's this song? My Daoist Nun Friend. What does that mean? This song title. Goddess and has a Daoist nun friend. There's even a Daoist nun now. That's right. When everyone saw the song title, their first reaction was basically this. Then, when they looked at the lyrics and listened to an XAN's passionate performance, it exploded. If you were of the same mind as the other person, why did you have to make me lose my true feelings? Could it be that you were moved when you saw me lose my soul? Fortunately, after so many years of drifting in the world of mortals, my heart is already riddled with holes. Why would I be afraid of you using your fickleness as a blade to add a crack? It's not like it will hurt. This is too hurtful. A Taoist nun friend of mine. So that's how it is. Heavens. Goddess and I want to have a good night's sleep. You're so mean. My eyes are wet. The Daoist nun may never know that when she stumbled out of the wedding banquet, that man stared at her back for a very long time. His eyes were filled with love. He pushed away the beauty beside him and also left the wedding banquet. With every step he took, his heart ached fiercely. They could never be together. Every step he took was accompanied by her smiling face. Her smile was like a flower that could not be erased. He was so disappointed. A few days later, an old man in the village who chopped firewood said that he saw a Taoist nun jump off the bridge with his own eyes. The Taoist nun did not say a word and ran to the bridge. He saw that there was a small bell tied to the bridge. The word Yun was engraved on the bell. That was her bell. He looked up to the sky and laughed. Then, he began to cry again. At this time, it started to rain heavily. The rain fell on his face mercilessly. He muttered, "Wait for me, I'll accompany you. In that dreamy place, the 2 of them can finally be together. Since they can't be together in life, I'll accompany you in the underworld." The entire song's comments section exploded. It was just as Lin Xian had guessed. Everyone, please take note. Lyricist, Lin Xian. Composer, Lin Xian. Arranger, Lin Xian. An Axian. This Lin Xian, I'm really a fan. I have a feeling that if Lin Xian develops in the entertainment industry, he might reach very high heights. Crowdfunding in hopes that Lin Xian will join the entertainment industry. I thought that Nocturne and Fairsky was already very impressive, but now, a Taoist nun friend of mine suddenly came out. This Lin Xian is really talented. No wonder Goddess and thinks so highly of him. Wow! I wonder what song will come out next. 3 songs in a day, Goddess and is invincible. In the whole day, whether it was reading novels or doing anything else, the highest traffic was after 8 p.m. and before 12 p.m. It was the same for listening to songs, because that was the only time. A Taoist nun friend of mine has once again broken Fairsky's popularity and record. It was published at 10 p.m., and at 11 p.m., the number of comments was 330,000. At the same time, to what extent did this record reach? It broke the record of the total number of comments and total views in an hour in the music industry. In other words, this song was already the creator of this record. All that was left was for others to surpass her. The reason for such high popularity was quite simple. An Axian's popularity was already high to begin with, and with the previous discussions and the high quality of Nocturne and Fairsky, after listening to these 2 songs, everyone was looking forward to the 3rd song that they had not heard at the concert. Because everyone cared too much, it led to such a high level of attention in a short period of time. Of course, there was another reason. The song was too good. The main reason was that the song was good. It spread like wildfire, leading to such a high number of views. And Lin Xian's name immediately exploded in the entertainment industry. Previously, everyone only knew about Fairsky and Nocturne, but now that the 3rd song was composed by him in such a short period of time, he was already acknowledged by many. Lin Xian's productions are definitely the best. Lin Xian, an Axian, Lin and City, Lin and City, Lin Xian, is this a sign of something? In a short period of time, countless topics were directed at an Axian and Lin Xian. An Axian's 3 songs immediately made it to the top of the search rankings. Lin Xian also made it to the top of the search rankings once again. It was none other than Lin Xian's 3 songs that made everyone excited and shocked. Then, they wondered if he could maintain such high quality in the future. And at this moment, when Wu Hongfeng heard this news, he frowned. 3 songs in a day. Is this an Axian crazy? Wu Hongfeng gritted his teeth. It's mainly because the quality of these 3 songs is too high. Hongfeng, you have to release the next 2 songs as soon as possible. Take advantage of this time to battle with an Axian. If an Axian keeps releasing new songs and continues to maintain such high quality, then it'll be too late to battle then. Liang Yu said. Release. I'll release it tomorrow. I want to see who's better and who's worse. I want to see how many songs this Lin Xian can write for an Axian. I don't believe that every song can be so high profile. Wow, 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 wow. He broke the record again. An Axian looked at her phone and said excitedly. I told you. He broke the overall record. He broke Sister Chiyue's record. Wow. Sister Chiyue? Lin Xian asked, puzzled. Chapter 9:19. An Axian looked at Lin Xian and nodded. Yes, Sister Chiyue, Zi Chiyue. Don't you know her? Oh, it's her. Lin Xian knew Zi Chiyue. She was one of the top figures in the entertainment industry. She was about 27 or 28 years old. Like Murong Qing, she was a mature woman. She was a legend in the entertainment industry. Like an Axian, she had debuted in her teens, but she had reached the peak. The most terrifying thing was that she had maintained her popularity for more than 10 years. She was so popular because of her talent and her beauty. She was once ranked as one of the top 10 beauties in Sky Blue Planet. She was the #1 beauty in the entertainment industry. She was a once-in-3,000 years beauty. In short, this woman was really beautiful and outstanding. She was the dream lover of many people. She had never been involved in any scandals. She was as pure as ice. She was young, but her status in the entertainment industry was very high. Only those old artists in their 50s or 60s were higher than her. No, to be precise, those old artists were not as high as her. They were just older than her. She was the younger generation, and they were the older generation. However, their status was hard to say. Zi Qiue was the creator of many legends in the entertainment industry. 5 years ago, she had written and composed her own song, Dream Lover. It was known that technology was getting more and more powerful with each passing year. 5 years ago, the number of comments reached 300,000 in an hour. This record had been maintained for 5 years, but an Exan broke it today. She had 1 billion followers on Weibo. She had the most fans in the entertainment industry, or in the entire Sky Blue Planet. No one could surpass her. In short, she was amazing and outstanding. There were too many queens, so those people gave her a unique title, Heavenly Concubine. Concubine and queen sounded more like queen, but the word queen did not mean concubine. It meant that she was unique. And Exan and Zi Qiue naturally knew each other. Zi Qiue was an Exan's idol and respected elder sister. Yes, Sister Qiue sent me a WeChat message. An Exan opened WeChat excitedly. Zi Qiue's profile picture was a cute cat. Many girls liked this kind of profile picture. And then, congratulations. Zi Qiue added a cute emoji at the end. Sister Qiue, you're too kind. You've broken my record. Be careful, big sister will break it for you again. Hee hee. It must be very easy for Sister Qiue. Then Zi Qiue sent another message. Your lyricist and composer is quite interesting. I've been listening to these 3 songs. They are very good. If you have the chance, introduce them to me. I also want to ask him to write a few songs for me. If possible, he is very talented. Yes, of course. Let me talk to him. Thank you. Wah wah wah. Then, she hugged Lin Xian's arm and swung it back and forth. Lin Xian nodded and asked, what's the chart you could reach in a day in the past? But this time, 2 songs in the afternoon and 1 in the evening. The longest it took was only 10 hours. And now, there are 2 super popular songs. Wu Hongfeng's song has been in first and second place for a long time. The last 2 songs from my previous album didn't even reach second place. Those 2 songs are too popular, so I don't know if any of the 3 songs can reach the top 3. I think it won't be a problem, but the chart will be refreshed the day after tomorrow. It might be a little difficult to refresh it today. An Exan said with uncertainty. Lin Xian nodded. What do you want for the next song? Lin Xian asked. Do you really know how to write anything? Lin Xian nodded. More or less. Anyway, your future boyfriend is quite outstanding. Go away. An Exan rolled her eyes and thought for a while. Chapter 920. She had already sung the ancient-style song that she wanted to sing the most. She was very satisfied and satisfied. Nocturne and Sunny Day were both love songs. I want to sing a duet with you. Is that okay? An Exan looked at Lin Xian expectantly. Her little face was a little red. She felt that working with Lin Xian was really fun and relaxing. She really wanted to experience the feeling of wearing headphones with Lin Xian and singing in front of a recorder. This, and Xian then said, super many comments want you to sing with them. That was indeed true. There were too many comments below the 3 songs that wanted to hear a duet between a man and a woman. But I don't sing well. And Xian shook her little head. Of course not. Although it's not top-notch singing, it's not bad. It's pretty good. Also, there's no need to write a difficult song. Alright then. Lin Xian nodded. I'll go back and write a few. Don't worry. I've already posted 3 songs today. It's super fast. Take your time. Oh right, I'll transfer the money to you when I get back. And Xian said. Lin Xian nodded. It was 11:30 p.m. Then, the 2 of them walked out together. Lin Xian sent an Xian back to the hotel while he was at it. It was already late at night. An Xian only needed to wear a hat or a mask at most. She wouldn't be recognized. As for Lin Xian, he wouldn't be recognized either. Photos or videos weren't clear. Only people who knew Lin Xian could recognize Lin Xian. They chatted for a long time. It wasn't a waste of time. Their relationship with an Xian improved a lot. When it was 12 p.m., an Xian couldn't wait to take out her phone and play music. Wow! An Xian couldn't help but exclaim. What's wrong? The top three are all taken. An Xian said in disbelief. The popularity of these 3 songs is so high. Although the number of views and comments was already extremely high, and she felt that the results would definitely not be bad, she did not expect that it would rush to the top 3 in such a short period of time, and sweep the top 3. Normally, she felt that it wouldn't be a big problem to reach the top 3. But this time, with Wu Hongfeng's 2 songs, she felt that it would be difficult to reach the top in less than a day. But she didn't expect them all to reach the top. The number 1 on the new song chart was Nocturne, number 2 was a record-breaking Nun Friend of Mine, number 3 was Sunny Day, and number 4 and 5 were Wu Hongfeng's 2 songs. Then why aren't you giving me a kiss? Lin Xian laughed. Go 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 go. And Xian's face blushed and she even skipped a little when she walked. Lin Xian sent an Xian back to the hotel. Just as they turned a corner, she quickly shrank back. What's wrong? Lin Xian took a look and realized that the entrance of the hotel was surrounded by. Damn! A sea of people. It's midnight and there are 5,000 or 6,000 of you who aren't sleeping and are crowding around the hotel. Obviously, these were an Xian's fans. The news of an Xian staying in this hotel had spread. Oh no, I can't go back. What should I do? An Xian scratched her hair. Just bite the bullet and go. What's there to be afraid of? You don't know. Some fans are crazy. If the hotel I'm staying in is exposed, there might be people knocking on the door in the middle of the night. It's so scary. Also, when I go out tomorrow, it'll be too crowded outside, an Xian said helplessly. Tell me, why did you become a celebrity for no reason? This was why Lin Xian didn't like to show his face in public. It was too troublesome. It's so troublesome. You're usually very popular, but you don't have the right to go out and have fun. Lin Xian shook his head and said. Indeed, but this is the path I chose. It's because I liked Sister Chiyue too much that I fantasized about being a celebrity. But I don't think it's a big deal. If I really like another life, I'll quit the entertainment industry. And Xian was very open-minded. Then what are you going to do now? Go to another hotel? Yes. And Axian nodded. Actually, if I change hotels, I'll probably be found by these omnipotent netizens. Then why don't you go to my house? I'll give you half of the bed. And Axian, damn hooligan. Let's go to my house. I have a guest room in my house. You can stay there. I'll talk to Little Meow tomorrow. She likes you very much. Also, she usually stays in the Bounty Hunter Guild building. That's not a place where fans can gather. During your time in Lin and City, you can stay with her and play with her. Lin Xian said. Can I? Lin Xian nodded. Of course. Okay, then I'll have to trouble you tonight. To be honest, how could an ordinary Xian feel at ease going to his house with a man? But Lin Xian was different. Last time in the demonic beast domain, if he really had any evil intentions, she would have been in danger. Therefore, although Lin Xian looked like a flirtatious person, in an Xian's eyes, he was a gentleman. Therefore, an Xian felt at ease going back with Lin Xian. Uncle and Auntie won't misunderstand, right? An Xian followed beside Lin Xian and asked. I don't have parents. Lin Xian said indifferently. Ah, an Xian covered her mouth and said softly, I'm sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. It's okay. In this era, there are too many people who don't have families. What's my number? An Xian looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. Without parents, he was so powerful. She felt that he was even more outstanding. In any case, an Xian admired Lin Xian. When they reached home, Lin Xian turned on the lights. An Xian's mouth was slightly open as she looked at Lin Xian's house. Wow! It's so clean and beautiful. It's hard to imagine that this is where you live. An Xian exclaimed. Then what do you think my place should be like? A man's place is messy. An Xian stuck out her tongue. At this moment, Linya's door opened and Linya walked out in her pajamas. Then, she was stunned. An Xian was also stunned. This can't be Lin Xian's girlfriend, right? This was also the reason why Linya was stunned, so beautiful. This was the second thought of the two girls. So familiar. This was the third thought of the two girls, unusually synchronized. This is my sister, Linya. Lin Xian introduced an Xian. An Xian was enlightened. But Lin Xian's sister was so beautiful. Hello, sister. You are an Xian. Linya was slightly surprised. An Xian was such a popular celebrity, it was normal for her to recognize her. Yes, then, Linya looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian, I'm working on a project with an Xian. Her hotel was surrounded by fans, so I brought her home for her to stay. Oh, I see. Have a seat. Linya then poured a glass of water for an Xian. Elder sister, have I seen you somewhere before? Why do I feel that you look familiar? An Xian asked curiously. Chapter 921. Linya and an Xian sat together, thinking that it would be great if Lin Xian's girlfriend was an Xian. She was a beautiful and famous celebrity, and she liked her a lot. You must have seen the press conference, right? Hearing Linya's words, an Xian suddenly knew why she felt that she was familiar. Wasn't she the CEO of the Yixian group that she had seen before? When she heard about the medicine, she felt that it was super magical, and it was trending at that time. The browser news was all about it, and there was also news about her being the most beautiful CEO in history. Then she noticed it. She didn't expect that, she was actually Lin Xian's sister. In other words, Lin Xian didn't lack money at all. Her so-called millions and tens of millions were nothing in Lin Xian's eyes. Then why did he look like a miser? Also, they were so low-key. Yixian Group was such a big company, and they lived in 3 rooms and 1 living room. How magical! One had to know that Yixian Group was a very special company. Many big companies were diluted by shares. You might be the CEO, but you might only have 30 to 40% of the shares, or even less. But Yixian Group was a dictatorship, and the shares were basically in their hands. So the money they earned was theirs. I remember now. An Xan said in surprise. Little fairy, why aren't you sleeping? Lin Xian asked. I'm going to sleep, you guys should go rest too. Linya said. Sorry to trouble you, Linya sister. An Xan said obediently. It's no trouble, the room is over there. Linya pointed and returned to her room. Go to sleep, if you're lonely at night, you can come and knock on my door. Lin Xian smirked at an Xan. An Xan rolled her eyes. Hooligan. The night passed just like that. The next day, an Xan went to Miao Xiao Miao's place. Miao Xiao Miao was very happy, but what was Lin Xian doing? It was nothing more than playing with the girls. Although he also wanted to increase his strength and head to the demonic beast domain, it was more important for him to take advantage of this time to cultivate his relationship with his sister. An Xan, there was still Murong Qing. As for Xiao Xinyua's mission, he could have trained her at the martial arts academy. However, if he didn't train her at the martial arts academy now, she wouldn't have many chances after leaving Lin and City. Therefore, Lin Xian's improvement mostly started after he entered the martial arts academy. Then, Lin Xian paid close attention to Zhao Mengyue, the evil fiend Hall, and the Gong Sun family. The Gong Sun family seemed to be doing something. Lin Xian noticed something, but he wasn't sure. On this day, there was also big news. Celebrity Wu Hongfeng had released 2 singles. The momentum was very strong, but it couldn't threaten an Xan's 3 swords at all. The popularity of these 3 songs had been fermenting. After being forwarded by various celebrities in the entertainment industry, they became more and more popular. Unless a phenomenal piece of music appeared, it would be impossible to shake the position of these 3 songs for the time being. Damn it! I can't compete with an Xan at all. Wu Hongfeng gritted his teeth. Liang Yu hugged him from behind and said softly, Hongfeng, an Xan is much more famous than you. Plus, these songs are really good. It's normal for you to be behind her. If you can't compete with her, then compete with her. It's fine as long as you can win a Golden Melody Award when the time comes. But I just want to get first place. I just want to step on an Xan. Baby, let's spend more money to buy a few more good songs, okay? Take advantage of my current popularity to catch up with an Xan's footsteps and release songs with her. Even if we can't compete with her, we can maintain the popularity. It'll be fine as long as there are a few songs on an Xan's list. This. Liang Yu hesitated. But how can we find good songs in such a short time? Liang Yu asked. Wu Hongfeng didn't know what to do. Suddenly, Liang Yu thought of something. Right, that Lin Xian. Why don't we look for that Lin Xian? Look for him. Can he still write good songs? Wu Hongfeng didn't believe it. Think about it, money makes the world go round. If we spend money to get Lin Xian to help us write songs, with his talent and current popularity, the songs he writes will definitely not be bad. At the very least, the songs he writes will definitely be quite popular. They will be the easiest songs to get onto the charts and even surpass an Xan. Moreover, he's currently helping an Xan write songs. If we also hire him to write songs, we'll have to spend more money than an Xan, and he'll put in more effort to help us write songs. This will cause an Xan songs to be inferior to us in quality. It doesn't matter if we spend more money, but it's more important to surpass an Xan. Liang Yu said. But, will he write songs for us? Wu Hongfeng asked worriedly. It's fine as long as he has money. He's not an Xian's exclusive lyricist. Even if he is, it doesn't mean he can't write songs for others. We might even be able to poach him. Hire him with a high salary and let him write songs for you. This way, an Xian's only advantage is that she's more popular than you. But if you write good songs one after another, won't you have a chance to surpass her? Wu Hongfeng's eyes lit up, but then he felt troubled. But I'm afraid I don't have enough money. The company's resource fee for your promotion is almost used up. Your money is also almost used up. Don't worry. I've saved up tens of millions over the years. Leave it to me. Okay. Then I'll go personally. Liang Yu shook her head. I'll go. You stay here and write songs properly. Liang Yu then kissed him and walked out. After she walked out, Wu Hongfeng's eyes flickered with evilness. When this young master truly becomes famous, I'll pursue an Xian and those young and beautiful girls. As for you, you're just a helper for my rise. You still want to marry me? Are you worthy? Second-hand goods. Bah! Wu Hongfeng sneered. Here. Murong Qing handed over a screen to Lin Xian. This is Heaven Class 1-star Thunder Attribute Martial Technique, Thunder Surging Heaven and Earth. Murong Qing said. Thanks. Lin Xian kept the martial technique. Naturally, I'll give you what I promised you. But the songs you wrote are quite nice. Murong Qing smiled and looked at Lin Xian. You listen to it too? Yes, I usually listen to songs when I'm free or at work. Otherwise, I'll be bored to death. I'll look at the rankings, news, hot searches, and so on. It's all about an Xian and you. Say, you want to pursue her. Lin Xian, wow. This woman's words were too direct, right? Who doesn't want to pursue a beautiful girl? I still want to pursue you. Will you pursue me? Lin Xian said. Why not? You have to show your sincerity. For example, you painstakingly wrote songs for an Xian. Then, if you want to pursue me, what do you have to do for me? Am I right? Actual action. Don't just talk. You want me to open my legs with just a few words? Lin Xian. When the guards of Lin and City suddenly saw the purple lightning and light exploding in the sky, they all thought that something had happened. When the dust and lightning dissipated, Lin Xian looked in front of him with a pleasantly surprised expression. The area of the small forest was about 10,000 square meters, and the main area of the thunder surge was about 50 meters. A huge crater was formed 50 meters away, and the sand and stones were scorching hot. What was even more powerful was the power of the thunder surge. 50 meters was probably the strongest power. Within this range, one would suffer unimaginable damage, but beyond 50 meters, or even more than 100 meters, there would be a very powerful force spreading out. The trees within 100 meters were destroyed, and it was a mess. Is this a heaven-ranked thunder attribute martial skill? How terrifying! Lin Xian was secretly speechless. His strongest thunder attribute martial skill was the 5 lightning constellation, and the range of the 5 lightning constellation was about 20 meters. Thunder surge was 50 meters. Logically speaking, under such circumstances, if one's speed was not enough and could not escape 50 meters in a short period of time, then one would be in danger. Using strength to resist. Thunder attribute was the strongest offensive attribute. Even if it was a heaven-ranked martial skill, and Lin Xian released it at the 5th star lower realm, would a low-ranked domain realm expert dare to resist it? Lin Xian felt that even a 3-star domain realm cultivator would find it hard to clash head-on with lei gushing under the heavens. Unless you also used a very powerful martial technique, an Earth-class 5-star or above offensive martial technique, you would probably be able to fight to a draw. If a heaven-ranked martial skill couldn't shorten the gap, then it wouldn't be a heaven-ranked martial skill. However, although martial skills were strong, there was no such thing as an absolutely invincible martial skill. For example, the weakness of Thunder Surge was very obvious. It took a long time to accumulate power. In a real battle, the opponent might not give you a second. If Thunder Surge was released at full strength, it would take more than 5 seconds to accumulate power. This was a shortcoming. But once the accumulation was successful, the power would be very strong. However, it could also be released instantaneously, pouring the power of Thunder Surge into your fist or sword, and releasing it on the way. There was almost no need to accumulate power, but at the same time, it meant that the power would be weakened by a lot. I wonder where Shui Qilin is now, Lin Xian sighed softly. He never forgot the little cutie who changed his life. Yes, the god system changed Lin Xian's life, but Shui Qilin's contributions were equally indispensable. The god system gave Lin Xian a convenient channel to cultivate, trigger missions, quickly obtain rewards, and the system shop. Chapter 923. Lin Xian received an Xian's WeChat message as soon as he entered Lin An City. The content was that she spent more than a day writing the lyrics and a simple song. She wanted him to take a look at it if he had the time. And Xian was quite thoughtful. Although she said that she would let Lin Xian handle the album, she couldn't stay idle. Moreover, she felt that she was shameless to let Lin Xian handle everything. Although in reality, it didn't have anything to do with it, because she had spent money to buy Lin Xian's lyrics and music. However, she still wasn't used to the feeling of sitting back and enjoying everything. Alright, where are you now? Drinking coffee at Little Meow Meow's. I'll come over. Then, Lin Xian went to the Bounty Hunter Guild. The coffee shop of the Gale mercenaries didn't have much business because it was the Bounty Hunter Guild. Although there was a decent flow of people, most of them came for business. Not many people would come for coffee. Opening a coffee shop was just a convenience. It was more of a gathering place for the members of the Gale mercenaries. Sister Chan, where are Little Meow Meow and the others? Lin Xian saw 3 groups of customers chatting and drinking coffee. Meow Xiao Meow and the others were nowhere to be seen. They're in her room. There are customers outside. Wang Qian said. Then I'll go. Then, Lin Xian went to Meow Xiao Meow's room. He pushed the door open without knocking. Hey, can't you knock before entering a girl's room? Meow Xiao Meow rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. That's right. What if the girl is changing inside? And Xian agreed. Don't you know how to lock the door before changing? Lin Xian walked in and sat on Meow Xiao Meow's small bed. Meow Xiao Meow's room wasn't big, but it was bigger than the one in Tianhua City. It was very clean, but there were very few dolls in her room. In Meow Xiao Meow's words, she was already past the age of playing with dolls. If Xiao Runing and the others heard this, they would be speechless. Their rooms were filled with dolls too. Lin Xian, take a look at the songs I wrote today. Do you think they're good enough? And Xian then showed a draft on the table to Lin Xian. I think it's pretty good. Sister and Xian sang a part just now. It's really nice. Meow Xiao Meow said sweetly. Lin Xian glanced at it. With an Xian's talent, it wasn't difficult for her to write a decent song in a day. Why don't you sing it? Lin Xian said as he sat on Meow Xiao Meow's bed. All right. Then, she calmly picked up the guitar next to her. She wasn't very shy, because she often sang in front of tens of thousands of people. It was really casual to perform like this. Lin Xian listened to it. It was indeed good, but Lin Xian still felt that it was a bit lacking compared to the song he brought. After all, an Xian wrote it in a day. Although it was better than most songs, Lin Xian still preferred Coral Sea. How is it? An Xian looked at Lin Xian expectantly. Take a look at mine. Lin Xian then passed the Coral Sea draft to an Xian. You wrote it in a day too. Oh right, isn't it normal for you to write it in a day? An Xian took it. Why did she feel that the gap between her and Lin Xian was so big? Then, an Xian sang according to the draft. Wow! Lin Xian, you're really too talented. And this song isn't a spit song at all. Although a lot of duet songs nowadays are nice, they're all spit songs. This song is really good. And the harmony between the male and female is so detailed. You really wrote something so detailed in a day. An Xian was in disbelief. Really, was this what it meant to be a talent? Lin Xian nodded slightly. Although he was a little embarrassed to nod, he knew that he plagiarized. An Xian was really admiring Lin Xian more and more. She liked Lin Xian more and more. These songs are really super good. And the style was really, really good. But, an Xian pondered for a moment, then looked at Lin Xian. Your male soprano here reached A2. A2 isn't something that many people can sing. Are you sure you can do it? I've sung A2 before. Can't I do this? That's true. An Xian smiled foolishly. Then, she quietly put away her draft and threw it into the trash can. So stupid. She felt that her writing was really weak. This song needed a long time to record and get used to it because there were too many harmonies in this song. A lot of it was actually sung by both boys and girls, but the lyrics sung by the boys were different from the lyrics sung by the girls. Also, she had to help Lin Xian adjust his voice a little. After all, Lin Xian wasn't a professional singer. His singing did have some flaws. Miao Xiaomiao was still their little follower. She witnessed the birth of a popular song. When they went, it was already night time. When they finished recording, it was already 1:00 in the morning. But they were all martial artists. This was nothing. An Xian didn't have much strength. But when it came to work, she was so focused that she forgot to eat and sleep. She wasn't tired at all. Lin Xian felt tired. Coral Sea was successfully released. Once again, it attracted a wave. However, it didn't break the previous record. The previous song, A Daoist Nun Friend, was too suitable for comments. Plus, it was too popular. But this song wasn't too far behind. It would definitely surpass A Daoist Nun Friend in terms of popularity in the future. Then, when the male and female comments heard an Xian and Lin Xian song, what did they say? There were basically 4 kinds of comments. One was praising an Xian, goddess and an up, and so on. The second was praising Lin Xian's talent. After all, this was another classic song written and composed by Lin Xian. The third was saying that they were tired of singing duets. The fourth was, together, together. Anyway, there was no one to criticize talented people. An Xian was a talented woman, and Lin Xian was a talented man. When the two of them sang a love song together, the group of people inexplicably felt that they were a good match. All kinds of things together. For example, if a man and a woman acted in the most popular youth drama during the summer vacation, they were originally in a cooperative relationship. But when the drama became popular, the group of people became a good match. When they were together, they inexplicably matched each other. This was a very common phenomenon. Thank you, Lin Xian. I didn't expect that in just a few days, this album has already finished 4 singles. It's too fast. An XAN said in surprise. What do you want for the next song? Lin Xian asked with a smile. You say, whatever. You're the boss, you decide. Lin Xian. What boss? What am I in front of the Art Pavilion Group's awesome person? An XAN said with a smile. Chapter 924. Miao Xiaomiao watched them from the side. She felt that these two were not just friends, but she couldn't put her finger on it. However, she was already used to the scene of Lin Xian hanging out with all sorts of young ladies. Tell me, I know how to write anything. Lin Xian's words hurt an Xian's heart. Then, that song of yours, that song, those flowers, yes, yes, yes. I want that song. An Xian suddenly thought of this. Okay, I'll give it to you tomorrow, but I have something to do tomorrow. You'll have to record it yourself. You're not familiar with this place, so you can ask little Meow Meow. Yes, yes, I have a good relationship with little Meow Meow. I don't need you to remind me. Let's go. What was he going to do tomorrow? Wasn't it going out to eat and watch a movie with Murong Qing? This was a rare opportunity to go out with Murong Qing. Lin Xian had known Murong Qing for a long time, but he didn't remember going out with her alone. At most, they had a meal together and said something flirtatious. However, she was just like that. Her flirtatious nature was the same as Lin Xian's. Lin Xian didn't know if she was really flirting or doing it on purpose. Of course, it was more likely that she was doing it on purpose. This was why Lin Xian didn't know where to start. He could only use his own excellence to catch her appetite. Art Xian Group and various projects successfully made Murong Qing stay in Lin and City and Art Xian Group. However, what made Lin Xian curious was why Murong Qing didn't go home during the new year. The next night, Lin Xian went to the top floor of Murong Qing's Rose Paradise Hotel. Knock, 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 Lin Xian knocked on the door. Come in. Murong Qing's voice came from inside. Then, Lin Xian walked in and saw Murong Qing lying on the bed in her pajamas. She was swinging her exquisite jade feet and holding her phone as if she was playing some mobile game. What made Lin Xian feel strange was that Coral Sea was playing in the room. The song is pretty good. I wonder which handsome guy sang it. Lin Xian said with a smile. He then walked to her side and placed his hand on Murong Qing's fair foot. Murong Qing pulled her foot back completely out of conditioned reflex. Although she was usually very open-minded, this small action was enough to show that she was actually extremely conservative in her heart. However, it was true that a girl's feet were rarely touched by others, let alone by a man. What is it? Murong Qing sat up and silently put her feet into the quilt. Her beautiful eyes swept towards Lin Xian. Her pretty face was slightly flushed, and it was an almost undetectable shade of red. No one knew if it was because Lin Xian had touched her feet. Fuck. Didn't I say yesterday that I would take you out for a movie tonight? Why are you asking me now? Lin Xian said unhappily. Murong Qing was speechless. No, he wasn't joking yesterday. Murong Qing stared at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. Was he joking? Could it be that he was really going to make a move on her? Murong Qing muttered in her heart. She really thought that Lin Xian's words yesterday were a joke. Now that Lin Xian was really here, it wasn't a joke anymore. It couldn't be, right? This little bastard was actually thinking of hitting on her. Fuck. Wasn't it enough that he had so many beautiful girls around him? Could it be that he wanted to collect all kinds of girls? Hey, what are you thinking? Are you going back on your word? Lin Xian pinched her pink cheeks. I say, you're not really going to pursue me, are you? Murong Qing looked at Lin Xian and asked. Yeah, didn't I say it yesterday? Moreover, you're a rich woman. If I pursue you, I won't have to work hard. Murong Qing was speechless. Okay, I'll pursue you. But can you break off your relationship with the other girls first? Murong Qing rolled her eyes. Fuck. This bastard still wants to step on several boats, and wants me to be one of them. He's really a scumbag. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. Fuck. Sure enough, this Murong Qing wasn't an innocent little girl. Just from her words, Lin Xian already felt that it was too difficult to pursue her. It's nothing. We're just friends. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose and said. Come on, don't think that I can't tell. Whether it's Ling Ying or Lu Yufan, ordinary friends. I don't believe it. Even if you're ordinary friends, I can clearly see the way they look at you. Which one of them is worse than me in terms of looks? Their family backgrounds are also very good, and they're younger than me. Why don't you choose them over me? Either you're sick, or you're stepping on several boats. Murong Qing rolled her eyes at Lin Xian again. It had to be said that Murong Qing was super right. Then I'm sick, okay? I like beautiful women like you, okay? I'm a sister complex, okay? Can you explain it? Murong Qing, wow, this person is so shameless. Okay. What do you want? To do you. Murong Qing, hurry up and get up. Let's go watch a movie. Murong Qing really wanted to give him a slap. Is this bastard for real? Logically speaking, from the beginning when she met Lin Xian, she always thought that Lin Xian's tricks were intentional. He was like this, and she never thought that he was serious. No, he might not be serious now. This guy can't be joking, right? Is he going to laugh at me? Or could it be that he still had some tricks up his sleeve? Anyway, I'm bored. I'm just watching dramas at home. Going out with him and seeing what this bastard wants to do is not a big deal. Okay, I'm bored anyway. Going out to watch a movie or something is fine. You go out first, I'll change my clothes. Murong Qing thought of this and said. I still have to go out. Lin Xian pulled his head. With our relationship, can't I stay here and watch you change your clothes? Okay. Murong Qing nodded. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Stretch your head over here. I'll poke 2 holes in your eyes first. Lin Xian, okay. I'll go out. Then Lin Xian walked out. Little bastard, you still want to take advantage of me. You're revolting. Murong Qing smiled, but she felt that it was very interesting. A brother younger than her by 5 or 6 years wanted to hit on her. More importantly, she was quite interested in this brother. This feeling was different. She felt that it was quite interesting. She really wanted to see what this Lin Xian was up to. Of course, it was not necessarily to hit on her. She wanted to see what she wanted to do. Anyway, she was bored, so she played with her. After a few minutes, Murong Qing, who had changed into a beautiful dress, walked out. Lin Xian was waiting for her outside. You're so beautiful. It'll be great to take you out shopping. Chapter 925. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Murong Qing rolled her eyes. This man had a way with words. She guessed that he had practiced his glib tongue around those young ladies. Not to mention, if it was a younger lady, she would really be quite happy with his words. But for her, it wasn't so easy. What? Did I say something wrong? You didn't say anything wrong. Tell me, where do you want to go? Murong-Ching held Lin Xian's arm. Lin Xian, if it was any other young lady, they would be very intimate. But since it was Murong-Ching, some of her thoughts and actions were something Lin Xian couldn't understand. Even though she was taking the initiative to hold on to Lin Xian's arm, they weren't particularly close. However, it couldn't be said that they weren't close. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that they weren't close. It was just that they weren't as close as they seemed on the surface. What do you want to play? Lin Xian asked. The two walked out arm in arm. People who saw them on the way were very surprised. This woman was really beautiful and had a temperament. But the man holding her arm felt very ordinary. Although he wasn't wearing clothes from a street stall, it was only a few hundred to 1,000 yuan. It didn't feel like it matched her at all. When the staff of Rose Heaven saw this scene, they didn't think much of it. They guessed that their boss and Mr. Lin were a couple because they always saw ambiguous moments. Didn't you want to take me out to play? What do you want to play? Tell me. Then let's go watch a movie. There's nothing new. Murong-Ching muttered. To be honest, there was nothing new about watching a movie. It's late at night, and it's Lin and City. What's so fun about it? Lin Xian muttered. Didn't you want to chase me? With an accent, you only know how to write songs and lyrics to chase after her. But with me, you don't know what to do. Murong-Ching said. Sister, I don't know what you like. Lin Xian was helpless. Let's go to an internet cafe to play games. Lin Xian. Was this for real? Lin Xian looked at her with a dumbfounded expression. What? I can't play games. Yes. Of course. I saw that the game your sister played before was quite interesting. I also played a few rounds, but my results weren't good. You take me. All right. I'm a god. I'll take you flying. An hour later, Lin Xian coughed dryly as he looked at the big red failure sign on the screen, 1 to 8, you're really strong. Wow. How can a man like you be so bad at games? Murong-Ching really thought that Lin Xian was very powerful. Only now did she realize that while she was 1 to 4, this Lin Xian was actually 1 to 8. I was kidnapped by Conti. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose and said. Does that mean you can take me flying next time? Of course. 40 minutes later, it was yet another big red failure. Murong-Ching was really helpless. This Lin Xian was so bad at games. He even came out to play. She thought that she could be taken by him and had fun torturing others, but in the end, she was tormented in all sorts of ways. Who could withstand this? Lin Xian was also helpless. Why didn't he have a powerful teammate? Why? Why couldn't he have a powerful teammate who could fight against 9 people at once? His dignity as a man was about to be destroyed. I'm really not as good as your sister. Really? Murong-Ching took off her headphones and looked at Lin Xian as she said this. Fuck. I'm being targeted. Nakano has been trying to catch me. I'm fighting against 3 in the top lane and I'm being caught in the jungle. Can a support like you understand the pain of being a top laner? Also, how can I not be as good as my little fairy? She's been taught by me. At this moment, Lin Xian saw that Linya was online. Isn't this your sister's ID? Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. Yeah. Come, invite her to solo. Didn't you say that you're the one who taught her? Then you can crush her, right? Also, you don't have to worry about being caught in a 1v1, right? Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. Of course. Then, Lin Xian invited Linya. Linya and Linglong Shui had agreed to play 2 matches at 9 o'clock. She went online half an hour earlier to practice her skills. She didn't expect that Lin Xian would be online too. Then, Lin Xian invited Linya to a custom 1v1. Help me choose a hero. Pick blind. I'll solo blind with my little fairy. This hero showdown is still very good. I'll show you how cool I am. I'll show you my true strength. I'm going to the toilet. Then, Lin Xian slipped away. When he reached the toilet, Lin Xian took out his phone and hurriedly found Linya to send a message. Little fairy, go easy on me in the solo later. You have to let me win. I have girls watching over here, but don't act too fake. Linya glanced over and couldn't help but laugh. Then, she sent an okay sign. To be honest, Lin Xian was really bad at playing games. He really didn't have any talent in this area. Moreover, he was terrible at playing games. It was okay for him to fight, but he was terrible at playing games. All the girls that he brought into the pit were better than him. Lin Xian was really speechless. He really couldn't beat Linya. Previously, they had a solo match at home. Because Linya said that she felt that Linglong Shui was better than him, Lin Xian refused to accept it. He played 3 solo matches with Linya and lost 2. Fuck. However, he always felt that it was because he didn't play enough games. He probably only played a few games in a year. What about Linya and the others? After work, the goddess-level girls would often play 5 solo matches. Their skill level was higher than Lin Xian's. For example, when they played a mid-laner, Lin Xian could only laze around. At the very least, Linya and the others knew that the mid-laner needed support. Lin Xian said that he couldn't. Because of this, for example, when Lu Yufan's jungler clashed with the opposing jungler in the jungle, the opposing mid-laner went to support him. Lin Xian didn't even bat an eyelid and continued farming. Then, Lu Yufan was killed, and Lin Xian despised him. To put it simply, the girl's understanding of the game was better than Lin Xian's. However, as a man, how could he raise his head when he was a noob in front of a girl? Therefore, he had to win. Although it was a little shameless. After wiping his hands, Lin Xian walked to his seat. The game had just started. Blind solo mid lane, 1 health, 1 tower, 100 attacks, no return to the city. Your skin is quite expensive, isn't it? Murong Qing didn't play much, but she had been living with Linya for a while. She played a lot and knew a little about it. Descendant of the dragon, this young master spent more than 10,000 on the lottery to get it. There aren't many people in the entire sky blue planet who have this skin. Lin Xian said. I think your sister has it too. Lin Xian, she also drew it. This was another heart-wrenching thing. Actually, this skill is quite easy to hit. Look. Then, Lin Xian's Q was coincidentally turned away by Linya. Lin Xian, so noob. Murong Qing muttered. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. After the cooldown was over, bang bang. Both of them hit each other with their Q. Then, Lin Xian flew over. Linya saw Lin Xian flying over. It would be too fake if she didn't fly over. Then, both of them flew towards each other. Then, the two of them crazily attacked each other. Both of them had low HP. Then, both of their Q's cooldown was over at almost the same time. Flash. Flash. Both of them predicted the cooldown of each other's Q's skills at the same time. Then, they flashed and attacked each other. Linya hit. Lin Xian missed. Lin Xian, Linya was really going easy on them. She didn't even kick over when her cue hit. Lin Xian was burned to death by Ignite. Just as the minions reached the middle lane, Lin Xian's screen turned gray. Even when the two of them were attacking, Lin Xian ate 4 bottles of potions. Linya didn't even touch her bottle of potions. However, both of their HP levels were about the same. Lin Xian could have won, but he had been hit by Linya a few times. Even with his HP recovery, he still lost almost 100 HP. Although he had taken potions during the battle to make up for the difference, Linya was carrying the conqueror, Lin Xian. Linya expressed her helplessness. Who can you blame for missing your cues? Wow! This little fairy is shameless. Why did she have to bring the conqueror? Lin Xian was infuriated. Murongqing looked at Lin Xian as if she was looking at a noob. It doesn't count. I purposely let her hit me a few times. My HP is lower than hers by 100. Otherwise, she would have lost. Lin Xian stubbornly explained to Murongqing. Isn't the biggest reason why you lost because you missed your last skill? Murongqing saw through it clearly. Lin Xian, anyway, it doesn't count. This hero can only be seen at level 6. Let's do it again. Then, Lin Xian invited Linya for another round. I'm going to the toilet. Lin Xian said. Didn't you just go? I'm washing my hands. They're a bit sticky. I'm getting serious. Lin Xian then walked over and took out his phone. Little fairy, you went easy on me. Lin Xian wanted to cry but had no tears. He sent a message over. I did. Linya said innocently. Then why did you bring the conqueror? I just pressed a button to equip my talent. The system helped me. Linya said innocently. Lin Xian, wow. Was he really a noob? Again, this time at level 6. Let me show off my R flash. Then you lose to me with my cool moves. Otherwise, I'll spank you when we get home. Linya, oh, got it. But you still have to act like it. Okay. Then, Lin Xian returned to his seat. It was still 4 red cloth armor. This time, he still brought Thunderbolt. On the other side, Linya was thinking hard about how to go easy on him. In the end, she chose Aftershock. She thought that it shouldn't be a problem, right? Her secondary attribute was still magical boots. It probably wouldn't appear even after the battle. Moreover, her little talent had a cooldown and 2 magic resistances. She should definitely lose, right? Moreover, she went out with Doran's sword and a bottle of red. The early stage was very peaceful. Occasionally, she would change her health. Lin Xian used 3 bottles of potions to maintain full health at level 6. Linya used up 1 bottle. Now, she had less than 2/3 of her health left. She didn't replenish her soldiers. She hid under the tower and trembled as she watched Lin Xian replenish her soldiers. She waited for Lin Xian to finish her off with a set of cool or flash moves. Watch carefully. Don't blink. Watch my next set of unparalleled cool moves. Little fairy can't react in time. I'll insta-kill her. Lin Xian said to Murongqing next to him. Come on, let me see. Murongqing said. With 2/3 of her health left, Linya controlled the blind soldier under the tower. Lin Xian hid behind his own soldiers, waiting for an opportunity. At this moment, Lin Xian suddenly appeared in front of Linya with AW. Then, he quickly kicked Linya's blind soldier out of her tower with an R flash. Then, he turned around and quickly did AQ, empty. Chapter 927. Linya felt that she had already died. She held the mouse in one hand and sipped her tea in the other. Then, she saw, empty again. After the knockback effect ended, Linya clicked the mouse and walked down the tower. Then, with AR, she kicked Lin Xian, who was about to run out of the tower. Without the WI and flash, Lin Xian was shot to death by the tower. The screen went black again. Lin Xian, Murong Qing, Linya felt helpless. You want me to act more realistically and lose to you. But how can I lose? If I don't kick you in, it'll be too fake. Also, I've already gone easy on you. I didn't even use the WI to kick you or flash to kick you. I just walked slowly in front of you and kicked you in. I haven't even ignited it yet. What can I do now? Your opponent, Little Fairy Lightspeed Critical Hit, has left the game. Linya, right. And your ID, can't you come up with a more normal one? You play games with girls every day and you come up with such a shameless ID. No wonder people are catching you with 3 packs. Lin Xian exited the game helplessly. I don't want to play anymore. Let's go and watch a movie. Lin Xian wanted to cry. Wow. I'm so bad. Why? Ah. He knew that Linya had already gone easy on him. He was too bad. I'm really bad. Please don't play this game anymore. I beg you. Murong Qing mumbled. She couldn't stand it anymore. Sigh, I don't feel good today. You're bad and you like to explain. Murong Qing shook her head. Also, your ID is really shameless. Murong Qing's face was slightly red. On the other side, Linya couldn't help but laugh out loud. At this time, she saw that Linglong Shui had come online. Linglong Shui's ID was very simple. It was called Linglong Shui. She then sent a message to Linya. Why are you online so early? Linya then replied, I'm dueling with Lin Xian. Who won? Linglong Shui took a sip of tea. As expected. He's still online. Do you want to play together? Linglong Shui sent a message. No, he's too weak. Okay. Then, one after another, Lu Yufan, Yi, Wang Xintong, Ling Longyue, Bing Lingyue, Ling Ying, Han Chuxue, and of course, Xiao Runing all came online. They were all good friends and often played games together. Basically, all of them had been tricked by Lin Xian, and then all of them became better than Lin Xian. Usually, when they had nothing to do, they would play games together. They had their own QQ group, and there were only a few of them. Lin Xian didn't even add them because Lin Xian was too weak. What did they like to do? 10 people, create a custom group. 5 people, play a civil war. They all liked this feeling very much. The 10 of them turned on the voice chat, playing a civil war, filled with laughter, and chatting as they played. They were all family, so they could just play casually. The most important thing was that they could cultivate their relationship and feelings. It was because of this that they often played together. As for Lin Xian didn't dare to add them to the same group. What if the conversation fell apart? But last time, he saw that Linya had a group that they were all in. So, Lin Xian wanted to add him to see if there was anything going on. Well, he went in. That night, he played 2 games. The next morning, he woke up to find that he was kicked out of the group. That's right, Linglong Shui did it. There were 2 reasons for kicking him. First, he was really too bad. Second, if he was in the group, then they couldn't talk bad about him. Logically speaking, 10 goddess-like girls fighting each other. What kind of godly person would be able to gather all of them together? But the person who brought them together was kicked out by them, Murong Qing, Xiao Xingyue, Miao Xiaomiao, and an Xian would probably be there too. Only Lin Xian wasn't there. They often talked bad about Lin Xian in the group, but Lin Xian didn't know about it. For example, today, Lin Xian and an Xian were writing songs together. Ling Ying at D everyone and asked where Lin Xian was. Miao Xiaomiao replied instantly that he was at the Bounty Hunter Guild. Ling Ying sent an okay gesture to show that he had received it. They would often ask for opinions. For example, today, Ling Ying bought a piece of clothing, took a picture, and sent it online. She asked if it looked good, and everyone would give their suggestions. Or they would arrange a time and place to go shopping together. When the time came, those who were free would all go. They might not be able to guarantee that everyone would be able to hang out together every day, but they could chat online every day. This was Lin Xian's harem group. Of course, there were some things that needed to be kept a secret. For example, Ling Longshua's child, and the fact that these girls and Lin Xian were lovers, perhaps in the eyes of some people, they already knew in their hearts and guessed it, but no one pointed it out. Lin Xian didn't know any of this. He had a tough life. However, these girls gathered together and had a good relationship with each other. This was a very good thing, there was no doubt about it. Let's go watch a movie. Lin Xian silently exited the game and dragged Murong Qing away. This scene made everyone envious. He was bad at games, but his girlfriend was really beautiful. Are you free tomorrow night? I heard that a shopping mall is opening. Let's go shopping together. Linya asked in their group. Okay. I'm free. Then, the girls gave their answers. Ling Longshua could also give them the spatial bracelet that she had refined. After all, this was something that Lin Xian had asked her for help. She was also willing to do it. Everyone's safety was the most important thing. Logically speaking, they had a lot of opportunities to show their faces in Lin and City. There were a lot of pictures of them on the internet. They were all taken by passers-by who saw how beautiful they were. Because they were really beautiful, they became popular. There were even many people from other cities who came to Lin and City for them. Their suitors were no longer the same as before. There were many people, especially Ling Longshua and Bing Lingyue. These two girls were too beautiful. If more than 10 of them went shopping together, just imagine what kind of sensation it would cause on the internet. According to incomplete statistics, since 2 months ago, the number of tourists who came to Lin and City by car and plane had increased by 18 times. Some people suspected that it was because of these girls. Lin and City didn't have any tourist attractions. Moreover, it was a small city. Moreover, it was a border city. There was nothing to visit. But during this period, there were so many more. We're being followed. After Murong Qing and Lin Xian walked outside, Murong Qing held onto Lin Xian's arm and said softly. Chapter 928. Lin Xian frowned. He didn't sense it, but Murong Qing did. This proved that the strength of the person following them was absolutely crushing Lin Xian. You didn't sense it wrong. Shouldn't be. I sensed that divine sense. He probably didn't expect me to be a celestial venerable. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to release his divine sense to investigate. But since he released it, I can feel it. He didn't sense me. He's a celestial venerable. Murong Qing said. Celestial venerable. Damn it. Lin Xian showed a helpless expression. Which big shots did you provoke? Even a celestial venerable is here. It can't be from Lin and City, right? How many forces in Lin and City can send a celestial venerable powerhouse? Murong Qing was drunk. This Lin Xian's ability to cause trouble was really amazing. I've provoked a lot of forces, Lin Xian said. Murong Qing rolled her eyes. You're so shameless. How can you be so beautiful? It might be the Evil Fiend Temple, Lin Xian said. Evil Fiend Temple. You're awesome. Then Murong Qing suddenly thought of something. Oh, I understand. You tricked me out to be your bodyguard, right? Murong Qing glared at Lin Xian. In all honesty, I really didn't think so. How would I know that someone was going to make a move on me tonight? If I knew when the enemy was going to make a move on me, what would I be afraid of? Don't you think so? That makes sense. Murong Qing muttered. Then what do we do now? I'll help you get rid of your opponent. A celestial venerable powerhouse is too much of a threat. If I don't help you get rid of him, you might really die one day. Murong Qing said. That's my pleasure. But beautiful sister, can you beat him? How many stars are you in the celestial venerable realm? What if the opponent's realm is higher than yours? If you die, I'll be very sad. Murong Qing, wow. Nothing good comes out of this person's filthy mouth. Of course, Lin Xian was just saying that on purpose. Even if Murong Qing's cultivation realm wasn't as high as his, they were still in the same realm after all. Moreover, she had the time attribute. Time was still pretty awesome. Don't worry, I won't die even if you die. I don't have as many enemies as you do. Go to the demonic beast domain. Murong Qing asked Lin Xian. Because in a battle between Empyreans, there was basically no possibility of taking action within the city. Must we go to the demonic beast domain? Since he doesn't know that you're also an Empyrean, then he should find an opportunity to kill me in the city. Moreover, going to the demonic beast domain at this time, I think it might give him the idea that I'm deliberately luring him over. What do you think? Murong Qing nodded slightly. Alright, then what do you think we should do? Drive a car. Let's pretend to find a place where no one is around and do it. Murong Qing was speechless. I fucking want to punch you. Seeing Murong Qing's expression, Lin Xian said, think about it. I'm driving a beautiful woman to a secluded place in the middle of the night. Normal people would think like that, right? Isn't that the case? Then Lin Xian continued, so, he'll let his guard down and won't think too much. He'll definitely follow us. At that time, it won't be too late for you to take action. Going to the demonic beast domain will really make people suspicious. Alright, after helping you, how will you thank me? I'll take you to the Silver Realm. Murong Qing was speechless. Forget it. Then. I'll give you another 1% of the Yixian Group's shares. That's doable. Murong Qing nodded. The future value of this 1% of the Yixian Group's shares was unimaginable. Of course, she wasn't greedy. She was a rich woman herself. In fact, even if Lin Xian didn't say anything, she would still be willing to help Lin Xian. She just said that she had a good relationship with Lin Xian. She also knew that Lin Xian didn't like to owe others favors. So, she might as well give him 1% of the shares. After helping him, Lin Xian wouldn't owe her a favor. Wouldn't that be great? Let's go, baby. Let's go home and drive. Lin Xian then openly hugged Murong Qing's slender waist. Murong Qing was speechless. Wow! She really wanted to beat him up. This person really knew how to take a mile when given an inch. That's right. Lin Xian knew that since they were going to have car sex, they were a couple. Lin Xian hugged her. Since Murong Qing had chosen to put on this act, she couldn't break free from Lin Xian's embrace. If the person in the dark saw them and saw them going to a secluded place to have car sex, it would be hard to avoid suspicion. Lin Xian thought that this person was from the Evil Fiend Temple because he had met Zhao Mengyue 2 days ago and learned from her that the Evil Fiend Temple had formulated a series of policies against him. As Murong Qing said, other than the Evil Fiend Temple, there really wasn't any other force in Lin and City that could send a heavenly venerable to assassinate someone. After taking a taxi home, Lin Xian drove the big Benz while Murong Qing sat in the front passenger seat. The two of them drove toward the outskirts of Lin and City. In the dark, a figure was following them at an extremely fast speed while maintaining a distance. With the concealment ability and speed of a heavenly venerable, catching up to the car was a simple matter. Half an hour later, the car stopped beside a small forest in a very secluded industrial area. There wasn't even a street lamp nearby. What's next? Murong Qing looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose and got out of the car. He said to Murong Qing in the front passenger seat, "Come down first." Murong Qing got out of the car suspiciously. She didn't know what Lin Xian wanted to do. Lin Xian then sat in the front passenger seat and moved the seat back. He sat there and patted his leg. "Come up." Murong Qing was speechless. "You motherfucker." Murong Qing really had the urge to slap him to death. "Come up. You. Don't go too far." Murong Qing glared at Lin Xian. "Damn. I'm not going to touch you. Don't make a fuss. People are watching in the dark. We have to at least get into a good position. Only then can they come out completely without any scruples, right? You say, if we don't even move when we do it, won't it be too fake?" Murong Qing took a deep breath. "Damn. Don't worry. I won't touch you. I can't beat you." Murong Qing glared at Lin Xian again. 3% of the shares. Lin Xian. No matter how much he gave, when she became his woman, she would be his. He, okay. For the sake of the money, I'll play along with you. Murong Qing took off her shoes and placed them on the roof of the car. Then, she walked into the front passenger seat and sat face to face with Lin Xian. She sat on Lin Xian's lap and wrapped her arms around Lin Xian's neck. Lin Xian was speechless. "Whoa. I can't stand it, I can't stand it. No, I have to trick little Chushua or little Yingying to come out and drive here again." Although Murong Qing looked carefree and seemed to be quite open right now, in her heart, she was really embarrassed and scolded Lin Xian 10,000 times. Chapter 929. At this moment, the figure in the dark was watching this scene. He was relatively far away, but as a celestial venerable, he could probably see it clearly even in the dark. He couldn't see the specifics, but he could see that Murong Qing was riding on Lin Xian's legs and hugging him. As for whether Lin Xian was moving up and down, or whether the two of them were kissing, he couldn't see clearly. Humph. You're about to die, yet you're still having fun here. What a joke. Such an unvigilant, lustful trash actually wants this elder to take action. What a joke. If it weren't for the fact that you're the Hall Master of White Tiger Hall, giving this elder enough benefits, this elder wouldn't even bother to take action for such a small matter. The dignified Hall Master of White Tiger Hall can't even take care of such a small matter. I don't know how the Hall Master chose people like him. The old man snorted coldly. At this time, the phone in his pocket vibrated a few times, and then he picked up the phone. On the other side, it was Gong Sun Hao calling. The person has already caught up. He won't live for more than 3 minutes. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Under normal circumstances, it was absolutely impossible to bring anything related to one's identity on a mission. ID card, mobile phone, wallet, etc. But he was a dignified celestial venerable. What was he afraid of? On the other side, the two people were doing this. Murongqing's softness and fragrance drilled into Lin Xian's nose. That kind of feeling, tsk, was a little flustered and helpless because he really couldn't take advantage of Murongqing. After dealing with so many girls, Lin Xian had learned one thing. At least he knew at what stage, what kind of girl, what kind of relationship, and what kind of advantage he could take. Murongqing's current state should be the most advantage Lin Xian could take advantage of her temporarily. He couldn't even put his hands on her legs. After all, she was a girl. In the winter, her strength was high, and she was wearing thin leggings. How could he put his hands on her legs? He would be beaten to death. Then Lin Xian's hands were placed on both sides of the table and chair, very embarrassed. Don't worry, now that you're embarrassed, aren't you still sitting on young master's lap? And there will be a day when this scene will happen again, and it will still be you. And when that time comes, there will definitely be a lot of up and down movements. Lin Xian believed it. Hey, you bastard. Murongqing's pretty face was flushed red. She clenched her teeth and grabbed Lin Xian's back, ruthlessly pinching him. Big sister, don't pinch me. It hurts. Lin Xian said helplessly. You tell me why I pinched you. Murongqing really wanted to cry. She wanted to help Lin Xian, but he still took advantage of her. How was this reasonable? His buttocks could clearly feel a bad thing growing bigger and bigger, and it was the kind of thing that was moving. Motherfucker. Big sister, you can't blame me for this. You're so beautiful, and you're sitting on my lap. I'm a normal man. What can I do? Lin Xian said. Just you wait. Just you wait. Murongqing felt that she had been tricked. This Lin Xian must have done it on purpose. Yes. He did it on purpose. There were many ways to trick people out. Why did he have to come here and pretend to be a prostitute? Plus, he deliberately let her sit on his lap. This must have been premeditated. Wow. Men were really the most terrifying creatures in the world. She had been tricked. Damn it. That's right, Lin Xian really did it on purpose. Think about it, there were many ways to trick people out. There was really no need to do it. But Lin Xian felt good. Actually, it was not very good. After all, it was uncomfortable to hold it in. I'll go back later and see if I should go to Little Yingying or Little Chushue. If they were still together, that would be the best. Anyway, Murongqing was very angry now. Extreme anger. This time, she suffered a big loss. She knew that nothing good would come out with this bastard. She did not expect to be taken advantage of like this. Damn it. Why aren't you here yet? Murongqing gritted her teeth and said. Don't tell me you want to watch the whole show from afar. You can't see it either. At this time, a monstrous fire dragon lit up the entire night. This fire dragon even had a dragon's roar. It was abnormally terrifying. Hearing this sound, Murongqing was about to cry. Thank God, big brother, you finally made a move. Damn it. Using a big move as soon as you come. You really think highly of me. Even though Lin Xian didn't get a good look at the attack, he could tell that it wasn't a weak attack, judging from the might of the attack and the fact that it could emit a dragon's roar. Under normal circumstances, this move could not be avoided. Although there was a sound, when you were doing this kind of thing and suddenly heard a sound, your first reaction would be to pull out and run. How was that possible? It was not logical. Normally, you would also stick your head out to see what was going on. The old man also knew this situation. Plus, his move was very powerful and fast. The range was also very large. As long as you did not react within 2 seconds, you would be gone. Even if you had the space attribute, it would be useless. Because you were in the car, the time you looked out was already 2 seconds. You would not be able to react. Boom! The fire dragon flew over. In an instant, a radius of dozens of meters turned into a sea of fire. The whole ground suddenly trembled. A mere low realm cultivator turned into ashes so easily. It's just a pity for that peerless beauty. But in order to prevent the matter from being exposed, Lin Xian has the space attribute, so this is the only way. The old man sighed softly, feeling regret for having killed Murong Qing. You even moved the car. Suddenly, a voice came from not far away. Nonsense. That's a car worth nearly 1,000,000 RMB, and he destroyed it for nothing. My heart hurts. You. The corner of Murong Qing's mouth could not help but twitch. There was a good saying that a person could earn millions in a minute. This sentence was an exaggeration to describe this person who made a lot of money and his time was precious. But could there really be someone who could earn millions in a minute? It was really difficult. But Lin Xian could really do it. Xian Group. Only the heavens knew how enormous his assets were now. But this bastard was still saying such things for a car worth less than 1,000,000. Yes, it was indeed easy to move the car with the space attribute, but how much more spiritual power did you have to spend? In a normal battle, a trace of spiritual power was precious. Maybe you were just short of a trace of spiritual power, so who would have the mind to waste spiritual power to move the car? Good. You're awesome, okay. The old man turned around and saw the two people walking down. He frowned suddenly. He actually reacted. Fortunately, he had the space attribute. Otherwise, he would have died. However, he had a bad premonition. How dare the two of you chat here? What right did they have? Chapter 930. Lin Xian and Murong Qing looked at the old man. However, at this time, he was close enough to see Murong Qing clearly. So beautiful, so beautiful. Perhaps the heavens had given him a chance, so he did not kill her. That was just nice. However, was Lin Xian an idiot? Why didn't he run? There was a sense of uneasiness because the other party had clearly sensed the power he had released. He should also know his strength, so why didn't he run? Why were they still so calm and collected? Not afraid. Why not? In fact, as a vigilant person, he had already done a good job. He did not give the other party any chance and directly blasted a big move over. Since the other party had the spatial attribute, it was reasonable for him to dodge, although the possibility was not high. Logically speaking, if he did not kill the other party, he should just run away and wait for the next opportunity. However, he was a heavenly venerate. He clearly knew that Lin Xian was in the law boundary. Would a normal person's mentality be to run? Of course not. If it was a simple assassination, running away would not be a problem if their strength was similar. However, he was a heavenly venerate. His self-esteem and pride did not allow him to run away directly. He would not allow himself to run away in front of a weakling in the law boundary after failing a mission. Even if no one knew who he was, he would not allow it. Wouldn't that be a joke? Therefore, although he was suspicious, he had no reason to run. He did not reveal his identity, so what was there to worry about? Hey, old man, you scared me, you know. Lin Xian looked at the old man and said. Murong Qing, Lin Xian's words were completely unexpected. In any case, it was just 2 words. Shameless. 2 words, shameless. No matter the occasion, no matter who he faced, he could display his shamelessness incisively and vividly. When facing a heavenly venerate powerhouse who wanted to kill him, the first thing he said was, "Old man, you scared me." What the fuck? The old man was clearly stunned by Lin Xian's words. Could it be that this kid was an idiot? "Do you know who I am?" The old man stared at Lin Xian and said coldly, "How dare you jump in front of me? You're courting death." "I don't know, who are you? Why do you want to kill me? I have no enmity with you. How about this? How much money and benefits did your previous family give you? I'll give you 10 times the price. How about that?" The old man, then, Lin Xian continued, "Since you want to kill me, you should know about my relationship with the Art Xian group. If he can give you the money, I can give you 10 times more. You should know that it's easy, right? What do you take me for?" The old man said furiously. He actually used money to humiliate him. Would an Empyrean be short of money? He was more interested in selling Gong Sun Hao a favor, which was much more valuable than money. Lin Xian scratched his head and looked at Murong Qing in confusion. "Bao Bao, what do you think I should treat him as?" Murong Qing, wow. It was so disgusting that he had goosebumps. "You can call me darling, but don't call me darling." Wah wah wah. So uncomfortable. "I don't know. Tell me." Murong Qing said cooperatively. "I think I treat him as a dog, what do you think?" "Well, quite similar." Murong Qing nodded slightly. "Hey, old man, we all treat you as a dog, and then what?" Lin Xian then looked at the old man and said. "Caw caw caw." The old man clenched his fists tightly. "Courting death. You are all courting death." After saying that, the old man's body burst into flames and rushed straight to Lin Xian. Lin Xian couldn't stop that power at all. He sighed in his heart, "I'm a man who relies on women, it's really fucking comfortable." Murong Qing's figure rushed directly to Lin Xian. A powerful force, with her own physical body, directly blasted into the pillar of flame that bombarded over. The two forces collided, and Murong Qing extinguished the flame with a crushing posture. Empyrean realm. The old man's pupils suddenly shrank. And this power was above him. He should have thought of it earlier. He should have known that Lin Xian would be so arrogant and unbridled because he was confident in himself, and it wasn't just because of his spatial attribute. He didn't expect that the beautiful woman beside him was actually a Empyrean realm. This world made him feel very unfair. He was already so old, but he was only a Empyrean realm. How could this beautiful woman be a Empyrean realm at such a young age, and her realm was even higher than his? Run. At this time, his first reaction was to run. This was something that couldn't be helped. He had encountered a Empyrean realm. At his age, with his status, life was even more important to him. In the next instant, the old man's figure sped away into the distance. He shouldn't be from the evil fiend hole. This isn't the style of the evil fiend hole. Murong Qing said to Lin Xian. Then you should chase him back and ask him. Nonsense, this old lady knows. Murong Qing was also unhappy. Because of this bitch, Lin Xian took advantage of her for nothing. Damn Lin Yang. In the next instant, the old man appeared in front of them again. Lin Xian, those who didn't know would think that the space attribute had teleported him here, but Lin Xian knew that Murong Qing had the time attribute, so this should be time reversal. This was the top power of the time attribute. The difficulty of time was actually one level higher than space, especially this kind of time reversal. In fact, it was very simple. Just choose a range and let the time within this range go back by a certain number of seconds. The old man suddenly appeared on the spot, and his whole body shook. Time attribute. He broke out in cold sweat. Sometimes, a single attribute was enough to make the opponent despair. Time was a really shameless attribute. For example, if two people were fighting and you use time delay on the opponent, an attack that could be completed in 0.1 seconds would take 1 second. If you use time acceleration on yourself, you could attack in 1 second, so 0.1 seconds would be enough. Who could withstand this kind of battle? Whoosh, Murong-Qing then rushed over. Bang bang bang, Lin Xian was secretly speechless as he watched Murong-Qing beat up the old man with her bare hands. This girl was venting her anger. If she couldn't vent it on Lin Xian, then she would turn her anger into fighting strength. Wouldn't it be enough to beat someone up to vent her anger? The old man really had no room to fight back in front of Murong-Qing. Bang! With a loud bang, the old man was blasted to the ground, creating a big pit. Boring. His realm is 4 stars lower than mine, and his attribute is not good either. Can't take a beating. Murong-Qing landed beside Lin Xian, then clapped her hands and said unhappily. Lin Xian's mouth twitched. Sure enough, with strength, one could do whatever one wanted. Hey, get up. If you don't want to die, stand up. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Murong-Qing said fiercely. The old man slowly climbed up from the pit. To be honest, it was a bit miserable, but it was basically just some superficial wounds. Chapter 931. Murong-Qing didn't go all out. Actually, why didn't she go all out? Logically speaking, if the old man wanted to kill Lin Xian, she would naturally kill him in return. Even if she didn't kill him now, she would ask him questions or at least beat him until he couldn't take care of himself. However, during the battle, the old man didn't fight back at all. He was very sensible, so she didn't go all out. The old man crawled up and stood there, trembling. To be honest, too many people were the kind of people who bullied the weak and feared the strong. He was one of them. She was originally very stubborn, but she suddenly realized that this Murong-Qing was very powerful. She even had the time attribute. She was here to kill Lin Xian. If she didn't perform a little better, she would be killed. If it was other attributes, he could still run. However, in front of space and time, he couldn't run at all. I didn't kill him, nor did I cripple him. You decide what to do. Murong-Qing looked at Lin Xian and said. Thank you, baby. Murong-Qing, baby, your sister's baby. Lin Xian then walked in front of the old man. Are you comfortable now? He, the old man smiled bitterly. Young Master Lin, this old man was not sensible just now. I beg you to spare my life. I still have children and a pair of cute granddaughters. I don't want to die. The old man gave in instantly. He really gave in instantly. This was because he had too many things that he couldn't bear to part with. As for why he attacked Lin Xian, it was because he was a bully. He felt that it was just a normal person's life. What did it count for? But now, he knew that even if he used all his strength, he would still be tortured by this woman. Firstly, her realm was 4 stars higher than his. In the heavenly venerable realm, the gap between 4 stars was huge. Secondly, the time attribute made him unable to do anything. Under normal circumstances, he could definitely run away if he couldn't beat a 4-star opponent. However, the time attribute made it impossible for him to run. Yo, didn't you say you were going to kill me? Lin Xian sneered. This brother relies on women. This brother has a powerful woman to rely on. What about you guys? No, young Master Lin misunderstood. Oh. Lin Xian stroked his chin and paced back and forth around him. Then tell me, what's your name? Who sent you here? You can only live if you tell me the truth. Zhang Keshin. Zhang Keshin said fearfully. Of course, he was only afraid of Murong Qing. In his eyes, this Lin Xian was definitely not the trash he had previously thought. He was really scared. Because he was afraid of death, because he knew that the other party could easily kill him. The Empyrean realm was also very fragile under the suppression of realms and attributes. Moreover, even if he didn't die, even if he managed to escape, once this news reached the trial union, he would become a wanted criminal. Who sent you to kill me? Actually, he really didn't want to say it, but if he didn't say it, he would lose his life. Gong Sun Hao. Oh, Lin Xian rubbed his chin. Lin Xian thought that it was the evil fiend temple, but after hearing what Murong Qing said, Lin Xian felt that the possibility of it being the evil fiend temple was not high. Since it was the Gong Sun family, then it was more or less the same. So you're from the Azura Palace. The Gong Sun family couldn't take out an Empyrean realm. In Lin Xian's impression, the only place that could take out an Empyrean realm was the Azura Palace, a very powerful place. Yes. Zhang Keshin didn't dare to hide anything. He felt that he could still survive like this. If he hid something, then he might really be killed. He really regretted it, mainly because he didn't expect Lin Xian to have an Empyrean realm by his side. Sure enough, it wasn't as simple as he thought. Lin Xian sighed inwardly. It was really good to have strength. He could really do whatever he wanted. Even an Empyrean realm was submissive in front of him. I hope you didn't lie to me. Otherwise, your granddaughter's safety won't be guaranteed. Zhang Keshin trembled and quickly said, No, I didn't lie to you. Well, although you want to kill me, and I must kill anyone who wants to kill me, your attitude is good. Promise me one thing, and I'll let you live. Please say it. Go work at the art pavilion group, and I'll give you a good position. Murong Qing, fuck. This Lin Xian is really terrifying. Zhang Keshin hesitated and said, No, I still owe the palace master a favor. I haven't repaid it yet, how can I leave the Azura Palace behind her back? Oh. You're a righteous person. Lin Xian smiled. Alright, then you can go back. Oh, right, about the Gong Sun family, you know what to do, right? Yes, I know. I'll go now. I hope you didn't lie to me. Otherwise, you should know that it's easy for you to find me, but it's also easy for me to find you. Yes, he was truly grateful that Lin Xian had spared his life. After all, Lin Xian had come here with the intention of killing him. If it had been Lin Xian who had wanted to kill him, how could he have let him leave peacefully? Then, Zhang Keshin left. Let him go. Murong Qing felt that this wasn't Lin Xian's style of doing things. If he wanted to kill him, how could he let him go? Let him go. In fact, there are too many people like him. He and I don't have a direct grudge. If I let him go, he'll owe me a favor. Why not? That's true. Baby, accompany me to the Gong Sun family. Lin Xian hugged Murong Qing's waist. Patter. Murong Qing knocked Lin Xian's head. Get lost. If you call me that again, I'll kill you. To be honest, she was a woman who couldn't stand mushy things. Every time this baby called her, her whole body trembled. Alright, let's go. Lin Xian smiled. Forget it. If I don't help you, there will be too many enemies. Your sister and the others will be in danger. Let's go. In the Azura Palace, Gong Sun Hao kept pacing, anxiously waiting for news. There were many people from the Azura Palace next to him. This was the White Tiger Hall. The White Tiger Hall was actually a huge manor in disguise. It was just that the manor was full of bungalows and there were stricter rules inside. At this time, Zhang Keshan walked in. Gong Sun Hao looked over and immediately walked over in surprise. Elder Zhang, how's the matter? Zhang Keshan put his hands behind his back and said faintly, it's solved. In fact, he was very angry in his heart. You fucking didn't even check the background of this Lin Xian and let me die. Fuck you. Ha ha ha. This is great. This is great. Come, set up a banquet. I want to drink with Elder Zhang. Gong Sun Hao laughed in surprise. After all, they lived together. Since Zhang Keshan said so, he naturally believed it. However, he would go and confirm it later. Elder Zhang, why is there a wound on your face? Gong Sun Hao suddenly asked. Zhang Keshan coughed and said, that Lin Xian's strength is not bad. The space attribute is very troublesome. He still tricked me, but it has been solved. The body has been burned clean. Chapter 932. The two people chatted like this, and Gong Sun Hao's mood was simply too good. About half an hour later, a loud noise came from outside. What's going on? It's so noisy, don't you know I'm drinking and talking with Elder Zhang? Gong Sun Hao shouted. Pudong, at this time, the door opened, and more than a dozen people ran in. Seeing this scene, Gong Sun Hao frowned. Yo, Big Boss Gong Sun is really idle, still in the mood to eat and drink. A playful voice came. Hearing this voice, Gong Sun Hao suddenly felt familiar, and then Lin Xian's figure walked in dragging a figure. Lin Xian. Gong Sun Hao looked at Lin Xian as if he had seen a ghost. Elder, this, Zhang Keshan stood up, then stared at Gong Sun Hao and said, Gong Sun Hao, you are the Hall Master of White Tiger Hall, what did the Hall Master say when he left? The Azura Hall is by no means an evil sect. What the Azura Hall wants to do is to strengthen itself and not harm the citizens. What about your approach? Gong Sun Hao was stunned. What the hell is going on? You lied to me. Gong Sun Hao gritted his teeth and stared at Zhang Keshan. Humph. I almost died there, I lied to you. Then why didn't you tell me that Lin Xian has a celestial venerable powerhouse by his side? Zhang Keshan said angrily. What? Gong Sun Hao was stunned. Celestial venerable realm. A celestial venerable realm that he couldn't beat. In fact, Gong Sun Hao suspected that Lin Xian had a celestial venerable realm master, but it was only a suspicion. Bang! Lin Xian threw a half-dead man in front of Gong Sun Hao. Jun-er. Jun-er. Gong Sun Hao stared at the figure with wide eyes. At first, he noticed that Lin Xian dragged a person in, but he only thought it was a member of White Tiger Hole. At this time, he realized that it was his son. Gong Sun Jun was basically half dead by Lin Xian. Since the Gong Sun family was determined to kill him, then they naturally couldn't be left alive. Gong Sun Hao couldn't be left alive, and Gong Sun Jun couldn't be left alive either. My apologies. I just made a trip to your Gong Sun clan and happened to meet a cripple, so I brought him here. Lin Xian sneered. Lin Xian. Lin Xian. Gong Sun Jun glared at Lin Xian. He trembled with rage. Zhang Keshan stood to the side and did not say anything. Because he was actually the one who was in the worst situation. Murong Qing crossed her arms and leaned against the side. Behind her were dozens of members. They did not dare to step forward. Although they were members of the White Tiger Hall, they belonged to the Azura Palace. Without Elder Zhang Keshan's permission, they could not do anything. Moreover, from the looks of it, Elder Zhang Keshan and the Hall Master seemed to have become enemies. How could they make a move? I'll kill you. A terrifying power erupted from Gong Sunhao's body. With a roar, he leaped forward. At the same time, a large blade appeared in his hand and slashed towards Lin Xian. The power of light attribute. It was not of much help in battle. 1-star domain realm. Lin Xian sneered. He had thought that the Hall Master was very powerful, but he was only 1-star domain realm. In fact, a domain realm cultivator was already very powerful, especially in this third-tier city. Domain realm cultivators were really very rare. Only in a place like Tiandu would there be domain realm cultivators everywhere, and only then would there be domain realm cultivators at such a young age. As for the 1-star domain realm, Lin Xian had fought before. Exchanging attributes, creating law, strengthening strength. Thunder surging heavens. ZZZ. Purple lightning coiled around Lin Xian's body. When Lin Xian was about to be attacked, Murongqing subconsciously wanted to block it for him. However, when she saw Lin Xian releasing a martial skill to meet it, she was stunned. Did he not know the difference between the lower realm and the domain realm? However, she knew that this power was the heaven rank martial skill, Thunder surging heavens. This was something she had given to Lin Xian. A heaven rank martial skill could make up for a part of the gap between realms. Moreover, it was the highest grade purple lightning. At least, Murongqing felt that Lin Xian's life would not be in danger. Moreover, after knowing Lin Xian for so long, Murongqing actually did not know how strong Lin Xian was. She only knew that he usually relied on his spatial attribute to be lawless. However, she could roughly see how strong he was now. Thunder surging heavens could cause terrifying damage within a range of 100 meters, but at the same time, you could compress and release it. Just like Lin Xian now. Boom. The blade accompanied by the terrifying power of the domain realm slashed towards Lin Xian, but it was completely blocked by the purple lightning. What? Seeing this scene, they were actually very shocked. This martial skill was so powerful. Logically speaking, the power of the domain realm should instantly shatter the lightning and bombard Lin Xian, but it did not. Instead, Gong Sunhao was unable to shake it in the slightest. So weak. I don't know how he became the Hall Master of White Tiger Hall like this. 1-star domain realm, he's really not as powerful as those so-called geniuses of Tiandu. Lin Xian sighed and said. In the next instant, the lightning erupted. Boom. Puff. Gong Sunhao's entire body was swallowed by the purple lightning, and then he was sent flying with a scream. Murongqing, the fuck? What the hell? Murongqing's entire body froze. She did not know Lin Xian's combat strength, but now she was shocked by the scene in front of her. This Gong Sunhao was a 1-star domain realm, and Lin Xian was a 5 stars lower realm. A heaven rank martial skill could make up for a large gap, but Gong Sunhao's angry attack was also a martial skill. This way, it could not make up for much. But why did Lin Xian crush him instead? Since when could a lower realm cultivator crush a domain realm cultivator? To be honest, Murongqing's worldview was slightly falling apart. Even if the strength of the two people was about the same, she could still accept it. But he crushed him, how could she accept this? Gong Sunhao's body hit the wall, and he lay there, trying to get up with difficulty, but his injuries were too heavy, and it was difficult to get up. After all, it was the power of a heaven rank martial skill. With Lin Xian's exchange attribute, coupled with the release of the law of creation, the strength of releasing a heaven rank martial skill was indeed very exaggerated. It was a very simple principle. Lin Xian's law of creation directly consumed 2/3 of his spiritual power. The more spiritual power he released, the more he could create. For example, in the battle in Ice City, the law of creation was continuously released, and at most, it consumed 1/3 of the spiritual power in the entire battle. But in this instant, it consumed 2/3. The former nearly doubled his combat strength every second, and the latter increased his combat strength by 5 times in an instant. That was the reason. This was the power of the law of creation. Murong Qing really felt that something was wrong. Lin Xian released a power that should not be possessed in this realm. She felt that a normal domain realm cultivator would not have the strength that Lin Xian had just released when he was a 5-star LoveLore realm cultivator. This kid really had a lot of secrets on him. It was getting more and more interesting. Hey, is your Azura palace like this? Lin Xian looked at Zhang Keshan and asked. Chapter 933. The corner of Zhang Keshan's mouth twitched. This was just the tip of the iceberg of the Azura palace. To be honest, it was an incredible thing for a self-created faction to have an Empyrean realm cultivator. However, a 5-star LoveLore realm cultivator had crushed the domain realm White Tiger Hall's Hallmaster Gongsun Hao. This left Zhang Keshan with no place to reason. How could he answer Lin Xian? What's wrong with my Azura palace? Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Lin Xian turned around. The White Tiger Hall members all widened their eyes and swallowed their saliva. However, they didn't recognize her. Lin Xian was also stunned. Fuck. Where did this girl come from? This temperament, this appearance. Without thinking, Lin Xian had already guessed something. Ding. You have triggered the mission. Mission reward, activate the time attribute. Mission time limit, 3 months. Mission punishment, permanently unable to activate the space attribute. Lin Xian, that's right, Lin Xian had already guessed that the mission would be triggered when she saw him. This damn system really triggered it. However, who was this? Very charming, just like Murong Qing. Moreover, slightly purple pupils, so beautiful. So bewitching. This mission reward made Lin Xian's wife extremely sad. The time attribute. Damn, if it was activated, with time and space in hand, others would be tortured to death. Hall Master. Zhang Keshan was also very surprised to see her. Why was she here? Then, he hurriedly bowed respectfully. Lin Xian, fuck. She was the master of the Azura Palace. She created the Azura Palace. Fuck. Is this a joke? So awesome. When the White Tiger Hall members heard Zhang Keshan's words, they were all dumbfounded. This was their Azura Palace's boss. Fuck. Too beautiful. It turned out that their boss was such a beautiful girl. She was on par with the goddess-like girl by Lin Xian's side. Bai Xian walked in and glanced at everyone with her beautiful eyes. Gongsun Hao hurriedly got up from the ground. Hall Master. You must seek justice for me. Look at my son. His arm was crippled by them earlier, and now he's beaten up like this. Gongsun Hao wept bitterly. Murong Qing walked to Lin Xian's side and whispered, "This woman's strength is not below mine." Lin Xian, wow. What kind of monsters were they? Bai Xian took a step forward and slowly squatted down in front of Gongsun Jun. Gongsun Jun was unconscious. Then, she slowly stretched out her hand. In the eyes of others, she seemed to be trying to save Gongsun Jun Ka. In the next instant, Lin Xian's pupils shrank slightly. This woman directly broke the unconscious Gongsun Jun's neck. Gongsun Hao's pupils contracted violently. After that, Bai Xian slowly stood up, and her beautiful eyes swept over Gongsun Hao who was beside her. Do you think I don't know about these things? Gongsun Hao lowered his head and stood there trembling. Lin Xian felt very curious. How strong was this woman? Why did Zhang Keshan, who was at the Empyrean realm, seem to be afraid of her? But of course, it was more respect. Although I haven't been here these years, Lin and City has let you help develop, and you've become lawless, right? Bai Xian coldly said. Plop, Gongsun Hao directly knelt there. Hall Master. Spare my life. For the sake of my service for you for so many years, spare my life, spare my life. Yes, it's been 5 years. Bai Xian sighed slightly. Gongsun Hao's eyes flashed with a trace of hope. Suddenly, in the next second, his pupils shrank again. He didn't know when, but a very beautiful and delicate dagger had been inserted into his back. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and then he slowly lowered his head. Lin Xian, Bai Xian stretched out her hand, and the dagger flew into her hand. She took out a white handkerchief and slowly wiped the traces of blood on it. It was a bit strange to say that this dagger really didn't have a drop of blood on it with the naked eye. Not a trace. It was just that there was some blood near the handle of the dagger. Maybe the material was different. Clean up the corpse, and get rid of those related to the Gongsun family. Bai Xian said to Zhang Keshan. Yes. Zhang Keshan hurriedly bowed. As for your mistake, I won't remember it for the time being. I hope there won't be a second time in the future. Zhang Keshan trembled all over. Yes. Then Bai Xian turned her head and looked at Lin Xian. I have something to tell you. Come with me. After saying that, Bai Xian walked outside. When she walked to his side, she said, Don't worry, I won't do anything to him. After saying that, she walked out. Obviously, this sentence was said to Murongqing. Obviously, she also knew that Murongqing was an expert. You know her? Murongqing asked. I don't know her. Fuck. I can't possibly know every beautiful girl. Lin Xian said helplessly. If you don't know her, then why doesn't she have any hostility towards you? Murongqing was puzzled. Logically speaking, even if it was indeed Gongsun Hao who became enemies with Lin Xian first, Lin Xian didn't give her any face and even barged in. This was her Azura palace, so he didn't give her any face. On the contrary, she didn't protect her at all and directly killed Gongsun Jun and Gongsun Hao without delay. What else did she have to say to Lin Xian? Don't know her. Murongqing didn't think so. How come she doesn't have any hostility? That's not necessarily the case. What if she deliberately tricked me into a small room and then conspired against me? Lin Xian said worriedly. Go, she probably doesn't dare. She can naturally sense my realm. If something happens to you, there's still me. I'll avenge you. Lin Xian rolled his eyes. Then I'll go. Go. Then Lin Xian went in the direction she left. He still had to go. He had triggered a mission and it was a very important time attribute. Moreover, she was indeed beautiful, but a little ruthless. Such a beautiful girl didn't even blink when she killed someone. However, it was very fitting for a boss who could create such a big force like the Azura Palace. Bai Xian walked into a beautiful room and took out a bottle of red wine. Knock, 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 Lin Xian knocked on the door. Come in. Lin Xian pushed the door open and walked in. Bai Xian poured a glass of red wine for Lin Xian. Want a drink? Lin Xian, fuck. A beautiful girl inexplicably called you in the middle of the night, and poured you a glass of red wine. He was a little excited. You didn't drug it, right? Lin Xian took the red wine and asked. You'll know when you taste it. Bai Xian sat on a soft chair and slowly swirled the glass of red wine in her hand. Then, she took a small sip. Gulp, gulp, Lin Xian drank the red wine in 2 mouthfuls. By Xian, wasn't this Lin Xian from a rich family? Was this how he drank red wine? Oh, that's right. A rich family might drink it like this. Chapter 934. Lin Xian placed the wine glass on the table and sat down. Speaking of which, I invaded your territory. Not only did you not deal with me, you even dealt with your subordinates. What are you thinking? Bai Xian swirled the red wine glass in her hand as she glanced at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. Following which, her sexy red lips took a small sip. They are the ones in the wrong, not you. Even if it's you, so what if it's me? Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. I won't kill you. Lin Xian, hey, little sister, did you see me somewhere and have a crush on me? Lin Xian scratched his head and asked. It was strange. He had never seen her before. Lin Xian took a look. 15 favorability. Wouldn't it be normal to have 0 favorability if one had never seen her before? Plus, he was here to cause trouble. There was nothing wrong with a negative favorability. Where did this 15 favorability come from? A favorability of 15 was really inexplicable. Moreover, it was quite high. Murong Qing was only 40. What could she do with a favorability of 40? She could even sit on Lin Xian's lap. But where did this 15 favorability come from? Bai Xian muttered and said, my name is Bai Xian. Don't call me little sister. Oh. Then, do you have a crush on me? Lin Xian continued to ask. Bai Xian stood up. Give me your hand. It's 10 yuan for a touch. Bai Xian, then, she took out a piece of paper and 10 yuan from her pocket and slapped it on Lin Xian's hand. Come to my house tomorrow night at 7. Then, she walked out. Lin Xian, she wrote her phone number and address on the card. Lin Xian scratched his head. Fuck. What the hell? Was he that handsome? Could it be that she was his fan? She liked the songs he wrote. That's very likely, huh? Then, Lin Xian walked out. He could no longer see the girl's figure. Yo, you even gave her money. Murong Qing looked at the 10 yuan in Lin Xian's hand and couldn't help but laugh. Go go go. Lin Xian helplessly rolled his eyes. Let's go. What do you say? Lin Xian and Murong Qing walked out and said, don't you think it's strange for me to have sex with her tomorrow night? And, it's quite strange. Fuck. You have to believe me. Look, she even gave me her number and address. Lin Xian gave Murong Qing a look. Isn't this your house? Only then did Lin Xian take a look. Lin Xian lived in Block 8 and she lived in Block 1. They were a few hundred meters apart, but they were still in the same neighborhood. Lin Xian smiled awkwardly. Murong Qing didn't believe that the girl wanted to give herself to Lin Xian. She was so beautiful and elegant. More importantly, the Azura Palace belonged to her. She was simply too amazing. But wasn't Lin Xian's luck with women a bit too strong? Let's go. Let's go back. Lin Xian returned home. Linya was sitting on the sofa, holding a laptop and fighting with a few girls in voice chat. Lin Xian leaned over and hugged her waist. Linya blushed slightly. You're back. Lin Xian nodded. And, what are you doing? Still playing games. Yeah, let's play together. Then, a voice came from the computer. I've heard the voice of a big idiot. The voice came from Lu Yufan. Lin Xian, NN. It was Miao Xiao Miao's voice. That's right, that's right. I heard it too. It was Ling Longyue's voice. Pfft, the girls laughed out loud. Well said, Fan Fan, Ling Ying said with a smile. Then what if Lin Xian wants to hit me? Lu Yufan asked in a low voice. You have us. Ling Ying said. That's right, that's right. Lin Xian was stunned by the chatter of the group of girls. Lin Xian originally thought that Lin Ye would only play with 2 or 3 of them. Who would have thought that, when he heard the voices, there were 5 or 6 of them? Then, he looked at the computer screen and saw familiar IDs. Fuck. The 10 of them were fighting amongst themselves. They were all playing like this now. Little fairy, get up. Let me do it. If I don't teach them a lesson, they'll be arrogant. Watch me destroy them. Jungler, right? Who's your opponent? Yo, little Fan Fan, you're really arrogant. Watch me kill all of you in the jungle. Lin Xian rolled up his sleeves and said arrogantly. Don't. The girls of Lin Ye's teammates hurriedly said. Fuck. What's the meaning of this? I'm not helping you catch anymore. I'm going to kill in the jungle. Lin Ye was very willing to let Lin Xian take over because once Lin Xian came, the atmosphere would instantly become livelier. 5 minutes later, Lin Xian controlled Barbarian King's corpse to lie where Lu Yufan's jungle blue buff was. Then, Lu Yufan's piggy girl danced around Barbarian King's corpse. The piggy girl's dance was full of provocation. Then, Xiao Runing's ice girl was dancing beside her. Next to her was Ling Longshue's mid-laner, Lucian, who was holding 2 guns. There was a dancing animation where the guns were pointed at the ground, highlighting a smiling face. That's right, he was currently shooting at Barbarian King's corpse that Lin Xian controlled. This scene was full of mockery towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian's mouth twitched uncontrollably. I say, aren't you guys too ruthless? Is there a need for 3 packs? Lin Xian said helplessly. I'll hit you. How dare you enter my jungle? You'll die every time you enter. Lu Yufan said arrogantly. Lin Xian gritted his teeth. Just you wait. 3 minutes later, Lin Xian's Barbarian King's corpse fell at Lu Yufan's jungle red buff. Fuck. 4 packs. Are the 2 of you fucking wrong in the bottom lane? Lin Xian really wanted to cry. Wrong, I'm going to kill you. Yes. Okay. Just you wait. 2 minutes later, Lin Xian was killed by Ling Ying and Han Chushue in the bottom lane and Ling Longshui in the middle lane. Then, he was dancing there. Lin Xian, he felt humiliated. Lin Ye coughed dryly. How pitiful. That's right, they knew it was Lin Xian. Then, what did they do? They didn't even care about the minions. The first thing they did was to set up scouts. They didn't even set up scouts in the river lanes. They only set up scouts in Lin Xian's and Lu Yufan's jungles. When they saw Lin Xian appear, the minions closest to him would just ignore him. Then, he would suddenly realize that several people would appear from all directions and throw all sorts of skills at him. It was really pitiful. Lin Xian felt that the other party was using X-ray vision. I won't fucking go to the jungle anymore, okay? He died 3 times in his own jungle. Wah. I'm not playing anymore. Wah. You guys are targeting me. Lin Xian put down his mouse. Looking at the 0 to 7 record, he silently sat at the side. Some people are clearly noobs, but they're still so arrogant, Ling Ying said. Yes. Fuck. Little Xintong, you're my teammate. Lin Xian felt like his heart was being stabbed. Wang Xintong stuck out her tongue. Chapter 935. Lin Xian didn't think too much about it. He definitely couldn't play with them. There was nothing he could do when he was being targeted. Then, he silently sat beside Linya, caressing her legs and watching her play. Wasn't this comfortable? After playing 2 more rounds, it was getting late and they all went offline. I'm going to wash up, Linya said to Lin Xian. And I'll wait for you in your room, Lin Xian said with a smile. Linya, it was another comfortable night. Lin Xian really felt that he had fallen into a gentle land. Perhaps humans were just like that. Lin Xian actually had a lazy mentality as well. How long had it been since he went to the demonic beast domain? However, Lin Xian told himself that he would cultivate properly when he went to the martial arts academy. Because of this thought, he had this lazy mentality. However, Lin Xian was different from others. He was rewarded for picking up girls. This was the most exaggerated. Linya went to work. Lin Xian went to Zhang Zhihan's place to check on the progress of the medicine. Once this medicine was on the market, it would definitely be popular. It could increase the strength of a martial artist's body without any side effects. He also had to thank the Ouyang family for giving him this. The main thing was that the 3 major powers actually agreed to let Lin Xian do this. Of course, they wouldn't control others. Murong Qing probably played a big part in it too. What could Lin Xian do during the day? Nothing more than accompany girls. An Xian song, Those Flowers, had already been released. Good reviews were a must. When it was 6 in the evening, Lin Xian looked at the time and walked towards Bai Xuanxuan's place. The system was very active recently. It had been a long time since he triggered a mission. Now, 2 missions were triggered consecutively. Lin Xian was going to be busy again. Bai Xuanxuan's appearance really made Lin Xian super dumbfounded. Which of the girls he met in the past didn't trigger a mission? She could be considered as one, but where did those 15 points of favorable impression come from? It was baffling. She wanted him to go to her house at night. Who could stand it? Furthermore, since the system had triggered the mission, not only was this girl beautiful, she was definitely not a bad person. She was not like Xiao Mengyue. Although Xiao Mengyue seemed to kill decisively and seemed to be quite terrifying, in this era, how many girls who killed decisively were lacking? It was just a matter of degree. Like Han Chushue and Ling Ying, they had also killed a lot of people. That was how times were. Grandpa, don't worry, I'll cook. In a beautiful house, Bai Xian had changed her attitude during the day. She was wearing a simple set of home clothes, and her beautiful hair was slightly scattered. She wore a pink apron and was cooking in the kitchen. Old Master Bai Haojuan couldn't stay idle. It's okay. Grandpa's body can still take it. Since our benefactor is coming, Grandpa will definitely show off his skills. Besides, you haven't eaten Grandpa's cooking for a long time. You've been cooking for the past few days. Let Grandpa make some. Bai Haojuan smiled. All right. Bai Xian nodded. Really, the Bai Xian here and the Bai Xian in the White Tiger Hall were completely different. If Lin Xian saw her current appearance, he would probably doubt his life and wonder if the person he met yesterday was her. Xian, do you think he'll come? Bai Haojuan asked. He should be. If he doesn't come, I'll go call him again. Bai Xian said faintly. Then don't. What if he's very busy? Grandpa, why are you acting like you're chasing after a girl? Bai Xian couldn't help but laugh. Girl, don't talk nonsense. Grandpa is already so old, how can I say such things? Grandpa is still young. After Grandpa's body recovers, I'll bring you to the demonic beast domain to raise your cultivation. That way, you'll be able to increase your lifespan by a lot. Bai Xian said. She only had Bai Haojuan as her family, and she was really willing to put her heart and soul on Bai Haojuan. Bai Haojuan felt very guilty. He was already so old, yet he still let his granddaughter take care of him. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't bear to part with Bai Xian, he really wanted to leave and not burden his granddaughter. Right now, Bai Haojuan still had one more wish, and that was to see the day when his granddaughter got married. Xian, you're not young anymore. When your mother was your age, you're already 5 years old. You should find a good family as soon as possible. Bai Haojuan said with a heavy heart. I know, Grandpa. Haven't I been looking all this time? Bai Xian said with a smile. Actually, I feel that the boy from the Wang family is not bad, but you don't like him. I already have someone I like. Then what about the boy from the Murong family? In terms of talent and strength, he's outstanding among his peers. He's also chasing after you, but you didn't agree to it, right? Bai Haojuan sighed and said. Grandpa, I know. I will find someone. Your good granddaughter will definitely find someone she likes. Bai Haojuan's old hand stroked Bai Xian's hair and said, Sigh, Grandpa doesn't have much time left. I just want to see you get married and have someone who can take good care of you. This way, Grandpa will be able to rest in peace. Grandpa, what are you talking about? Ha, all right. Let's not talk about it anymore. Grandpa will make a braised fish. After a while, Lin Xian came to the door. Then, he knocked. Grandpa, I'll go open the door. Please take a seat first. Bai Xian wore pink slippers and ran to the door. Caught up the door was opened, and Lin Xian raised his head to look at Bai Xian. The hell? Which family does this good girl belong to? Simple and loose home clothes, pink slippers, and white skin. No matter how he looked at her, she didn't look like the decisive girl from yesterday. Right now, she looked like a good girl. Even her expression was the same. However, TSK. Lin Xian realized that his luck was really good. He didn't know if it was the mysterious system that brought him luck, but he met too many beautiful girls. You're here. Come in and take a seat. At this moment, Bai Xian's voice was slightly gentle. I brought some pig head meat. Bai Xian's mouth couldn't help but twitch. This Lin Xian is poisonous. It's pretty good. Bai Xian took it and closed the door. Lin Xian looked around. It was a very warm home. However, when he looked at the old man sitting on the sofa, Lin Xian could roughly guess that he was Bai Xian's grandfather. However, even if he was her grandfather, he might be the one looking for him. Lin Xian didn't recognize him. Grandpa, you guys chat. I'll go and arrange the meat first. After speaking, Bai Xian walked to the kitchen. Bai Haojuan stood up and walked towards Lin Xian. You're Lin Xian, right? You're really young. Young and promising. Bai Haojuan walked in front of Lin Xian and patted Lin Xian's shoulder. Old man, to be honest, I'm still very confused. Are you the one looking for me or is she the one looking for me? Lin Xian scratched his head and asked. That's right. Super confused. However. Chapter 936. Lin Xian looked at Bai Haojuan. He could clearly sense the condition of Bai Haojuan's body. Bai Haojuan's body condition was very poor. He was already beyond cure. Lin Xian even felt that Bai Haojuan was enduring a kind of pain at every moment. Bai Haojuan was forcing himself to be fine and forcing himself to smile. In Lin Xian's opinion, Bai Haojuan probably didn't have more than 3 months to live. Bai Haojuan might still be able to walk and laugh now, but he would probably be bedridden in a month. He raised his hand and patted Lin Xian's shoulder. His hand was trembling. Lin Xian could clearly see Bai Haojuan's realm. 1-star domain realm. However, Bai Haojuan didn't have the physique of a domain realm cultivator. Lin Xian had obtained the Imperial Physician Saint technique, so he could clearly see this. Illness? No. How could someone in the domain realm get sick? It was poison. It was a slow-acting poison that would destroy a person bit by bit. Bai Haojuan had probably been poisoned for more than 10 years. Under normal circumstances, he might die in 2 or 3 years. However, Bai Haojuan had a cultivation realm. Domain realm wasn't low. That was why he could last for so long. Xian didn't tell you about this? Bai Haojuan asked. Lin Xian shook his head. No, she just told me to come here tonight. This child, why can't you tell me clearly? Sit down and drink some tea. Bai Haojuan sat down opposite Lin Xian and said, It's like this. Some time ago, you saved everyone on a plane that was attacked by demonic beasts. I was on that plane. Lin Xian, this time, Lin Xian completely understood. So that was the case. No wonder Bai Xian, such a big shot, had a good impression of him. It was because he saved her grandfather. So that was the case. There aren't many low-key youngsters like you nowadays. You did such a great deed and yet you didn't tell anyone about it. In the end, it was the big star who had to tell everyone about it because of her own reasons. Otherwise, it would be difficult for me to find you as my benefactor. Lin Xian smiled and said, Old master, you are too polite. Saving a life is better than building a 7-storied pagoda. It is within the scope of my ability. It is really nothing for me to save you. Ha ha ha, good. I'm really happy to see you today. I'm really happy that Xian brought you back for dinner. Good. Bai Haojuan smiled from ear to ear. Come, you haven't had dinner yet, right? Xian and I cooked this meal together. See if it suits your appetite. Bai Haojuan pulled Lin Xian to the table. They're all good. I think I'll like them all. Lin Xian smiled. Bai Xian placed the pig head meat that Lin Xian had bought on the table. Then let's eat. Hurry up and eat. Xian and I have been eating alone for many years. There hasn't been a third person for a long time. Bai Haojuan sighed. Your children, Bai Haojuan smiled bitterly and shook his head. Being born in this era, it is already a blessing to have a healthy family. Xuan's parents died early and we were the only ones left. Luckily, Xian is capable. It's just that she has high standards. Until now, she still hasn't found a boyfriend. Grandfather, when Bai Xian heard Bai Haojuan talking about this again, she pouted. Lin Xian, fuck. Is this really the girl I saw yesterday? Cough cough, old master, what do you think of me? Lin Xian coughed embarrassedly and asked. What do you mean? Your grandson-in-law. Bai Xian, ha ha ha. I don't have any objections. The key is that Xian likes him. When Bai Haojuan heard Lin Xian's words, he couldn't help but laugh. Bai Xian picked up some food for Bai Haojuan and didn't say anything. However, she was muttering in her heart. According to the information, this Lin Xian was a flirtatious person. She didn't expect him to say such words under such circumstances. He was indeed a flirtatious person. Lin Xian. I will call you Little Xian. What do you think? You can call me grandson-in-law. Lin Xian smiled. Ha ha ha, Bai Haojuan couldn't help but laugh. You have such a good personality. If my granddaughter could be with you, she would be smiling frequently. Bai Haojuan then asked, Little Xian, how old are you? 22. 22. My Xian is already 26. She is indeed not young. She is older than you by 4 years. Don't you mind? Lin Xian smiled and said, What's there to dislike? Your granddaughter is so beautiful and filial. She'll definitely be a good wife if you marry her. Bai Xian, why are the two of them talking about this? Ha ha ha, good. Xian, when you are free, go out with little Xian to eat and chat. Yes, grandfather. Bai Xian was very obedient in front of Bai Haojuan. I can only help you up to this point. However, if my granddaughter doesn't like it, I can't force her. The key is you. Lin Xian scratched his head. I know. Grandfather, eat. I will pick up some food for you. After the meal, they sat together and chatted. They talked about many things in the past. Although this was the first time they met, after chatting for so long, everyone understood a lot. What made Lin Xian even more surprised was that the Bai family used to be one of the 8 great families of Tiandu. However, for some reason, they disappeared. Lin Xian even felt that their relatives might have died at that time. This Azura palace was really built by Bai Xian. Lin Xian really admired her. Grandfather, it is late. You should go to sleep. Bai Xian looked at Bai Haojuan with concern. That's good. Little Xian, since you live in this neighborhood, we're neighbors. You must come and accompany this old man when you're free. Bai Haojuan patted Lin Xian's shoulder and said. Okay. Of course. I still need grandfather to help me chase after your beautiful granddaughter. Lin Xian said with a smile. Ha ha ha. Okay. Xian, I will not send you off. You go and send little Xian off. Okay. Bai Xian nodded and sent Lin Xian off. When they went downstairs, they didn't say anything. What do you want? Bai Xian glanced at Lin Xian. What do you mean? Lin Xian scratched his head. Nothing. Bai Xian sent Lin Xian downstairs and said, What do you want? Oh. Lin Xian was stunned. You saved my grandfather, so it's only right that I repay you. Tell me. Bai Xian said. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. Then I want you. Bai Xian, okay. Lin Xian, now. Bai Xian asked. Lin Xian, fuck. Now is fine too. Let's go. After speaking, she walked out. Lin Xian followed behind her with a dumbfounded expression. Get a room. Bai Xian took out her identification card and said to the front desk. Oh, okay. When the front desk lady saw such a beautiful woman coming out with her boyfriend to get a room, she felt that it was very strange. Chapter 937. Lin Xian stood behind her with a dumbfounded expression. Fuck. This chick, is she for real? Bai Xian booked a very good room. A night costs more than 1,000 renminbi. In a place like Lin City, it is considered quite expensive. Lin Xian followed behind her with a dumbfounded expression. He did not say a single word. He was really dumbfounded. In the room, Bai Xian took off her white down jacket and hung it on the hanger. Inside, she wore a white turtleneck sweater, revealing her perfect figure. What the fuck, do you want to shower first or should I? Bai Xian asked Lin Xian. Ah, this, you. Lin Xian replied with a dumbfounded expression. Bai Xian nodded her head and walked into the bathroom. Lin Xian sat on the bed. What the fuck? Is this chick playing with me or is she for real? Could it be that this chick is a dating expert? No, she shouldn't be. After all, she is a girl triggered by the system. She definitely isn't that kind of girl. But, she agreed just like that. Shouldn't girls value their chastity? Especially for such a beautiful girl. Could it be that she didn't have her first time? If she didn't have her first time, then it is very possible. But if she didn't have her first time, then would the system trigger a mission? The mission triggered by the system seems to have a first time for all the girls. No, that's not it either. Bing Lingyue doesn't seem to have her first time. Lin Xian scratched his head. Very soon, a hua 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 sound came from the bathroom. Hearing it, one's imagination would run wild. Lin Xian was used to girls rejecting him. But this. Lin Xian was really flustered. After more than 10 minutes, Bai Xian walked out with a towel wrapped around her body and a pair of exquisite bare feet. Gulp, what the fuck? Go and shower. Bai Xian said to Lin Xian. Okay. Lin Xian walked into the fragrant bathroom numbly. Bai Xian sat on the bed and wiped her wet hair. How should he put it? She was a person who would repay the kindness of others with a gushing spring. To her, her grandfather was her everything, more important than anything else. Lin Xian had saved her grandfather, and Lin Xian had made such a request. To her, it was nothing. Perhaps her mentality was not that of an ordinary girl. Wasn't it just letting a man defile her legs for a while? Since he wanted such a reward, then let him be. After the matter was over, they would have nothing to do with each other. However, one could say that she was unhappy or unwilling. After all, it was her first time and she had never been in a relationship before. Of course, she was unwilling to lose her chastity, but she chose to compromise. If something had really happened to her grandfather, she didn't dare to imagine what she would be like now. Even if she had sex with Lin Xian, she would still be grateful to Lin Xian. Lin Xian's imagination was running wild. How could such a beautiful girl agree just like that? Would she stab him with a knife when the time came? Would he lose his life when he fell asleep? Lin Xian was secretly shocked when he recalled the scene of her killing the man yesterday. Damn it! Why didn't he dare to do it? After a while, Lin Xian walked out wrapped in a bathrobe. Bai Xian was already lying under the blanket and playing with her phone. She had dimmed the lights and only 2 faint yellow lights were lit at the bedside. Really, this was the first time that Lin Xian was standing beside a beautiful girl, and he felt extremely shy. It couldn't be said that he was shy, right? He couldn't let go and didn't know what to do. This kind of thing where there was no emotional foundation, it felt weird. Bai Xian glanced at Lin Xian and then silently moved to the side. Cough cough, Lin Xian coughed dryly, then squeezed to the side. His foot accidentally touched her leg, and both of them trembled for a moment. Lin Xian was nervous, but Bai Xian was probably feeling all sorts of emotions. I'm embarrassed. Lin Xian coughed and said. Bai Xian, she, a girl, didn't say anything and this bastard was embarrassed. Heh, men. Men were indeed creatures with lower bodies. However, he was lucky. Bai Xian put down her phone and turned off the lights. Then, she laid down with her back facing Lin Xian and didn't say anything. Lin Xian also silently laid down and didn't dare to move. Time slowly passed and Lin Xian wanted to stretch out his hand a few times, but he didn't dare to. After about 15 minutes, Lin Xian stretched out his hand and placed it on Bai Xuanxuan's waist. She was still wrapped in a bathrobe. He could clearly feel Bai Xuanxuan's delicate body trembling slightly. No matter how open-minded she was, she had never experienced this kind of thing and had never been taken advantage of by a man. At this moment, it would be a lie to say that she could remain calm. It was really nothing to a girl who didn't love herself. Lin Xian really didn't dare to move. After putting his hand on her, he retracted it 2 minutes later. Time passed by slowly. About 10 minutes later, Bai Xianxian slowly opened her beautiful eyes in the darkness. "Are you not going to move?" she asked. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. "Forget it, I don't feel too good." Bai Xianxian, she frowned slightly. Lin Xian really couldn't get over it. He didn't dare to do it. He really didn't want a girl to do this to repay him. That kind of feeling was wrong. Do you think he lacks pretty girls? He didn't lack anything. He didn't lack anything. Little Ying and little Chushue were very obedient. Why did he have to do this? It might even lower her favorability. I'll give you one more chance. Otherwise, I'll treat it as I've already repaid you. Bai Xianxian said. Forget it, forget it. Let's sleep. Lin Xian turned his back to Bai Xianxian. Bai Xianxian, it was true. When Lin Xian said that he wouldn't do it, she doubted her life. This Lin Xian wasn't a scumbag. How could a scumbag be like this? Her investigation showed that he had ambiguous relationships with many beautiful girls. But now, it didn't seem like it. And she wasn't beautiful enough. All right. Bai Xuanxuan's lips curled up slightly. She also let out a sigh of relief. Ding. Bai Xuanxuan's favorability towards you +5. A system prompt sounded in Lin Xian's mind. Lin Xian let out a sigh of relief. If he really did it with her, the favorability would probably drop to 0 or even a negative number. After doing it with her, the two of them might have nothing to do with each other. Lin Xian felt that this step of his was right. Of course, he didn't do it on purpose. He really couldn't let go. The next morning, Lin Xian opened his eyes. He turned around and saw that Bai Xianxian was still sleeping with her back facing him. It seemed like she didn't move at all for the entire night. She didn't move at all. Wasn't it tiring to sleep like this? Bai Xianxian felt that Lin Xian moved and also opened her eyes. She turned around and looked at Lin Xian. Hey, you didn't move for the entire night. Aren't you tired? Lin Xian asked. I'm not tired. Bai Xianxian replied indifferently. Then, she sat up. But the moment she sat up, she immediately shrank back. Chapter 938. Why did it shrink back? The bathrobe slipped off. And Lin Xian saw it just now. Oh my God, I've sinned, I've sinned. Bai Xuanxuan's beautiful face was slightly dyed with a layer of red. Go and wash up. Bai Xianxian said. You go first. Lin Xian laughed. Bai Xianxian, he did it on purpose. You go. I'll lie down for a while. Bai Xianxian gritted her teeth and said. Then I'll lie down for a while too. Bai Xianxian, little Xianxian, how did you develop the Azura Palace? Lin Xian asked curiously. Bai Xianxian, in any case, Lin Xian liked to call pretty girls little. For example, little Ying, little Chushue, Xiao Linglong, little Xinyue. It felt very smooth and affectionate. Why are you asking this? Bai Xuanxuan's back was facing Lin Xian. I'm just asking someone with experience. I feel that you're quite powerful, to be able to develop such a force by yourself. I also want to develop my own force. Bai Xianxian frowned and said, it's not that easy. I was able to develop it purely because some of the elders in the Azura Palace are my father's brothers. With them around, the starting point is higher, and many things are taken care of by them. Is it enough to just have experts? Of course not, it's very difficult. Why do you want to develop your own force? Damn. I can only be at ease with my own force. Furthermore, I want to use the money earned by the Yixian group to develop my force. Bai Xianxian muttered to herself. This Yixian group is very powerful. With the Yixian group, it's not difficult for you to develop your force. It just depends on how big you can develop it. But it doesn't have much meaning. After developing it, do you still want to rule the world? At that time, you'll realize that the most important thing is for your loved ones to be safe. Bai Xianxian said. Oh right, speaking of this, the old man's body isn't too good. Lin Xian said. And, Bai Xianxian nodded. Although they had never talked about this, anyone who saw Bai Haojuan's condition would know that his body wasn't well. Who poisoned him? Lin Xian asked. Bai Xuanxuan's delicate body suddenly trembled as she turned her head to look at Lin Xian. How do you know it's poison? She asked in confusion. Did her grandfather tell Lin Xian? There shouldn't be any. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. Can you mention it? My cleavage is exposed. Lin Xian said awkwardly, but his eyes didn't move away. Big. Whitey. Bai Xianxian, she quickly tugged at it. Then Lin Xian said, I could tell. Impossible. My grandfather must have told you. No matter how powerful a person is, even a heavenly Tao realm expert, none of them were able to tell that it was poison at a glance. Fuck. Impressive. You can even find someone at the heavenly Tao realm. Lin Xian praised. You first. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose as he lay there and looked at Bai Xianxian. I could tell. I know medicine. Those heavenly Tao realm experts might be at the heavenly Tao realm, but they don't know medicine. I've also found people with great medical skills. Then they aren't as good as me. Then, Lin Xian said, Grandpa probably only has 3 months left. Bai Xianxian frowned. Over the years, I've found many experts and many divine doctors. They also know that it's poison, but they can't do anything about it. This poison should have been administered over a long period of time, right? Lin Xian asked. Grandpa really didn't tell you. Bai Xianxian was alarmed when she heard Lin Xian's words. He even knew about it. Can't you just ask your grandfather? I really could tell. Lin Xian. Bai Xianxian then said, yes, it's one of my uncles. He's already dead. Back then, in order to seize power, he obtained this poison from somewhere and placed it in Grandpa's soup every day. Over a long period of time, it became like this. I'm guessing that you have been feeding Grandpa the heavenly lotus seeds all these years, right? Lin Xian asked. How did you know? Bai Xianxian revealed a look of shock. If her grandfather had not told Lin Xian about it, she would never have believed it. However, her grandfather did not know about the heavenly lotus seeds either. He did not know what it was, and Bai Xianxian had never told him. The heavenly lotus seeds were an extremely expensive and rare spirit herb. They were in no way inferior to the 9-colored spirit lotus that Lin Xian was searching for. All these years, her mind was not on the Azura hole. She spent most of her time traveling the world in search of the heavenly lotus seeds. As long as there was news, she would head over. But now, it was getting harder and harder to find the heavenly lotus seeds. The number of clans that had the heavenly lotus seeds was decreasing. The lotus seed can effectively neutralize the toxins in the body, but it can only neutralize a small part of the toxins. Today, the toxins have reached the heart meridian. Eating the lotus seed might have reduced the toxins. If it wasn't for the lotus seed, the old man would have passed away 5 or 6 years ago, Lin Xian said. Bai Xianxian knew everything that Lin Xian said. Is this really what you found out? Bai Xianxian asked. Yes, I said I know medicine. Then do you know what to do? Bai Xianxian asked excitedly. Although she felt it was unrealistic, Lin Xian had indeed shocked her. If it was 5 to 6 years ago, it might be easier. But now, it's difficult. Bai Xuanxuan's eyes dimmed. She knew it too. But 5 to 6 years ago, she didn't know what to do and could only use the heavenly lotus seeds to alleviate the poison. Those genius doctors and experts all said that there was no way. Bai Xianxian said with a gloomy look. Lin Xian said, it's normal. Bai Xianxian nodded her head slightly. Then, she sat up and said, I'm going to wash up. After speaking, she got off the bed and was about to leave in her bathrobe. But I didn't say anything, so there's nothing I can do. Lin Xian suddenly said. Bai Xianxian, who had her back facing Lin Xian, suddenly trembled. She turned around and looked at Lin Xian. I'm only saying that it would be easier if it was 5 to 6 years ago. But it's still difficult now. But even if it's difficult, it's not like there's no way. Lin Xian began to sigh in admiration at how awesome this imperial physician saint technique was. All these years, Bai Xianxian had looked for so many experts and genius doctors, but they were all unable to do it. But the imperial physician saint technique had a way. Therefore, this imperial physician saint technique far surpassed the medical techniques of this world. Don't look at me like that. I'm scared. Lin Xian said jokingly. Bai Xianxian stared at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. But after calming down and thinking about it, how was this possible? How old was he? How could he have a way? If you're lying to me, I'll really be angry. Bai Xianxian said coldly. She hated people like him the most. They obviously didn't have the ability, but they said that they could. They gave her hope and used her hope to joke with her grandfather's life. I'm not lying to you. Take you for example. Your attribute should be fire, right? You've definitely cultivated a technique that's very harmful to yourself. Although it can increase your strength quickly and greatly increase your combat strength, every time you release your fire attribute energy, your meridians will feel like they're being burned by fire, right? As your cultivation gets stronger, the feeling will be stronger every time you release it, right? Chapter 939. These were all Lin Xian's conjectures, because last night, Lin Xian had noticed that a meridian had suddenly appeared on Bai Xuanxuan's fair arm, and even the meridian had turned fiery red. Although it was very faint, very shallow, and only for an instant, Lin Xian had noticed it, and he had also guessed that this was the case. Bai Xianxian looked at Lin Xian in shock. Only she knew about this matter. She was sure that even her grandfather didn't know about it. Lin Xian could actually see through it. What he said before might be true. You are now in the Sky's sovereign realm. When you reach the absolute void realm, you won't be able to withstand it. When you reach the absolute void realm, you definitely can't use the fire attribute. Otherwise, you will definitely die. Bai Xianxian also knew about this. But how did he know? Could he really see through it just like that? But she didn't care about this. What she cared about was her grandfather. Then, when you said that you can cure my grandfather, is it true? Bai Xianxian looked at Lin Xian excitedly and said. How should I say it? I can't guarantee it, but there is a chance. How confident are you? 80%. Bai Xianxian, when she asked, she really felt that if there was a 10% chance, it would be good enough. She could give it a try. 80%, why? Is it too low? That's right. 20% chance of failure. This 20% chance is still too high. Lin Xian said. No, no. Bai Xianxian shook her head. Ding. Bai Xuanxuan's favorability towards you +10. Lin Xian secretly felt good. This is so damn exciting. If he could cure her grandfather, he would be able to get this girl. Wahahaha. Time attribute activate. There was no justice in this person's luck. What do I need to do? I need a few herbs. Tell me. Young Deep Hell Yama Spirit, Young 100 Grass Wilted Velvet, and Top Grade Sky Lotus Seed. Bai Xianxian. I can understand the Sky Lotus Seed. But aren't Deep Hell Yama Spirit and 100 Grass Wilted Velvet extremely poisonous? Fight poison with poison. Lin Xian said. Bai Xianxian, logically speaking, she didn't dare to believe it. Although there were indeed such things as fighting poison with poison in some novels, when it really happened to her, she really felt that it was too ridiculous. However, she could only believe in Lin Xian now. Lin Xian said that there was an 80% chance. It's best to get it within 7 days. Otherwise, the success rate will drop by 30%. Young Deep Nether Yama Spirit and 100 Grass Withered Velvet are relatively easy to find, but I'm afraid it'll be a little difficult to find the Supreme Grade Heavenly Lotus Seed. I don't care. It's not like you're treating me. I can't do anything if you can't find me, Lin Xian said. I understand. Bai Xianxian nodded. She would definitely work hard. This was the biggest expectation she had ever seen in so many years. As for you, Lin Xian looked at Bai Xianxian and said, your situation is also very simple. Bai Xianxian, the thing that had been bothering her for so many years seemed simple to him. Other than the fire element, you should have other elements, right? Bai Xianxian nodded. Time and darkness. Lin Xian, fuck. This girl is a little monstrous. Lin Xian expected that she had time. Because the mission she triggered was to activate Lin Xian's time element. Generally speaking, the element activated was related to the person. For example, Ling Long Shua's space element and Bing Ling Yue's ice element. No, Lin Xian looked at her. You have 2 elements, darkness and time. You chose to cultivate the fire element. And you even cultivated such a technique that harms your body. Is your brain fried? Time is too difficult to cultivate. The darkness element's attack power is not strong. The fire element is my only attack attribute. Therefore, I cultivated it. I also didn't expect this technique to have such side effects. Bai Xianxian said. It's very simple. It can be solved. How? Just let me see through you. Bai Xianxian, if Lin Xian said such words before, she would be angry. But now, it was different. I'm not joking. Your situation is very simple. Find a man with the ice element to penetrate you. When penetrating you, release a little bit of the ice element to neutralize the heat in your meridians. After penetrating you a few hundred times, you should be able to recover completely. It's similar to dual cultivation. Bai Xianxian, this humble one is not talented, but I happen to have the ice element. Lin Xian said shyly. Bai Xianxian, I'm not talking nonsense. If I said such words because of you, I would have attacked you last night. Why do I have to say such words? Don't you agree? Bai Xianxian nodded slightly. I'm going to look for the herbs now. When the time comes, I'll leave it to you. Bai Xianxian said. The first thing or the second thing? Bai Xianxian, the first thing. She was really helpless. She wanted to beat him up, but she couldn't. But her heart was filled with uncontrollable joy. Then let's talk about the benefits. I can't help you for free. Also, when the time comes for the second thing, you can look for me. Lin Xian said with a smile. Tell me, what do you want? As long as you can cure my grandfather, as long as I have it, I'll give you anything. Okay, then I want your Azura Palace. Bai Xianxian nodded without hesitation, okay. Lin Xian, damn. She nodded just like that. Without any hesitation. The Azura Palace was not just a company. It was an existence that surpassed the 8 great families in Tiandu and was close to a T2 rank power. Then I still want you. Lin Xian said. Okay. Bai Xianxian nodded. Lin Xian, damn. You even agreed to this. Isn't it just being a lover? Why can't it be? As long as you can cure my grandfather, I'll do anything. Lin Xian, big sister, how are we lovers? You have a girlfriend, so doesn't that make me your lover? Lin Xian, how do you know I have a girlfriend? Didn't you go to the Ling family? And the Han family? Lin Xian, she investigated him. Fine. Cough cough. Lin Xian coughed dryly. Then it settled. Okay. Bai Xianxian nodded. But you have to cure my grandfather. Don't worry, as long as you can take out the herbs within 7 days, it shouldn't be a big problem. But I don't dare to say anything beyond that. I know. I'll go wash up. Bai Xianxian then walked into the bathroom. This is really fucking interesting. Lin Xian stretched his back as he lay on the bed. Wouldn't it be terrible if he had another lover? But even if it was a lover, she would still be his girlfriend. The only thing Lin Xian did not have to worry about was her being jealous. Even if Lin Xian was flirting with other girls, he could tell her. This was the difference between a girlfriend and a lover. And a lover of this level, heavens. The boss of the Azura Palace. When the time came, the Azura Palace would be his. Lin Xian did not have to think about anything else. Developing his own power. Wouldn't it be much easier to develop on the foundation of the Azura Palace? Awesome! Chapter 940. Bai Xianxian quickly walked out. Girls like her were fucking beautiful, and this kind of beauty did not come from makeup. For example, when they went out, the time they needed to spend was much less. When Bai Xianxian walked out and saw Lin Xian still lying on the bed, she hesitated for a moment before saying, I need to wear my clothes. Although she was willing to be Lin Xian's lover if Lin Xian could cure her grandfather, he had to be cured first. Before that, she couldn't have any intimate relationship with Lin Xian. Then give me a kiss and I will go wash up. Lin Xian moved his face closer. Bai Xianxian, she pushed Lin Xian away and said indifferently, I said before, you can do whatever you want if you can cure my grandfather. Oh. I can really do whatever I want. Lin Xian revealed a mischievous smile. Yes. Ha ha ha, you said it. Lin Xian laughed and walked into the bathroom. Bai Xianxian frowned. Did he think of something perverted? After the two of them changed their clothes, they walked out. Can you give me your number? I will give you a call when the time comes. Bai Xianxian said to Lin Xian. And I will give it to you. You just need to save it. After saving his number, Bai Xianxian hurriedly walked away. Miss, why are you looking at me with admiration? Lin Xian's lips curled up as he looked at the lady at the front desk. Little brother, you are really amazing. You can even get such a beautiful girl for a date. The lady at the front desk said in shock. She originally thought that they were a couple last night, but that girl actually asked for his number. That meant that they were definitely not a couple, but a date. So amazing. She had only seen girls of this level on the internet. Ha ha ha, I have great charm. Can't help it. Then, little brother, do you want to consider me? 800 yuan for a night. She felt that to be able to conquer a girl of this level, that thing must be amazing. Usually, she would pay 3,000 yuan for a night. Lin Xian glanced at her. She could be considered a beauty, but compared to Bai Xian and the others, the difference was too great. I'm tired. Goodbye. Just as he walked out, he received a message from Ling Ying. Tomorrow, the Martial Arts Academy's entrance examination would begin. She and Han Chuxue had agreed to go over today. Tomorrow is the Martial Arts Academy's assessment. I'm guessing that Xiao Ningning and the others have already gone there. Are they going to accompany Little Fairy or someone else today? During the day, Lin Xian went to accompany Lin Ye. When the sky turned dark, Lin Xian decisively went to Ling Longshue's place. Last night, he had been seduced by that Xiao Linglong. He had to find Xiao Linglong to do it. Ling Ying and the others had all gone to the Martial Arts Academy. Lin Xian couldn't bear to push Lin Ye down. The only one he could push down was Ling Longshue. Let's see if there's a chance tonight. As for the Martial Arts Academy, Wang Xintong also went to take a look. This was a place where she could improve herself. What if she really passed the assessment? Xiao Linglong, I'm going to the Martial Arts Academy tomorrow. I can't accompany you every day. Lin Xian said to Ling Longshue with an aggrieved expression. Yes, it's good. Ling Longshue nodded. Damn. It's good. You think I'm annoying? Whoa whoa. No. You're finally going to improve yourself. Ling Longshue said. How long had it been since Lin Xian's cultivation base improved? She knew it too well. But I can't bear to part with you. Lin Xian leaned his head on Ling Longshue's chest. Ling Longshue nimbly dodged. Stinky hooligan. Ling Longyue muttered unhappily. Big sister, I'm just playing with my woman. How am I a hooligan? Lin Xian glared at Ling Longyue. Humph. Ling Longshue sniffed with her beautiful nose. Today, Lin Xian had a new woman sent on him. I wonder how long the assessment will take. Oh right, Xiao Linglong, can you get the supreme grade Sky Lotus Seed? Lin Xian asked. Lin Xian had some understanding of this. The Sky Lotus Seed was already very rare. What was the concept of a supreme grade Sky Lotus Seed? For example, the Heavenly Lotus Seed was a very rare medicinal ingredient. The Heavenly Lotus Seed was its ancestor. For the former, one could find 10 Heavenly Lotus Seeds in a year. For the latter, one could find 1 Heavenly Lotus Seed in 10 years. Therefore, Lin Xian believed that Bai Xian would not be able to find it. This was because she had very little, no matter what resources she used. Yes. Ling Longshue nodded. Lin Xian, holy shit. The Heavenly Dao Realm was indeed the Heavenly Dao Realm. Excellent. I want it. I'll give it to you in a few days. I have to go back and pick it. All right. Thank you, Xiao Linglong. Here's a kiss. Then, Lin Xian leaned over and spat on her pink cheeks. Ling Longshue, pooey. I'm going back to my room to play games. Dragony, sleep with me tonight. Ling Longshue carried Dragony back to her room. I'm going back too. I'll play with you, You guys chat. Bing Lingyue smiled and walked back to her room. Hee, Xiao Linglong, let's go back to our room to rest too. Linglong Shui did not say anything and walked straight back to her room. An hour later, Lin Xian hugged Linglong Shui's delicate body. Unfortunately, she did not allow him to move. Lin Xian felt extremely uncomfortable from holding it in. Xiao Linglong, just once. Lin Xian hugged her fragrant body and swayed it back and forth. No, go find another girl. Linglong Shui replied. Originally, she felt that it was fine, but when she smelled the scent of another girl on Lin Xian's body, she was unhappy. Although she did not say it out loud and did not think much of it, it was Lin Xian's freedom. She did not care, but it was normal for her to be unhappy when she knew. You already have so many beautiful girls around you, why are you still going to find another one? Then we won't have sex. Can you at least help me get it out? Lin Xian whispered into Linglong Shui's ear. No. Linglong Shui said calmly. Lin Xian pulled a long face and reached out to touch Linglong Shui's lower abdomen. Baby, Daddy is so pitiful. It's not easy to come see you, but your mommy won't let me in. Linglong Shui, I just wanted to come in and see you, but your mommy refused. Ho ho ho. You have to take responsibility for me. Sigh. If I don't come in this time, I won't be able to come in for half a year. What should I do? I miss you so much. Lin Xian began to put on an act. Linglong Shui, she really wanted to punch him. Then, she sighed slightly. Come to think of it, it made sense. After 3 months of pregnancy, one could no longer do that kind of thing. After all, she was Lin Xian's woman. She had been pregnant for more than 2 months now. He would be going to the Wushan Academy tomorrow, then go take a shower first. Linglong Shui lay there with her back facing Lin Xian as she spoke softly. Thud. Lin Xian sat up with a thud. Chapter 941. Wow! This baby is amazing. He helped him chase Linglong Shui. Now, he had to rely on him to have sex with her. Wahahaha. I'm going to take a shower, I'm going to take a shower. Lin Xian then rushed into the bathroom impatiently and splashed himself with hot water before it even reached his body. Linglong Shui shrunk back slightly. Fo. After taking a shower, Lin Xian jumped onto the bed and turned off the lights. Hee, Xiao Linglong. The next morning, Lin Xian was woken up by the alarm. Lin Xian opened his eyes and pulled his hand out of Linglong Shui's clothes. Linglong Shui opened her eyes and blushed. Xiao Linglong, I went to the martial arts academy. Get lost. Linglong Shui said angrily. Cough cough, Lin Xian's face turned red and he got up. That, Lin Xian pointed to his mouth and said, there's more by your mouth. Get lost. Okay. I'll get lost, I'll get lost. Lin Xian walked out angrily. Linglong Shui looked at Lin Xian's back and gritted her teeth. Bastard. Lin Xian rubbed his waist and walked out. No, his body was getting worse by the day. He had to cultivate faster. After washing his face, Lin Xian walked out of the house without even eating breakfast. It was normal for Linglong Shui to dislike him. Last night, when he was about to do it, he forced his tongue into Linglong Shui's mouth. Cough cough, she was so angry early in the morning. But Lin Xian felt good, he. Here. Wang Xintong handed Lin Xian breakfast. How did you know I didn't eat breakfast? Lin Xian took it and took a bite. I guessed it. You woke up before 7 o'clock. You shouldn't be able to get up very early, let alone eat breakfast. Wang Xintong said softly. Good girl, give me a kiss. Lin Xian smacked his lips, making Wang Xintong blush. Let's go to the martial arts academy. We can see what the martial arts academy looks like. Although the martial arts academy was exposed on the internet, it was only today that the real enrollment and assessment began. In other words, today was the day that outsiders could get close to the martial arts academy. Therefore, today was the day that photos of the martial arts academy could be exposed on the internet. Lin Xian was looking forward to it. Yes. Lin Xian drove Lin Ye's car and drove out of Lin and city with Wang Xintong. They could see that the surrounding area was filled with people heading to the martial arts academy. There were more than 10 cars within sight. This was a scene that could not be seen in the demonic beast domain. Obviously, they were all heading to the martial arts academy. It was enough to see how many people there were in the martial arts academy. These people were all from the 5 great empires and were temporarily staying in Lin and city. The hotels in Lin and city were all fully booked. Actually, they were quite lucky the night before. There was a presidential suite left in the hotel and it was booked by Xianxian. Otherwise, they might not even have a place to stay. So many people. Wang Xintong sat in the front passenger seat and looked at the cars outside. Some people were heading towards the Martial Divinity Academy in groups. There were quite a lot of people like this. 50 kilometers was actually not far from martialists who had reached the lower realm and were at least at the 5-star level. The demonic beast domain was filled with martialists at this level, so it was not dangerous. It said that the number of examinees taking part in the Martial Arts Academy's assessment is over 10,000 per day. There are a total of 7 batches, and 1 batch per day. There should be over 100,000 people in total. What do you think? Lin Xian said with a smile. The minimum is at the lower realm of 5 stars. It feels really difficult. There are over 100,000 people at the lower realm of 5 stars, and 20,000 people will advance. Wang Xintong felt very nervous. She felt that she had no advantage over these people at all. Actually, it's still okay to advance from 100,000 to 20,000. It's a 1 in 6 chance of advancement. At least it's not as cruel as hundreds or thousands of people advancing, Lin Xian said. But the 100,000 people are all from the younger generation of the mainland. The minimum is at the lower realm of 5 stars, and they are all very strong. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, that's the most difficult part. The most important thing is to see what the Martial Arts Academy's assessment is about. That's the most important thing. Regarding the assessment, even Xiao Ru Ning did not know about it. This was an absolutely confidential matter. However, one thing had been exposed, and it was one of the recruitment criteria of the Martial Arts Academy. One's element could not be a single ordinary element of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth were too common. 90% of martial artists had these 5 elements. Of course, if one was very confident in a single element, such as their fire element, and was confident that their fire element power could surpass that of a normal fire element martial artist, then one could come and try. In other words, if one's purity of a single element was above 80, then one could also come and try. This was enough to show how cruel the Martial Arts Academy's recruitment process was. Most people with a single element of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth were not even qualified. One had to be outstanding in a single element. Soon, they arrived at the Martial Arts Academy. To be precise, they could not see the academy. They could only see thousands of cars parked here, and thousands of people standing around and chatting. Lin Xian got out of the car with Wang Xintong. What kind of place was this? Currently, one could not see how many human buildings there were. It felt very natural. It was an open space, and behind it was a small forest. They drove over from a road in the forest. In front of them was God Burial Mountain. It was a very tall mountain range, not a mountain. However, when they looked up, they could not see the outline of the academy. Could it be further away? At this moment, everyone was here. In front of them was a huge sign with big words written on it. Martial Arts Academy. Chic, elegant. However, when they looked through the huge sign, they could not see the Martial Arts Academy. Logically speaking, the scale of the Martial God Academy should also be the largest. It had been built for more than 10 years, and it was built by the 3 major powers. Lin Xian felt that something was wrong. Then, he opened his eye of cave spirit. As expected. What was blocking them was an illusion. In the realm of monsters, illusions were necessary. Through the illusion, a huge and majestic academy appeared in front of them. It was indeed the largest, most beautiful, most luxurious, and most extravagant academy in Lin Xian's memory. He could not tell how big it was. This might just be the tip of the iceberg of the Martial Arts Academy. There might be another Martial Arts Academy on God Burial Mountain. Instead of calling it an academy, it was more like a small city. In Lin Xian's eyes, the walls of the Martial Arts Academy were probably 30 to 40 meters high. What did a 30 to 40 meter high wall mean? 10 stories. He could not see what was inside at all. However, Lin Xian could see many buildings inside the Martial Arts Academy. They were much taller than the walls of the 10-story building. This was the Martial Arts Academy. Chapter 942. There were a lot of people, and the surroundings were lively. Geniuses from all 5 empires had gathered here. Lin Xian looked at the time. Today was the first day of the assessment. The first batch of people would finish the assessment today, and the second batch would arrive tomorrow. The assessment would start at 8 o'clock, and it was almost 8 o'clock now. The people here were basically those who would be taking the assessment today. Lin Xian scanned the crowd. There were at least 30,000 people. Many people would choose to skip the first day of the assessment and choose the last day of the assessment. These people were actually smart. Everyone knew that the opening of the Martial Arts Academy had caused a sensation in the entire continent. Everyone couldn't wait to enter the Martial Arts Academy. Those who could make it on the first day of the assessment couldn't wait to come. Therefore, the first day of the assessment would definitely be the day with the most people. It would also be the day with the cruelest competition. So many girls. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. This was a gathering of geniuses from all 5 empires. Most of them were from wealthy families. Wang Xintong, old pervert. At this moment, the illusion in front of them suddenly disappeared. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. Damn! I was wondering where the Martial Arts Academy was. So it's right in front of us. This wall is probably made of special materials. I'm afraid that even a domain realm cultivator wouldn't be able to break this wall in a short period of time. The Martial Arts Academy is really generous. The most important thing is this illusion, isn't it? Amazing! The people around them exclaimed in surprise. At this moment, the huge doors of the Martial Arts Academy opened, and a group of people walked out. Murong Qing. Lin Xian was also stunned when he saw Murong Qing walking in front. This girl came here without saying a word. Damn! She didn't even tell him. Damn! Behind Murong Qing were a few middle-aged men and a few old men. Most of them were young people. Lin Xian even saw a few familiar faces. Ice capital Su Jiming and Qin Ming were here. Sky capital Xiaoyun was also here. Of course, this was only a small portion of the people who had been selected. According to Xiaoruning, there were close to 500 people who had been selected. There were too many people. Whether it was Su Jiming, Qin Ming, or Xiaoyun, they were all looking for Lin Xian. In their eyes, Lin Xian was their enemy. In fact, Lin Xian's qualification. But how could he say that? Their realms were too low. Basically, none of those who had been selected were at least 5 stars of the lower realm, and the lowest was at least 8 stars of the lower realm. Han Chuxue and the others were not as lazy as Lin Xian. They were almost at the domain realm. Lin Xian was having all kinds of fun in Ice City, while they were desperately grinding levels. Everyone, please be quiet. The one who spoke was an old man. He should have a lot of influence in the martial arts academy. After all, this was the first day of enrollment for the martial arts academy. He was at least at the level of a teaching director. He might even be at the level of a vice principal. Thank you for coming to support the martial arts academy. In the martial arts academy, I can guarantee that as long as you are willing to improve yourselves, you will improve much more than any other academy. In the martial arts academy, there is only one word to describe it: cruel. The rules are cruel, and the competition is cruel. However, I dare say that as long as you can stay here, you will get a qualitative leap. Of course, the premise is that you are willing to endure hardships and face danger. I am one of the vice principals of the Martial Arts Academy. I am also from the Sacred Palace. My name is Luo Xiao. You can call me Vice Principal Luo in the future. Luo Xiao's gaze swept across the crowd. Since everyone is here and the time is up, let's get straight to the point. The Martial Arts Academy is the best academy in history, and it has very strict requirements for its students. You are all geniuses from various empires and cities, but geniuses are nothing in the Martial Arts Academy. What the Martial Arts Academy wants to create are monsters. Geniuses are not worth mentioning in front of monsters. In the Martial Divinity Institute, there are far more martial artists with the time and space attributes than you can imagine. Martial artists with 2 or even 3 attributes will also surpass your imagination. There might even be someone who possesses both the time and space attributes. Lin Xian was speechless. This was too fucking exaggerated. Sure enough, there was always someone better. Some people were so smug just because they had the space attribute. Little did they know that some people had space and time attributes. Hearing Luo Xiao's words, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Originally, they felt satisfied with having thunder and dark attributes. Suddenly, they heard that there was no lack of martial artists with time and space attributes in the Martial Arts Academy. There were people with 3 attributes, and there were people with both time and space attributes. In an instant, they felt that they had turned from geniuses to idiots. This Martial Arts Academy was too scary. So I won't say anything else. You can weigh your options and see if you still have the courage to continue joining the Martial Arts Academy. If you are lucky enough to enter the Martial Arts Academy and become a member of the Martial Arts Academy, I hope that you will be prepared to go from being a dazzling genius to being at the bottom of the list. Alright, now we will begin the first round of the Martial Arts Academy's assessment, the Attribute Assessment. These are the instructors of the Martial Arts Academy, as well as a few geniuses that the Martial Arts Academy has already decided. Next, the Martial Arts Academy will open 20 channels, and the 20 instructors will personally assess your attributes. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth attributes will be eliminated. Even if you have rare attributes such as wind or ice, if your attribute purity is not high, you will still be eliminated. Of course, if you have normal attributes such as metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, but your attribute purity is higher than normal martial artists, then you can still pass the first round. Then, Murong-Ching and the others sat at the entrance of the martial arts academy. There was a table in front of them. Now, please line up in front of the 20 instructors in an orderly manner for the first round of the attribute assessment. Then, more than 30,000 people formed a long line. What made everyone very excited was, what the fuck? The instructors of the martial arts academy were so freakish. Of course, they saw Murong-Ching. Wasn't she too beautiful? These were instructors. Damn. They had to join the martial arts academy even if they died. Then, an image appeared. The long line in front of Murong-Ching was more than twice as long as the other 19 instructors. So, this was still an era where appearance was important. One by one, they passed the first round of the assessment. Basically, there were very few people who were eliminated in the first round. Since they were here, it proved that they had the ability and confidence. The first round was only about attributes. Since they were called geniuses, even if they only had one ordinary attribute, they would still be extraordinary. The first round of the assessment was quite fast. Although there were many people, there were 20 channels. All they had to do was reach out and release their strength to be assessed. In a short time, all they had to do was pass through the gate of the martial arts academy and enter to begin the second round of the assessment. I should be able to pass, right? Wang Xintong was a little timid. Chapter 943. Wang Xintong had an inferiority complex. She felt that she was inferior to others in many ways, and her experience made her feel that way. Therefore, she had no confidence in herself. Lin Xian said, "Nonsense. Light and water dual attributes. If you can't pass, then 90% of these tens of thousands of people will be eliminated." Hee. Wang Xintong stuck out her pink tongue. Lin Xian's team was relatively close to the front of the line. It took about 20 minutes for them to arrive. Of course, they were in Murong-Ching's team. Murong-Ching looked up at Lin Xian and Wang Xintong and pretended not to know them. Wang Xintong was very beautiful. Many people were paying attention to her. "Show me your attributes," Murong-Ching said to Wang Xintong. "Okay." Then, Wang Xintong released her own element, the light element. Light attribute. The purity is quite high. Pass. You pass. Enter the martial arts academy for the second round of assessment. Murong-Ching said. "Thank you, teacher." Wang Xintong glanced at Lin Xian and said, "I'll go in first." "Well, go ahead." Then Wang Xintong trotted all the way into the martial arts academy. Although she had dual attributes, there was no need to release all her attributes. If she could pass with only one attribute, why should she release her dual attributes as well? Murong-Ching then looked at Lin Xian. "I say, why did you come here to be a teacher without saying anything?" Lin Xian muttered in a low voice. "I'm here to help for 2 days. I'll go back after 2 days. Don't worry. I won't let your little fairy be tired." "That's good. Hey, don't you worry about me. I'm busy here. Can't you care about me?" "I care about you." "Wait." Murong-Ching glared at Lin Xian and said, "Show me your attributes." Lin Xian shrugged, and then a surge of lightning attribute surged. Purple lightning. The people behind couldn't help but twitch their lips when they saw this scene. Sure enough, this was a place where monsters gathered. Although the lightning attribute was rare, there were still many people who possessed it. However, purple lightning had not appeared for a long time. Although the purple lightning only increased the intensity of the lightning and increased the combat strength, it didn't have any special significance. However, it had been many years since a lightning attribute purple lightning had appeared. To be honest, it would attract a lot of attention. Moreover, it would make those lightning attribute geniuses feel a great pressure. Go in. Murong Qing said unhappily. Teacher Murong, may I ask if you will call me to your office alone? Lin Xian said with a smile. I will, and I'll whip you. Hurry up and enter the second round of assessment. Lin Xian then walked into the martial arts academy with a smile. Yo, you guys, long time no see. Lin Xian looked at Qin Ming, Su Jiming, and Xiao Yun on the other side. He, young Master Lin, long time no see. Why wasn't young Master Lin selected internally? I feel that the three major powers foresight is average. Young Master Lin should have been selected internally. Su Jiming smiled. He looked as if he felt unreconciled for Lin Xian, but he was actually showing off. What are you so arrogant about? This young master was selected internally, and you are still someone who needs to go through the assessment. In essence, there is a gap between the two of us. It's fine. I feel that participating in the assessment is quite meaningful. That's true. However, it is said that the assessment is very cruel. It would be a pity if you don't pass. Su Jiming said. If I don't pass, I will go home and hug my wife to sleep. Su Jiming, Ning Ning is also one of the academy's instructors. I'm afraid she can't. Is that so? I am her boyfriend. If I tell her to go back, she won't. Lin Xian said smugly and walked in. Yes, so what if Xiao Runing is an instructor? I am her boyfriend. If I don't pass the assessment, I can still let her go home and hug her. Would you be angry? Xiao Yun's gaze also followed Lin Xian. He didn't speak to Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian was quite flustered about one thing. If Xiao Yun and Su Jiming bumped into each other, one would know that Lin Xian's girlfriend was Han Chuxue, and the other would know that it was Xiao Runing. This would be a bit awkward. When the time comes, it would definitely spread to the Han family or the Xiao family. However, it didn't matter how he said it. There were many ways to explain it. Let's go. Let's follow that Lin Xian. What? Young Master Su is still not convinced. Qin Ming said with a smile. What? This young master is just paying attention to him. What's wrong with that? Moreover, this young master wants to pursue Xinyue. It has nothing to do with him. Su Jiming said. Young Master Su, I wanted to pursue Xinyue first. Qin Ming said coldly. Fine, then go pursue her. This young master won't fight with you. Oh. Qin Ming raised his eyebrows. Su Jiming patted Qin Ming's shoulder and said, in this martial arts academy, the two of us have to take care of each other. There are too many talented people. If we two brothers fall out because of a woman, then wouldn't it be someone else who will be proud? Only if we work together can we shine in a place like the martial arts academy where gods gather. Moreover, Su Jiming smiled and said, don't forget that in this martial arts academy, there are many people who are not inferior to Xinyue in terms of appearance and temperament. That's true. Qin Ming nodded. The girl who entered in front of Lin Xian just now, and the two girls named Ling Ying and Han Chuxue, who are predetermined like us, are absolutely top-notch girls. They are not bad either. Yes, that Han Chuxue is the best. Now, this young master wants to pursue her. Fine. Since young Master Su has given in, then so be it. Let's go and see how Lin Xian's assessment is going. At this moment, Su Jiming's eyes suddenly fell on a person. Wait. Su Jiming looked over. What's wrong? Qin Ming also glanced over and was immediately stunned. The girl who was releasing her attributes in front of Murong-Qing was so beautiful. She was on par with Ling Ying and Han Chuxue. Each had their own merits, but she was very beautiful. Weren't all men like this? When they met a beautiful girl, they would like her. Who is this girl? Su Jiming asked. This. I really don't know. Qin Ming was also stunned. To be honest, they really couldn't tell who was better when it came to beautiful girls. However, when they saw a beautiful girl and then saw a new one, it was very different. In their eyes, the instructor was really beautiful. Little you, why are you here? Murong-Qing was also stunned when she saw her in front of her. I'm here to gain experience. Murong-Yu said faintly. Not predetermined. I want to take the assessment. You are still the same. Murong-Qing smiled. Then she released a blue light. Go over. You will definitely have no problem passing the assessment. This assessment is not worth testing for you. Murong-Yu nodded slightly. Right. Murong-Qing suddenly remembered something. Chapter 944. Murong-Yu stopped in his tracks and looked at Murong-Qing. Murong-Qing said, after entering the martial arts academy, be careful of someone called Lin Xian. Is he an enemy of the Murong family? Murong-Qing smiled and shook her head. No, he's a pervert. Murong-Yu, I know, auntie. Murong-Qing walked over and wanted to enter the martial arts academy. Hey, miss, please wait a moment. Su Jiming smiled and walked in front of her. What's the matter? Murong-Yu's tone was emotionless. She was probably colder than Han Chuxue, maybe even reaching the level of Ling Longshui. And the most surprising thing about her was her pupils. This girl looked to be only 21 or 22 years old, at most 22 or 23 years old. Her body and appearance were absolutely perfect. However, what made her different from other peerless beauties was that her pupils were sky blue, and her hair was sky blue as well. It was a very light blue, and it didn't feel like it was dyed. It was a bit like the female lead in anime. To be honest, many beauties would dye their hair blue, pink, and so on. But it didn't look good when dyed. The good-looking ones were always the characters in anime. Only the female characters in anime could hold up pink, blue, white, and other colors of hair. In reality, it was really difficult to hold it up. But she was very compatible. It really wasn't dyed, just like her pupils, it was purely natural. If a girl's pupils were a different color, it would be a bonus if the girl was beautiful. For example, Bai Xian had a different color, and her. As for why it was a different color, it was said to be a genetic problem, but it wasn't. On Sky Blue Planet, having a different color was more of a physical problem, or it could be said that her pupils were born with some kind of ability. If it was a physical body, it might be a little weaker, but if it was her pupils that had some kind of ability, then it was very scary. It was said that the last person with a different color appeared a few hundred years ago. It was a girl, and her pupils had the ability to charm people. Simply put, when she released the power in her eyes, she could control hundreds of thousands of people. It was called the Heavenly Enchantment Spirit Eyes. This was the terrifying part. Hee, it's nothing. I just want to get to know you. I'm Su Jiming from Ice City. Su Jiming said with a gentlemanly smile. Yes. Murong-Yu nodded and walked past him, entering the Martial Soul Academy. Hee, young Master Su, this girl isn't easy to deal with. She's even colder than Han Chuxue. The more a woman is like this, the more you want to conquer her. Isn't that right? Su Jiming said with interest. Moreover, look at her pupils. They are sky blue in color. They are naturally different. This woman is definitely not an ordinary person. If I can dual cultivate with such a woman, I'm afraid it will be extremely beneficial to me. Su Jiming said. That's true. Then I wish young Master Su success. Let's go and see how Lin Xian is doing. Then they walked into the martial arts academy. Lin Xian couldn't help but exclaim as soon as he entered the martial arts academy. Isn't this too fucking luxurious? Is this an academy? Tall buildings. These were probably classrooms. However, the martial arts academy was probably different. He would only know the specifics after he entered. The second round of assessment had already begun. Lin Xian didn't know what the assessment was about. There was a long queue. It was similar to the first round of assessment. There were many instructors inspecting the students. Lin Xian is here. Ling Ying and Han Chuxue were standing together at a high place not far away. Ling Ying's eyes were sharp. He saw Wang Xintong running in and knew that Lin Xian was behind her. Lin Xian was right behind her. There were many people behind them. These people were all from different countries. Of course, they were all attracted by Ling Ying and Han Chuxue. When they arrived at the martial arts academy and saw these two beauties, they felt that their trip was not in vain. Maybe this was what men were like. Is that her? Ling Ying saw a woman behind Lin Xian. Han Chuxue glanced at her. It's a bit far. I'm not sure. It shouldn't be her. If it's her, does she still need to take the assessment? Han Chuxue said. That's not necessarily true. Isn't Murong Yu's personality like that? And didn't I say it before? There are students in the martial arts academy who have both the time and space attributes. I suspect it's her. Ling Ying said. She has the time, space, and ace attributes, right? Ling Ying nodded. If Lin Xian sees her, he'll be lustful again. Ling Ying said unhappily. What kind of grievances did these two rich young ladies have to suffer? Han Chuxue agreed. But, she won't like him, right? Han Chuxue asked uncertainly. I might have thought so in the past, but would you and I have ever been interested in a hooligan like Lin Xian? Ling Ying asked. Han Chuxue was speechless. That's true, do you want to go? Han Chuxue asked. Forget it. Let's pretend we don't know each other. Otherwise, we'll cause trouble for him. Ling Ying said helplessly. Okay. At this moment, Lin Xian walked behind Wang Xintong and asked, What's the assessment this round? I heard from the people in front that it's a talent assessment. Talent? Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. I don't know. The people in front will talk about it later. Lights of various colors flashed in front of them. Sometimes it was red, sometimes it was green, sometimes it was yellow, and so on. Anyway, Lin Xian didn't know what it was. The people in front passed or failed one after another. Those who passed continued to move forward, and those who failed returned. At this point, Lin Xian found that the probability of passing and failing was almost 60-40. In other words, only 6 out of 10 people could pass. Fuck. Is this a talent assessment? Is it so cruel? Miss Xiao, it's Miss Xiao. The people in front were excited. Wang Xintong saw that Xiao Runing was invigilating their team. Lin Xian secretly touched his forehead. Even if Xiao Runing was invigilating, it was useless. They couldn't cheat. If they couldn't pass, they couldn't pass. But what surprised these people was that this was the martial arts academy. The quality of these girls was too exaggerated, right? It was fine if the quality of the female students was exaggerated, but the female instructor was also so beautiful. There was one outside, and there was one here. They were all goddesses. Fuck, the Martial Arts Academy relied on this to keep people here. Fuck. Then I'll really stay here. At this moment, Heartwarming stood up. Suddenly, all the men swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Not only was she beautiful, but her body. Ah. Are you sure this is an academy? Are you sure this isn't heaven? Oh my God. I can't take it anymore. Every one of them was too beautiful. It was heaven. Heartwarming stood up and glanced around. She saw Lin Xian. Her pretty face was slightly red. When she saw Lin Xian, she inexplicably thought of those few nights with him in Ice City, bastard. Chapter 945. Heartwarming coughed dryly and said, "To the new students, let me first explain the content of the second round of assessment." Heartwarming then said, "The second round of assessment is talent. There are talent stones on the table in front of you. You just need to place your hand on the talent stone and release your spiritual power and elemental power. The talent stone will calculate your talent according to the power you release, including your age, realm, and other elements." Heartwarming then continued, "There are a total of 7 levels of talent, which are red, orange, red, green, cyan, blue, and purple. Red talent is the worst, and purple talent is the strongest. If your talent has not reached the red level, then unfortunately, you have failed the second round of assessment. Is there anyone else who wants to ask?" A man raised his hand and asked, "Beautiful instructor, do we still have talent as martial artists? We rely on the god spawn system to kill monsters to advance. It's not like we rely on cultivation in novels. The speed of cultivation is related to talent. Our method of leveling up is similar to grinding in online games. I feel that it has nothing to do with talent. If it's related to talent, then it might be attributes, but that's fate." Heartwarming nodded slightly and said, "You're right, but in the past, no one had the god spawn system, and there were people who could cultivate. The god spawn system suddenly appeared one day. Then, when there was no god spawn system, do you think that cultivating relied on hard work and talent? But now, the so-called talent now is to evaluate your comprehensive ability. Although the existence of the god spawn system makes it difficult to evaluate talent, the talent stone is more to evaluate how old you are and what realm you have reached. In this realm, how many spiritual power values other people have, how many defense and strength they have, and how many you have. Everyone is different. For example, in the 5-star LoL realm, some people's spiritual power values can exceed 10,000. Have you exceeded 10,000? That man was speechless. In fact, I know a person who is at the 5-star LoL realm. His spiritual power value is probably over 30,000. Don't you think this is a gap? Does this count as an extraordinary talent? What? The LoL realm has a spiritual power value of 30,000. I'm afraid it's only 30,000 when you enter the domain realm. When they heard Heartwarming's words, many of them were shocked. Murongyu, who was walking over from behind, was slightly surprised when she heard this. She revealed a look of interest. The Martial Arts Academy was indeed a place where geniuses gathered. Only a place like this would be challenging. Beautiful teacher, you're right. If there's no problem, come over and appraise it. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. Lin Xian, is Miss Xiao talking about you? Wang Xintong looked at Lin Xian. Probably. Wow. You're really a 5-star law adept with a spiritual energy value of close to 30,000. Wang Xintong's big eyes twinkled like stars. A normal 5-star law adept's spiritual energy value was actually around 10,000. Lin Xian's was 3 times higher, so it was normal for her to be shocked. Every martial artist had their own attribute panel from the God's Child system. They could clearly see their strength, physique, agility, spirit, and spiritual energy value. Basically, all martial techniques would also indicate how much spiritual energy value it would consume to use that martial technique in a certain realm. Yeah, pretty much. After Lin Xian revealed this point to Xiao Runing, he had forgotten how he had inexplicably brought up this topic with her. Amazing. I'm only 11,000. 11,000 is actually already higher than the normal level. I'm an exception. I've gone through several special upgrades. Lin Xian said. Wang Xintong revealed her attribute panel to Lin Xian because they were close. It was normal. One's attribute panel was the most important thing to keep secret. Okay. A red light flashed ahead. Pass. After about 10 minutes, it was finally Wang Xintong's turn. Lin Xian stood behind Wang Xintong and secretly glanced at Xiao Runing. When Xiao Runing saw it, she quickly pretended not to see it. Place your hand on the talent stone and release your spiritual energy. Xiao Runing said to Wang Xintong. Okay. Then, Wang Xintong placed her hand on the talent stone. Red, orange, red. The three colors skipped almost instantaneously. Only when it reached the green color did the color change slow down slightly. It only stopped when the green color became very, very dark. Hiss, seeing this scene, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This beautiful girl's talent is so high. She'll probably reach blue talent if she goes a little higher. Yeah, it's already green now. It's almost turning blue. It's already very exaggerated for her talent to reach blue. Can 100 out of 10,000 people reach blue talent? It's hard to say. It's really a gathering of geniuses. This pure and beautiful girl is actually a ruthless person. Sigh. The surrounding people were talking about it. Yes, she's close to blue talent. She's 1 out of 1,000. Very good. Go back and wait for the third round of the assessment, Xiao Runing said to Wang Xintong. Thank you, Miss Xiao. Wang Xintong ran over happily. Miss Xiao. How does she know that she's Miss Xiao? Do they know each other? Some people were puzzled. They all knew that she was a teacher, but they didn't know her surname. You might think that 1 out of 1,000 was nothing, but Xiao Runing's 1 out of 1,000 was this martial arts academy. Everyone in the martial arts academy was a genius. Among the geniuses, blue talent was 1 out of 1,000. What about in the mainland? 1 out of 100,000 was considered small. It was really exaggerated. Then it was Lin Xian's turn. There weren't many people paying attention to Lin Xian, because Lin Xian didn't have any outstanding points. They also didn't know Lin Xian. Only Su Jiming, Xiao Yun, and a few others were paying attention to Lin Xian. Of course, there was also Han Chuxue and the others. Place your hand on the talent stone and release your spiritual power. Xiao Runing said to Lin Xian in a bad mood. Got it. Lin Xian then placed his hand on the stone. Xiao Runing felt that Lin Xian should have blue talent. Purple talent was possible. But purple talent was the strongest talent. What did it belong to? In the entire martial arts academy, there might be 100 martial artists with purple talent. Some were light, some were dark. Among those who were predetermined, there were 10 martial artists with full purple talent. Full talent meant that purple was the darkest color, and all attributes were the best. This kind of martial artist was 1 out of 1,000,000. Xiao Runing thought highly of Lin Xian anyway. Purple talent was normal. As for full purple talent, that was very difficult. 1 out of 1,000,000, how could it be so simple? Release your spiritual power. Then Lin Xian released his spiritual power, accompanied by a trace of thunder attribute power. Red, orange, red, green, blue, purple. The 7 colors instantly jumped to purple without any hindrance. Everyone. Chapter 946. They had seen someone with a purple talent before. So far, only one person had participated in the assessment. Although it was a purple talent, it was not a full talent. Moreover, the color change was very slow. The first 3 colors changed very quickly, but the later ones changed bit by bit. Finally, it became a purple talent. It was very difficult. But this person, in 1 second, changed 7 colors and landed on the darkest purple. It was obvious how easy it was for him to do it. Obviously, this person's talent was much stronger than the previous person. Xiao Runing felt that Lin Xian's innate talent was already within her expectations, so she wasn't too surprised. She was very happy for him. Su Jiming and the rest saw that Lin Xian's full talent was purple. They secretly clenched their fists. To be honest, they were unhappy. They were extremely unhappy. Lin Xian's full talent is purple. Ling Ying said in surprise. If it's him, it's not too surprising. Han Chuxue nodded slightly and said. Both of us have full talent purple. This Lin Xian is not that powerful. He's just like us, Ling Ying said proudly. Just as Ling Ying finished speaking, bang, the talent stone exploded. Everyone, damn. What's going on? It exploded. What the heck? It's broken. Or, it's off the charts. His talent is off the charts. How is that possible? His thunder attribute is off the charts. What a joke. I think it's really broken. Everyone was talking about it. This was definitely the most mysterious thing they had seen today. Damn. What's going on? Lin Xian withdrew his hand and shook it. Xiao Runing looked at this scene in astonishment. I say, could this be a fake product? Lin Xian asked. This. I don't know. It's my first time using this thing. I don't know why this happened. Wait a moment, I'll go and ask. Then, Xiao Runing ran away quickly. Vice President Luo Xiu. Xiao Runing came to Luo Xiu. Instructor Xiao, what's the matter? There was a student whose talent stone exploded when he was appraising his talent. I don't know what happened, but it might have been broken. Are there any extra talent stones? What? Hearing Xiao Runing's words, Luo Xiu revealed a shocked expression. You're saying that someone appraised his talent and the talent stone exploded? Xiao Runing nodded. Is it broken? No. No. Absolutely not. It's his talent that has surpassed the purple max talent. It's the talent stone that can no longer withstand the power of his talent. Murong Qing was speechless. It couldn't be, right? Was this Lin Xian really a monster? Quick, take me there. Then, Xiao Runing brought Luo Xiu there. Luo Xiu took out another talent stone and looked at Lin Xian. You were the one who made the talent stone explode? Luo Xiu asked. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. Vice Principal, you're not going to blame me, are you? I've already said it, this is your quality problem, it has nothing to do with me. Lin Xian hurriedly said. No. No, try again. Luo Xiu placed the new talent stone on the table. Hey, I've already said it, you can't blame me if it's broken. My family is poor, I can't afford it. The corners of Luo Xiu and Xiao Runing's mouths couldn't help but twitch. All right. You can appraise it. Lin Xian then placed his hand on it. Red, orange, green, blue, purple, bang. The talent stone exploded again. Damn. You guys can't have bought a fake, right? You make me feel that the martial arts academy is very low. Could it be that you're lying? Lin Xian. Everyone, they also wanted to know what was going on. Why was the person beside them fine? Ha ha ha. Luo Xiao could not help but laugh out loud, and then patted Lin Xian's shoulder. Lin Xian was dumbfounded. Go to the third round, Luo Xiao said to Lin Xian. Passed? Yes, of course. Thank you. Then, Lin Xian walked over. Everyone was dumbfounded. Why? Could it be that he could pass just because the talent stone exploded? Vice President, I'm not convinced. Why can he pass? If that's the case, I can pass too. I only need to release a little bit of power to shatter the talent stone, and I can pass too. Why should I be eliminated? A young man said, unconvinced. Oh. Is that so? Then you try. Shatter it. If you shatter it, I'll let you pass. Luo Xiao said to him. All right. You said it. Boom! In the next moment, a monstrous thunderbolt struck the talent stone. The entire table was instantly annihilated. The dust dispersed, and the talent stone was intact on the ground. Humph! Do you think that the Martial Arts Academy would have some affair? What right do you have to make the Martial Arts Academy target you? Do you have the qualifications? Luo Xiao looked at that person coldly and said. That person was speechless. Then why can it pass? If you want to make the talent stone explode, there are two ways. First, your strength has reached the 5-star domain realm, then you can destroy the talent stone. Second, your talent exceeds the talent stone's appraisal range. Do you understand? Hearing Luo Xiao's words, everyone was dumbfounded. That person's talent had already surpassed the purple full talent. Did he really make the talent stone explode? Xiao Runing revealed a shocked expression. It seemed that she had still underestimated Lin Xian. Ling Ying and Han Chuxue also looked at each other. That. I'll take back what I said just now. Ling Ying said helplessly. Exploding. However, they didn't understand what this meant, but Luo Xiao understood. Continue to be firm. Luo Xiao couldn't wait to tell the dean and the others this news. Just 30 seconds after leaving, boom, another explosive sound came from behind them. Everyone, Luo Xiao stopped in his tracks and turned around to take a look. What the hell? No, how many years had it been since there were any monsters? Why did two appear in one day? Luo Xiao then rushed over and looked at Murongyu. So it was her. Then he was slightly balanced. That meant that there was only one. Murongyu retracted her hand. Pass, pass, pass. Let's go to the third round. Luo Xiao said to Murongyu. Murongyu nodded and walked away. Everyone was dumbfounded. The sky blue-haired beauty was so ruthless. Luo Xiao then quickly left. Dean! Luo Xiao entered a room and shouted. Come in. Then, Luo Xiao walked in. Inside sat a white-haired old man. Dean, there is. The white-haired old man raised his hand and said, I know what you want to say. Luo Xiao wasn't surprised. To our martial arts academy, to our human race, this is definitely an unexpected gain. Luo Xiao said excitedly. The white-haired old man nodded. This is also something that I didn't expect. Xiao Yu is the third person in history to have a heaven-defying level talent. I thought that she was the only one in this era. I didn't expect that there would be a legendary youth. It's a great fortune for our human race. Chapter 947. They understood what this meant. Normal people would not understand. At most, they would think that this was a talent that surpassed the purple full talent. Even the patriarchs of the 8 great families might not know. A purple full talent was already very heaven-defying. It was considered good if 1 out of 10 million people had it. But there was an even more heaven-defying talent. A heaven-defying talent was even a legend. If not for Murongyuk showing it 2 years ago, it would still be a legend. Although this talent was only 1 level higher than the purple full talent, it was already the peak. A talent that existed in legends, one could imagine. According to what they knew, if such an existence reached the Empyrean realm, their combat strength would be more than 10 times that of an ordinary Empyrean. Sorry, not an ordinary Empyrean, but more than 10 times that of a genius Empyrean. The higher the realm, the more terrifying it was. If one reached the virtuality realm or the heavenly Tao realm, they would be invincible. And most importantly, it was rumored that only such a talent could reach the legendary realm above the heavenly Tao realm, possibly God. In their industry, this talent was called Godhead. If you had such a talent, it was equivalent to having a Godhead. There were very few people who knew about this. Those who knew that Murongyu had such a talent were even fewer. Only the Murong family and a few old fellows knew. And what kind of existence was the Murong family? Murong Tian, the current master of the temple. The temple was founded by the Murong family. Murong Tian, Murongyu's father. It was easy to imagine why these old fellows knew about Murongyu. Her status was too high. She was the only daughter of the temple master. Could you find another 2 young people with a higher status than her? As for Murong Qing, Murong Tian's sister and Murong Yu's aunt, Lin Xian did not even know about this. Lin Xian only knew that Murong Qing was a law enforcement officer with a very high status in the temple. She could also be from a large family in the divine capital. But he definitely did not expect her background to be so heaven-defying. Then, Dean, how do you plan to treat this kid? Treat him normally. First, go and check his information for me. Then, observe him in the martial arts academy for a period of time. See if he is as outstanding as Xiao Yu. Alright, I'll go now. In just 5 minutes, Luo Xiu walked in with Lin Xian's information. The white-haired old man took it and glanced at it. Space, lightning, ice, and poison. 4 elements. As expected, he is a person with extraordinary talent. He actually possesses 4 attributes. According to the known records, the most one possessed was only 3 attributes. He is even stronger than that little girl Xiao Yu. Luo Xiu praised. That's hard to say. Little Yu has both time and space. He has less time than little Yu. There's still a difference. That's true. He's Lin Ye's younger brother from Yixian group. The white-haired old man read it out. Did they create the Yushuan group? This is quite interesting. The medicines from the Yixian group are epic-making. I don't think it's Lin Ye's doing. It should be this kid's doing. The dean of the martial arts academy nodded in satisfaction and said. He once saved a class. After that, he single-handedly caused the 3 major forces planned to attack Lin Feng City to fail. After that, the losses were minimized. Tianhua City fell into enemy hands, destroyed the void heavenly crystal, stopped the large number of demonic beasts from pouring in, and saved the people of Tianhua City. The dean of the martial arts academy nodded in satisfaction. As expected, this kid is indeed extraordinary like little Yu. He is worthy of admiration. His character is also very good, except that he is a little sentimental. Sentimental. This is a very normal phenomenon for men. He is so outstanding. It is quite normal for many girls to be dead set on him. Luo Xiu said. That's true. Oh right, there is also a piece of information here. Some time ago, he was at the Ling family in Tiandu. He defeated Xiao Yun, who was at the 2-star domain realm, with the power of a 5-star lower realm. Luo Xiao said. He crossed 7 realms and defeated Xiao Yun, who was at the lower realm and domain realm. The dean of the martial arts academy frowned. Yes, that's what the information says. Many people have seen it. I believe Patriarch Ling Hai should be able to verify it. This is a little too monstrous. Even if there is no domain realm and lower realm, to be honest, it should be very difficult to cross the 7-star domain realm. However, for a child with such talent, it is hard to say. Didn't little Yu also defeat a 4-star domain realm when he was at the 8-star lower realm? They are about the same. Luo Xiao nodded. Then what should we do? There is no need to give him special treatment. Let's see how he performs in the martial arts academy. Let's observe him for a period of time first. Then the class, he can choose for himself. According to the information, Xiao Runing and him used to have a teacher-student relationship. He will most likely choose Instructor Zhao's class. Let's leave it at that for now. Don't leak this matter out. Yes. Increase the difficulty of the 3rd round of assessment by 3 times. 3 times. Isn't it a little too high? Luo Xiao asked in shock. 3 times. Also, cut his image to me. Let me see what is different about him. Yes. At this moment, Lin Xian and Wang Xintong arrived at the venue of the 3rd round of assessment together. The venue of the 3rd round of assessment was in a huge building. Those who had passed the 2nd round were lining up at the foot of the building. Those who had entered the building had already begun the 3rd round of assessment. The assessment in the building. Don't tell me it's a theoretical assessment. That's impossible. Wouldn't they be idiots? Lin Xian rubbed his chin. Wang Xintong was waiting for Lin Xian behind him. Therefore, she did not know that she had come with Lin Xian. At this moment, an instructor walked over. The lowest cultivation realm among the instructors here was at the Heavenly Venerable stage. This was unlike those small academies. Students, I will now explain the content of the 3rd round of assessment. The male instructor cleared his throat and said, the 3rd round of assessment will be a simulated battle in the simulation cabin. Lin Xian was enlightened. This could be done in the building. It was the same as the actual combat simulation in the Sky Martial Court. What you will be doing next is lying in the simulation cabin and simulating an actual combat. You will randomly fight a simulated demon beast whose cultivation realm is 3 stars higher than yours. The time limit is 2 minutes. If you are defeated or exceed the time limit, you will fail. Whoosh! Upon hearing the instructor's words, everyone could not help but burst into an uproar. This was too fucking crazy and perverted. For example, they were all at least 5 stars in the lower realm. The difference of 1 star in the lower realm was huge. Needless to say, the difficulty of fighting someone who was 3 stars higher went without saying. All of them were geniuses and had the ability to fight someone who was 3 stars higher. Although it was difficult to fight someone who was 3 stars higher, it was still within an acceptable range. However, there was another condition, a 2-minute time limit. Was this not pushing them to their deaths? Chapter 948. You can finish a battle of the same realm in 2 minutes. That was really difficult. Now, you're 3 realms higher than you, and you can finish the battle in 2 minutes. Isn't this too fucking abnormal? It could be said that 9 out of 10 people present did not have this confidence. Lin Xian also secretly felt that the 3rd round of the assessment was really abnormal. it was quite easy for him to be able to fight across realms. In fact, it was a power that others did not have. If Lin Xian did not create laws and exchange attributes, it would be quite difficult for Lin Xian to defeat a 5-star law realm expert who was 3 realms higher, but he could still do it. In fact, without the 2-minute time limit, 9 out of 10 people could do it. However, with the 2-minute time limit, 9 out of 10 people would probably be eliminated. Wow! Wang Xintong could not help but exclaim. Wasn't it too cruel? 5 minutes was fine. 2 minutes was 120 seconds. If you went in and saw the monster ready to fight, 10 to 20 seconds would pass, right? I want to fight an 8-star lower realm monster. I'll finish it in 2 minutes, Wang Xintong pouted. She felt that it was super difficult. It's fine. Believe in yourself. Although your attributes aren't very strong, you've learned a lot from Uncle Qin in terms of close combat. You're definitely not weaker than many of the so-called geniuses here. Lin Xian then said, also, basically, all demonic beasts have their own weaknesses. You and Uncle Qin should know many different types of demonic beasts and know the simplest ways to deal with them. In these aspects, I'm definitely not even 1/10 as good as you. I understand. Lin Xian was not praising Wang Xintong. He really did not know as much as she did. In other words, he did not have much experience. To be honest, since Lin Xian obtained the system, he was a 5-star lower realm expert. How many times had he been to the monster domain? Not many times. Lin Xian was also the kind of person who did not attend classes properly. How many classes had he attended? What did he attend classes for? Wasn't it for little Missy back then? What did he learn? Nothing at all. Therefore, he really did not know much about the types of monsters. On the other hand, Wang Xintong worked very hard every day. Lin Xian himself knew this. To be honest, he was too embarrassed to teach them what to do. They knew better than him, but they would unconditionally believe Lin Xian. Murongyu walked over from behind. She saw Lin Xian, but she didn't give him a second glance. Beauty, let's get to know each other. My name is Zhao Wuliang, and I don't know her. Before Zhao Wuliang could finish his words, Murongyu indifferently replied. Hee, let's get to know each other. We'll be in the same school in the future, and we'll all be schoolmates. There's no harm in being friends. No, I don't. Sister, you can't be so heartless. As soon as that person finished speaking, Murongyu's delicate body erupted with a cold aura, instantly separating him. Zhao Wuliang's entire body trembled, and he hurriedly retreated. Seeing this scene, many people who wanted to strike up a conversation with her gave up. This was an iceberg beauty that was absolutely difficult to strike up a conversation with. Although they were all arrogant and felt that they were very cool, after coming to the martial arts academy, many of their self-confidence had been shattered. Those who were not affected were the truly powerful people. Lin Xian did not know what happened behind him, but he suddenly felt a chill, and then turned his head to look. What the hell? When did such a beauty appear behind him? What made Lin Xian feel that she was different from other girls was not her appearance. She was indeed very beautiful, but Lin Xian had seen many beautiful girls. Who around him could not compare to her? Only Lu Yufan and the other younger girls could not compare to her. Ling Ying and Han Chuxue, which one of them lost to her? It was just that each of them had their own merits. What caught Lin Xian's attention was her sky blue hair and ice-cold light blue eyes. Lin Xian felt that this kind of eyes were really very beautiful. He had seen one before, and that was by Xuanxuan's light purple eyes. Dongfang Shue's eyes were also different, and they were also light blue like the woman in front of him, so when he saw her light blue eyes, Lin Xian's thoughts became even more complicated. Ding! You have triggered the mission. Time limit, 3 months. Reward, unknown. Time limit, 3 months. Current mission has been forcibly accepted. Lin Xian, fine. It was expected. It really was expected that he would trigger a mission. However, this mission was different from the previous one, and it was very special. Reward, unknown. Logically speaking, in terms of quality, who could compare to Linglong Shui? In Lin Xian's eyes, although everyone was equal, in terms of temperament, strength, and nobility, Linglong Shui was clearly at the top. And Linglong Shui's mission reward was also public, but there was a girl around the same age as Han Chushue and Ling Ying, and her mission reward was unknown. Logically speaking, mystery was universal, whether it was for men or women. For women, if a man was mysterious, they would be curious. For men, if a woman was mysterious, they would also be curious. Once you were curious, it was the first step into a trap. And this kind of mission was the same, unknown, then what was unknown? Fuck your mother. This damned system. Ding. Detected that the host is not friendly to the system, deducting Adonis points. Don't. Before the system finished speaking, Lin Xian quickly admitted defeat in his mind. I'm just kidding. The system also chose to forgive Lin Xian. Lin Xian was a little embarrassed. This trip to the Martial Arts Academy, how many missions would he trigger? In the Martial Arts Academy, there would definitely be a lot of top-notch beauties. There would definitely be a lot of them. It all depended on whether the system would take notice of him. Lin Xian glanced at Murongyu, and Murongyu also glanced at Lin Xian. To be honest, until now, in the entire Martial Arts Academy, the only person she paid attention to was naturally Lin Xian. As someone who could make the talent stone explode, she knew what this meant. Those adults were saying that this was a rare occurrence in 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years. It was not as simple as 1 in 10,000, it meant that you had divinity. After so many years, she had never seen a second person like this. But today, this scene happened in front of her. It was just that the person in front of her looked ordinary, and compared to many of the handsome geniuses here, his appearance was really below average. But it was such a person who made the talent stone explode. However, this was actually nothing. She would just pay attention to him a little. In her heart, Lin Xian might be her biggest rival, but this did not mean that it would increase her favorability. Lin Xian took a look and saw that it was 0. How he wished that he could be liked by Xian, who mysteriously had a favorability of 10. And looking at this girl's eyes, she was probably someone who was even harder to win over than Han Chushue. It was as difficult as Lin Xian chasing after Han Chushue without saving her. Chapter 949. Ling Ying and Han Chushue also moved with Lin Xian. Of course, they kept a certain distance from Lin Xian, but they could still see Lin Xian. Look at him. He's looking at her. Bastard. Stinking pervert. Ling Ying saw that Lin Xian was looking at Murongyu. She clenched her teeth and was extremely unhappy. Ah. Men are all pigs. Stupid pigs. Han Chushue was also very helpless. Of course, she was also unhappy, but she would not show it. She was also a very indulgent person. Moreover, she and Ling Ying were serving Lin Xian together. What else could she say? Perhaps this was a day that she and Ling Ying did not expect. He's just looking, it's nothing. Moreover, Murongyu is not someone he can interact with whenever he wants to. Han Chushue comforted. That's the reason, but, Ling Ying paused and said, even Sister Linglong and Lin Xian know each other, and their relationship is so good. Do you think Murong-yu is harder to interact with than Sister Linglong? They knew Murong-yu and naturally knew her identity. This woman's identity was much nobler than theirs. They were only daughters of the 8 great families, but Murong-yu was the daughter of the temple master. However, in their hearts, Linglong Shui was the most powerful. Although they did not know how strong Linglong Shui was, Linglong Shui's temperament and appearance made them, as women, sigh. She was definitely the most beautiful woman they had ever seen. Perhaps in their eyes, only Bing Lingyue was close to her. Such a woman had a relationship with Lin Xian, and even spent the new year together. This proved that their relationship was very good. They also received many good things from Linglong Shui. Therefore, Lin Xian was a very strange person. They felt that no matter how powerful a woman was, he would have a relationship with her. Bah! Stinking pervert. Lin Xian looked at Murong-yu for more than 10 seconds. Murong-yu frowned slightly. A man's eyes were on his body. It did not matter whether he looked at her or not. It was their freedom. However, he stared at her for more than 10 seconds. Wasn't that too much? Lin Xian was lost in his memories. Of course, he knew that it was not good to stare at a woman for so long. Lin Xian only regained his senses when Ling Ying's extremely displeased system notification rang out in his mind. Then, he hurriedly looked around to see where this chick was looking at him. As expected, Lin Xian saw Ling Ying and Han Chuxue. Lin Xian coughed dryly and silently turned his head. He's guilty. He's guilty. Ling Ying said unhappily. Instructor, I have a question. At this time, a woman raised her hand. Ask. If I'm a 10-star or 9-star lower realm cultivator, wouldn't I be facing a domain realm cultivator if I have to face a demonic beast 3 levels higher than me? The difference of a major realm isn't just a simple difference of 3 stars. The woman asked. You don't have to worry about that. Even if you're a 10-star lower realm cultivator, you'll only have to face a 13-star lower realm cultivator. Although there's no such realm, we've arranged a power that won't cross a realm. Don't worry. That's good. Good. Go inside and line up in order to enter the classroom for the trial. Then, Lin Xian and the others walked in one by one. Good luck. Lin Xian said to Wang Xintong. I'll do my best. Wang Xintong secretly clenched her fists and then walked into a room with a few people. Lin Xian happened to be assigned to another room. Everyone who comes in lies in the simulation pod. The trial is about to begin. A male instructor in the room said. Murong-yu and Lin Xian were also together, and their simulation pods were side by side. Lie down. Lin Xian then lay down and closed his eyes. The device turned on, and his consciousness randomly entered a grassland. Murong-yu didn't look at him. Just as she lay down, a female instructor walked in and whispered something in the male instructor's ear. Murong-yu's device hadn't been turned on yet, so their words were very soft. However, she was the closest to Lin Xian, and her strength wasn't weak, so she heard what they said. The meaning was very simple. Normally, in this trial, one would need 2 minutes to defeat a demon beast 3 levels higher than oneself. However, that person asked the male instructor to increase the difficulty of Lin Xian by 3 times, which meant 9 stars. 9 stars, what kind of concept was that? Even if he couldn't surpass the so-called Great Realm, 9 stars was basically a world of difference. In any case, it would be very difficult for her to fight a demon beast 9 stars higher than herself. The difference was simply too big. Even if she had so many attributes and outstanding combat strength, it was still too difficult to achieve. Perhaps it was possible, and it wasn't completely impossible. However, there was still a prerequisite. 2 minutes. Was the martial arts academy targeting him? Was it because he exposed his talent that was on the same level as hers? No, it shouldn't be, right? Targeting, it should be because they wanted to see how great his potential was. However, she admitted that if she had to do it like that, she wouldn't be able to achieve the 2 minutes limit. For Lin Xian, this was indeed extremely difficult. However, don't forget that the previous Lin Xian didn't even have the ability to create a law. He was able to surpass 6 stars and 7 stars to defeat and even kill opponents. Now, he had the incomparably heaven-defying ability to create a law. To be honest, Lin Xian was more qualified than anyone in the continent to surpass such a high realm to defeat opponents. Of course, he could still try a 1v1. If they ganged up on him, Lin Xian's ability to create a law would be useless. After all, with his realm and spiritual energy value, he wouldn't be able to maintain it for long. Once his spiritual energy value was depleted, he would basically be crippled. Lin Xian was in a grassland. It was originally just a grassland, but suddenly, the ground trembled. The entire environment underwent an earth-shattering change, instantly turning into a lava zone. Wow, it can even change the terrain. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose, then took out his weapon, Thousand Evils. To be honest, Lin Xian rarely used Thousand Evils. Thinking about it, he rarely fought, let alone use Thousand Evils. Hurry up and come out. It's already been 10 seconds. Lin Xian couldn't help but complain. Wasn't this a fucking scam? At this moment, a fiery red lizard drilled out of the lava in front of him. Lin Xian. Its body was more than 5 meters long, and it was the kind of monster that wasn't simple at first glance. Moreover, it crawled out of the lava. This was Quan Zhen's sex simulation. Since this demonic beast appeared, it proved that it could also survive in the magma in reality. To be honest, how could a monster with a low realm survive in the lava? Lin Xian felt that a lower realm monster couldn't survive in the lava normally. It had to be at the domain realm, right? Then, Lin Xian glanced at it with his eye of cave spirit. Fuck. Chapter 950. The Eye of Cave Spirit could detect demonic beasts that were no higher than 5 stars. However, he couldn't see this demonic beast clearly. Why did this feel like déjà vu? That's right. During the Tianhua City Sky Martial Institution's assessment, Xiao Runing had also secretly raised the level of her virtual combat demonic beasts. Now, she had already been fucked by Lin Xian, damn. What happened to being higher than 3 stars? You're higher than at least 5 stars, right? Didn't I just break 2 of your academy's talent stones? How can you blame me for this? Lin Xian had a miserable look on his face. You can't bully me like this. Now, Lin Xian had 2 choices. First, I won't accept it. I won't fight anymore. However, this choice might bring about a bad situation, and that was failing the assessment. If Lin Xian didn't accept it and reported that he wanted to do it again, what if the other party didn't agree? What if the other party didn't admit it? Wow! This group of black-hearted people. Damn it! Then, there was only the second choice. Swallow it and fight, okay? You guys are awesome. As the dean, you better not have a granddaughter studying here. Otherwise, I'll definitely make you regret it. Then, Lin Xian held Thousand Evils in his hand and pressed the button. Thousand Evils turned into a heavy sword. Heavy swords and light swords were actually 2 completely different weapons. Heavy swords focused on strength, while light swords focused on lightness. When facing an enemy whose realm was much higher than his, heavy swords were undoubtedly the better choice. Achoo, the dean sneezed. Dean, what's wrong? Luo Xiao asked. Nothing. The dean of the martial arts academy rubbed his nose. Strange, why did he sneeze? Then, he looked at the scene in front of him. This weapon is very interesting. Yeah, a light sword and a heavy sword can switch forms indiscriminately. Dean, I've never seen such a spirit weapon before. You've seen it before. Isn't Xiao Yu's weapon like this? Luo Xiao suddenly remembered. That's right, her sword can switch between several forms, but that's a divine weapon. That's right. Her family spent 13 years and a large amount of precious resources to create this divine weapon. Don't look at how it's just a simple change of form. The spiritual weapon is already fixed. This is something that is very difficult to achieve in theory. So this kid's spiritual weapon might also be at the level of a divine weapon. It's really admirable. When the time comes, we'll check if he has any hidden backers. With his ability, it's absolutely impossible for him to obtain such a spiritual weapon. All right. The dean of the martial arts academy had just picked up his teacup and was about to take a sip when he froze. Because, the battle was over. This. Vice Principal Luo Xiao widened his eyes in shock. Are you sure you increased the difficulty? The dean of the martial arts academy asked. It's grown bigger. Headmaster, this is a 6-meter-long demonic lava lizard that can live in lava. It's actually a 1-star domain realm existence. You should know this very well, right? Luo Xiao said in a daze. What's going on? Luo Xiao said in shock. This kid is a 5-star lower realm expert, and he instantly killed a 1-star domain realm demonic lava lizard with one strike. The dean finished his tea in one gulp, and his eyes shone brightly. This is too shocking. This has already exceeded our understanding. The vice principal of the martial arts academy nodded. Yes, it has exceeded our understanding. Normally, with his talent, he might be able to defeat it, but to kill it in one strike, he only used an Earth Stage Lightning attribute sword move. It's very strange. Could it be this spiritual weapon? It's possible. Take a look at the data first. The dean of the martial arts academy stared at the data displayed on the screen. What? The power of a 3-star domain realm expert? Luo Xiao's eyes widened. The power he unleashed in that instant has reached the level of a 3-star domain realm expert. A 5-star lower realm expert and an Earth Stage sword skill. Even if it's a divine weapon, with his current realm, he can only unleash 1/5 of its power, right? At most, the power he unleashed in that instant is around 9-star or 10-star lower realm expert. It's even more impossible for him to cross a major realm and reach the power of a 3-star domain realm expert. Could it be? He must have a strength-enhancing martial technique. And it's definitely not low. Then it has to be 4 to 5 times. Or even more. Does such a strength-enhancing martial technique exist? The dean of the martial arts academy said, it's only possible for it to be a divine skill, but I don't remember it. Moreover, to release a divine skill with a 5-star lower realm expert, unleash 4 to 5 times the power, control a divine weapon, and release an Earth Stage martial technique. This kind of spiritual energy consumption is very terrifying. As expected, how can someone who can possess a divine core be simple? How can he be viewed with common sense? This is good. I wonder what the outcome of his battle with Xiao Yu will be. I'm looking forward to it now, ha 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 ha. That's right, don't you want to see it? Then I'll let you see, isn't it awesome? Exchanging attributes, coupled with the large release of the law of creation, and strengthening his own strength, Lin Xian directly achieved an instant kill. It was very strong, and even a 5-star lower realm expert like Lin Xian could instantly kill a domain realm expert. Now, Lin Xian had really just comprehended the true meaning of the law of creation. It was really omnipotent. If he had known earlier that it could be like this, he would have used the law of creation to torture Xiao Yun instead of fighting to the death. Fuck. What a miscalculation. However, the law of creation was really awesome. It was too awesome. No wonder Linglong Shui was full of praise at that time. With a flash of light, Lin Xian disappeared on the spot. He regained his senses and sat up. The instructor who was paying attention to Lin Xian behind was stunned. It was true, because he could also see this scene, and he knew what kind of demonic beast Lin Xian was facing. It was killed in one move. What kind of monsters had come to the martial arts academy? And the blue-haired girl next to him, she was a 5-star domain realm expert. Facing an 8-star domain realm demonic beast, the difference of 1 star was too big, and then she didn't move from the spot and was directly frozen. Instant kill. This was really a group of monsters. Murongyu opened her beautiful eyes and slowly sat up. Turning her head, she saw that Lin Xian was also sitting up. She was slightly stunned. He was facing a demonic beast that was 9 stars higher than him, and it was over. He lost. Congratulations, you can leave from the back door and wait at the location of the 4th round of the assessment. The instructor sorted out his emotions and said to Lin Xian. Thank you, instructor. Lin Xian smiled and jumped out of the simulation pod. Murongyu, he won. And in such a short time. If she switched roles, if it was her, she couldn't do it. She could win, but not in such a short time. Battle intent surged in her heart. It was right to come to the martial arts academy. As expected, this place was not filled with ordinary people. This place would definitely allow her to improve greatly. Lin Xian's gaze then turned to Murongyu, who was walking out of the simulation pod. Hey, big sister, your blue eyes are so beautiful. Chapter 951. Murongyu glanced at Lin Xian, then nodded slightly and walked out of the door. Lin Xian followed her. She had encountered far too many people trying to hit on her. There were far too many people who said that she was beautiful, and there were far too many people who said that her eyes were beautiful. Lin Xian's was nothing special. Lin Xian followed and walked side by side with Murongyu. I also know someone. She also has blue eyes, and they're exactly the same as yours. Murongyu faintly replied, N. If she hadn't mentioned it, Lin Xian wouldn't have realized that their eyes were the same. Although they both had blue eyes, and although there were many possibilities, they were very similar. They were very similar. Her eyes were very similar to Dongfang Shui's. No, it really felt like they were exactly the same. Although it seemed like everyone had eyes and there was nothing different about them, they really were different. Murongyu naturally didn't believe Lin Xian's words. This was probably how men hit on women. Saying things like, you look like someone I used to know, or you look like my ex-girlfriend, or something like that. This was a common tactic used by men to hit on women. Murongyu had encountered far too many of these types of people. There was probably no one else with blue eyes on this entire continent. Even if there was someone else, it would be almost impossible to find. Perhaps other people also had blue eyes, but they were definitely different from hers. It was more likely that they really only had strange eyes and didn't have any other special abilities. Furthermore, there was no way that her eyes were exactly the same. This was because her eyes didn't come from her constitution or bloodline. They really did come from a type of divine eye called the Thousand Sealing Ice Eyes. The Thousand Sealing Ice Eyes were a rare sight that only appeared once in 1,000 years. It had the power to freeze everything within 1,000 miles. Other people might have to unleash a heaven-tier martial skill to freeze everything, but she could do so as well. However, it was even easier to unleash the power of the 1,000 sealing ice eyes and freeze everything. She had just finished a battle by unleashing her 1,000 sealing ice eyes, and she could easily freeze enemies of a higher cultivation base than herself. The power, range, number of people, and so on would all increase as her cultivation base and cultivation of the 1,000 sealing ice eyes increased. Upon reaching major accomplishment, he would be able to seal 1,000 li in ice with just his 1,000 ice eyes. A true god's eye. Compared to those ice-attributed martial skills, it was definitely many times more powerful. Of course, the prerequisite was that he had to start cultivating. However, very few people knew about the 1,000 sealing ice pupils, and even fewer people could tell that it was the 1,000 sealing ice pupils. Her eyes are 1,000 sealing ice pupils, what about yours? Lin Xian asked. Actually, Lin Xian didn't have any other intentions. He was just curious. Because he felt that their eyes were very similar. Murongyu, she stopped in her tracks and turned to look at Lin Xian. He actually knew about the 1,000 sealing ice pupils. Did he deliberately say that because he knew that he had the 1,000 sealing ice pupils? No. There were less than 10 people in this world who knew that she had the 1,000 sealing ice pupils, and they were all the people closest to her. Those who knew about the 1,000 sealing ice pupils were probably less than 1,000 people in this world. These were all ancient items. A long time ago, there were many people who knew about them. However, with the development and changes of the era, the number of people who knew about them decreased. With the arrival of the God's Child system, everyone relied on the system to cultivate. As for the so-called cultivation world, no one knew anything about it anymore. They only knew about some demonic beasts. At most, they knew about some simple spiritual herbs. They didn't know about the rarer ones at all. Not to mention the spirit eyes. There weren't many people who knew about the existence of special physiques and special pupils in this world. However, Lin Xian's words really shocked her. He didn't deliberately come to strike up a conversation. Did he really know about these things? Did that mean that what he said was also true? Did he really know someone who had the 1,000 sealing ice pupils? She has the 1,000 sealing ice pupils? Murongyu looked at Lin Xian and asked. Hearing Murongyu's question, Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. Yours. Don't tell me it's also the 1,000 sealing ice pupils? This wasn't a secret that couldn't be told. Since Lin Xian knew about it, there was no need for her to hide anything. Yes. Damn. Then what level of heaven are you at? The highest level of cultivation for the 1,000 sealing ice pupils was the 9th level, but it was very, very difficult. Murongyu, it seemed that she had really misunderstood Lin Xian. He really wasn't deliberately finding a topic to strike up a conversation. He actually knew what level of heaven the 1,000 sealing ice pupils were at. 4th level. 4th level. 4th level in your 20s is already very strong. However, the one I know is at the 6th level at 23 years old. Lin Xian said. Murongyu, where is she? Can you introduce her to me? Murongyu asked somewhat excitedly. The cultivation of the 1,000 sealing ice pupils was simply too difficult. Her talent was very heaven-defying. 5 years ago, she had already reached the 4th level of the 1,000 sealing ice pupils. However, in these 5 years, she hadn't improved at all. Those experts and seniors didn't know what to do either. Now that Lin Xian said that he had a friend who also had the 1,000 sealing ice pupils, she believed that it was true. Because he said it out loud, and even said what level of heaven it was. She was sure that this wasn't recorded in any ancient books. She really wanted to find the person who had reached the 6th level of the 1,000 sealing ice pupils and ask her for guidance. She believed that if she could really ask for the cultivation method above the 4th level of the 1,000 ceiling ice pupils, she would definitely be able to reach the 6th level in the shortest time possible. I can't, because I can't find her either. Lin Xian said with a slight sigh. She left? Yes, in a place that I know but can't go. Lin Xian's eyes flashed with a trace of sadness. Murongyu looked at Lin Xian. The eyes wouldn't lie. She really did see those things in Lin Xian's eyes. Ding. Murongyu's favorability towards you +3. Lin Xian, where did this favorability come from? It was quite easy to explain. Murongyu initially thought that Lin Xian was trying to hit on her. After hearing these words, she felt that Lin Xian was indeed not a frivolous person. It was normal for her favorability to increase a bit. Do you want to ask her for guidance? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Murongyu nodded. There are no records of the 1,000 ceiling ice pupils in history. Since ancient times, few people have obtained it. Those who possess it might not have survived or become famous. My family spent a long time to find a senior who has lived for more than 1,000 years and learned of it from him. However, the cultivation method is nearly impossible to know. As there was no system back then, people who could live for thousands of years were at the heavenly Tao realm. Very few such experts have left behind their legacies. The first 4 firmaments are relatively simple, but the 5th firmaments are a qualitative change. It's completely impossible to figure it out. That's right. However, I do have some understanding of the cultivation method for the first 6 levels of the 1,000 ceiling ice pupils. Murongyu looked at Lin Xian again, his eyes filled with pleasant surprise. Chapter 952. She, Murongyu, was a true cultivation maniac. Perhaps it was because of her personality and her family, but her birth meant that she was destined to be stronger than anyone else. She was already used to this from the start. Simply put, she would not lose to anyone in terms of her desire to excel. Of course, she was very concerned about the 1,000 ceiling ice pupils. She was stuck at this stage, and even those old monsters did not know what to do. However, Lin Xian said that he knew the cultivation method of the 5th and 6th heavens of the 1,000 ceiling ice pupils. How could she not be surprised? How could she not feel troubled? The main thing was that she believed him, because Lin Xian recognized her 1,000 ceiling ice pupils. How many people in the entire continent could recognize her 1,000 ceiling ice pupils? Moreover, he said that his friend also cultivated the 1,000 ceiling ice pupils to the 6th heavens. Lin Xian nodded. He did know the cultivation method of the 5th and 6th heavens of the 1,000 ceiling ice pupils. It just so happened that he had a way to get close to Murongyu. Otherwise, how could he pursue her? It was a good opportunity. I can do it, but I can't help you for free, right? Lin Xian said as he walked out side by side with her. Just then, they bumped into Han Chuxue and Ling Ying who were walking in. When Han Chuxue and Ling Ying saw Lin Xian and Murongyu chatting happily, they were going crazy. Wow! Devil! How did you manage to chat with Murongyu in such a short amount of time? Was this Lin Xian really that handsome? How strange! Murongyu also saw Ling Ying and Han Chuxue, and nodded slightly at them. The 2 girls also nodded back, and then they walked past each other. Obviously, they knew each other, but their relationship was not very good. Maybe they just knew each other, and could not be considered friends. Of course not. If you have any requests, just let me know. Requests? I can't think of anything right now. How about this, I'll tell you the cultivation method of the 5th heavens first. See if you can do it, then we'll talk about it. Alright. Murongyu nodded. I'm so angry. I'm so angry. On the other side, Ling Ying was going crazy. Han Chuxue smiled helplessly. Chuxue, why do you think Lin Xian can chat with Murongyu? Ling Ying was really puzzled. This wasn't normal. Murongyu was not such a person. Even those who were more outstanding than the young masters of the 8 great clans would find it hard to get along with her. Could it be that they already knew each other? That was impossible. Han Chuxue also shook her head. Damn it. When the time comes, I must ask Lin Xian. Humph. Ling Ying gritted her teeth. Senior Ling Ying, Senior Han Chuxue. Wang Xintong happened to walk out and saw them. Xian Tong, did you pass? Ling Ying asked. I passed. I'm preparing to go to the 4th round. Did you see Lin Xian? Lin Xian. He left with another big sister and left you behind. Ling Ying said unhappily. Oh. Then I'll go to the 4th round first. Go, good luck. Wang Xintong then ran off. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Lin Xian was also embarrassed. He bumped into 2 girlfriends while chatting with Murongyu. However, Lin Xian was very touched. They were actually giving face to Lin Xian. What was a man most afraid of when looking for a girlfriend? Girlfriends not giving face. According to what you said, can I really cultivate to the 5th heavens? Murongyu heard Lin Xian's words and felt that it made sense. However, she was also a little doubtful. Anyway, she had never thought about it this way. And you've been stuck at the 5th heavens for 5 years. If you're ready, you can try it tonight. Who knows, you might reach the 5th heavens tomorrow. Okay, thank you. Murongyu said gratefully. She never thought that coming to the martial arts academy would give her such a reward. However, no matter what, she would try it first and see if it was useful. They arrived at the location of the 4th round. It didn't seem to be the location of the 4th round. It should be a gathering place. There were already more than 1,000 people gathered here. There were about 30,000 examinees today. In the 4th round, there would be about 10,000 examinees. As for how many would pass, that would depend on the difficulty of the 4th round. However, it was estimated that there would be about 20,000 examinees after the end of the enrollment. The quality of these 20,000 examinees was really high. There were so many geniuses who were selected to be the cream of the crop. Su Jiming and the others were very surprised when they saw Lin Xian walk out. Lin Xian being able to pass the 3rd round was actually within their expectations. Although they didn't want to admit it, this Lin Xian was indeed something. After all, he really did lose to Lin Xian at that time. However, why was this Lin Xian chatting with Murongyu? Although Su Jiming didn't know what her name was or what her identity was, she was so beautiful. Moreover, he had personally tried to hit on her but failed. How did this Lin Xian do it? They were chatting. Thinking about it, he only said one sentence, and she just nodded and walked away. She didn't even bother to say a word to him. Then why was she chatting with this Lin Xian non-stop? Fuck your mother. Why exactly? Young Master Su, it seems that it will be difficult for you to get this beautiful girl. Qin Ming said with a smile. It doesn't matter if I can get her or not. There's still Ling Ying and Han Chuxue. Other than them, there's definitely no lack of beautiful girls. However, what I don't understand is, how can this Lin Xian chat with her so freely? Qin Ming shook his head. I don't really understand either. Just from the few sentences that young Master Su said to her, I can see that this person is very difficult to communicate with. Let's go and take a look. Su Jiming really wanted to know how this Lin Xian did it. The fact that he was able to get Xiao Runing proved that he was indeed something. Could it be that he had some special characteristics that attracted girls? He didn't understand, so he wanted to take a look. Young Master Lin, congratulations on advancing to the 4th round. Su Jiming walked over with a smile and said to Lin Xian. It seemed like he was talking to Lin Xian, but in reality, it was similar to checking on him. Then there's nothing to congratulate. Young Master Su is even more amazing. He directly decided that he didn't even need to take the 4th round. I admire. Lin Xian said with a smile. Hee, that's nothing. Young Master Lin, do you know this young lady? Su Jiming smiled and asked. His gaze then shifted to Murongyu. This woman was really beautiful. Blue hair, blue eyes, fair skin, beautiful features, and a good temperament. This kind of girl would definitely feel better than other girls of the same level. I know her. Didn't we just meet? Why? Young Master Su also knows her. Lin Xian asked. Hee, I want to know her, but she doesn't want to know me. Su Jiming said with a helpless smile. Lin Xian patted Su Jiming's shoulder and said, maybe it's a matter of charm. Su Jiming, what do you think? Lin Xian smiled and asked Murongyu. Murongyu. Chapter 953. Murongyu didn't answer. She glanced at Lin Xian and then silently looked into the distance. Lin Xian felt awkward. This girl didn't give him any face at all. So cold. They were just talking about the 1,000-ceiling ice pupils earlier. They felt like they were friends. Now, you're ignoring me. Wow. This woman needs to be taught a lesson. Ha. Lin Xian laughed awkwardly and then said, she has ulcers in her mouth and it hurts to talk, so she stopped talking. Su Jiming, fuck. A lower realm and domain realm expert with ulcers. Murongyu felt helpless when she heard Lin Xian's words. It's good. Su Jiming began to chat awkwardly with Lin Xian. Good. It's good that she has ulcers in her mouth. Young Master Su, no wonder you can't find a girlfriend. Lin Xian secretly shook his head. I'm saying it's good that you two know each other. Su Jiming said with a dark expression. Oh, I see. Ha, you guys chat. Isn't the 4th round of the assessment coming soon? I hope you two pass. Thank you, young Master Su. Then, Su Jiming walked away with a dark expression. Lin Xian. Wang Xintong walked over and stood obediently beside Lin Xian. How long did it take? Lin Xian asked with a smile. 1 minute and 20 seconds. I told you could do it. Wang Xintong smiled embarrassedly. She lacked confidence and felt inferior. Lin Xian knew that, so Lin Xian would guide her and make her slowly believe in herself. Her strength was there, and she cultivated desperately to improve herself. What she lacked was confidence. Murongyu heard Lin Xian talking to a girl. She turned around and saw a very young and beautiful girl. Wang Xintong saw Murongyu and was stunned. Wang Xintong was very beautiful, but when she saw Murongyu, Ling Ying, and Han Chuxue in front of her, she felt that there was a big gap between her and them. She felt inferior and lacked confidence. This is Murongyu. Lin Xian introduced her. Hello, my name is Wang Xintong. Wang Xintong said with her head slightly lowered as she reached out her hand nervously. Murongyu extended his hand and shook her hand. Hello. Wang Xintong then let go of her hand without saying a word. Lin Xian put his arm around her shoulder and said, You're too unconfident. Murong-yu was slightly surprised to see Lin Xian hugging Wang Xintong like this. Were they boyfriend and girlfriend? They were a good match. Wang Xintong pouted. She didn't know how to answer Lin Xian. I have to help you practice in the future. You're so outstanding. There's no need to be unconfident, okay? I know. Wang Xintong whispered. Her face was red. After all, in front of so many people, Lin Xian hugged her shoulder. She was really, really shy. In the eyes of others, this scene was really unpleasant. Wang Xintong was really beautiful. In a few years, she would be even more beautiful when she matured a little. Lu Yufan and Yi Yi were the same. Wang Xintong naturally attracted a lot of attention. At the same time, there was also Murong-yu beside Lin Xian. So, one could imagine how much attention they attracted. However, Murong-yu's temperament was too unapproachable. So, no one had the confidence to strike up a conversation with her, even if the people here were all geniuses. At this time, an instructor came over. Everyone, you can find a place to rest or visit the Martial Arts Academy. In the front yard of the Martial Arts Academy, except for some instructors' living quarters, you can visit the other places. After everyone finishes the first 3 rounds of assessment, we'll start the 4th round. It's estimated that it'll take 3 hours. Make good use of your time and gather here in 3 hours. Okay. Lin Xian had already guessed that the 4th round of assessment wouldn't be simple. In the first 3 rounds, around 10,000 out of 30,000 people could be eliminated. The main reason was that more people were eliminated in the 3rd round. In fact, although the 3rd round seemed difficult, one had to know that the people here were all geniuses. They were all born in rich families. Fighting across ranks, with a 2-minute time limit, was indeed difficult. But don't forget, they were all born with powerful martial arts skills. Although there might be very few Heaven Stage Masters, because Heaven Stage Masters were really rare, there were many Earth Stage Masters who were invincible. With such skills, it was easy to defeat opponents across ranks, so the 3rd round of assessment didn't eliminate too many people. In the end, only 20,000 out of 30,000 people would be left before the 4th round of assessment. Only 20,000 people were recruited, so this batch might only have 3,000 to 4,000 people who could pass the 4th round of assessment. This 4th round would definitely be the cruelest. And the words of the instructor just now also revealed one point, which was that the 4th round of assessment would definitely be carried out by all the students who passed the first 3 rounds. As for what they would do, no one knew. Perhaps even the instructor didn't know. Lin Xian brought Wang Xintong around the Martial Arts Academy. The instructor just now said that the Martial Arts Academy is in the front yard. We should be in the front yard, right? Wang Xintong asked. Lin Xian shook his head. I don't know. Let's walk around first. How about we go get something to eat? Okay. Wang Xintong nodded. The Martial Arts Academy naturally had a place to eat, which was the cafeteria. However, this wasn't a cafeteria in the ordinary sense. Here, you might see a lot of things that you wouldn't normally see, including the meat of some demonic beasts. Some demonic beasts were of higher ranks. Their meat contained spiritual energy, and eating it could quickly restore one's spiritual energy. However, most of the demonic beasts' meat was extremely unpalatable. There weren't many people in the cafeteria. Everyone was at least at the 5-star lower realm, so it wasn't easy for them to get hungry. Moreover, for most people, it was more important to familiarize themselves with the Martial Arts Academy rather than eat in the cafeteria. When they arrived at the cafeteria, because there really weren't many people, Lin Xian immediately saw 2 figures who had just walked into a private room. They were Ling Ying and Han Chuxue. That's right, there were private rooms in the cafeteria other than the main hall. The private rooms were the same as the ones outside. They didn't cost anything. If you came early, you could go to a private room. Let's go and see what delicious food little Ying and the others made. Lin Xian brought Wang Xintong and quietly entered the private room. Ling Ying and Han Chushue were still very curious. They were eating alone in the private room, so why would someone come in? They took a look and saw that it was Lin Xian. It smells so good. Let's eat, let's eat. Lin Xian walked in with Wang Xintong. Yo, young Master Lin, aren't you going to accompany the new big sister? Ling Ying said sourly. What new big sister? Little Ying, did you misunderstand something about me again? Lin Xian sat next to her and said. What about Murongyu? Ling Ying asked. Do you know her? Lin Xian was stunned. Ling Ying nodded. What's wrong? Weren't you chatting happily with her? Chapter 954. Lin Xian rubbed the tip of his nose. The conversation wasn't that exciting. You couldn't have a good conversation with that type of girl. We really didn't talk much. I just happened to know a bit about something she cultivates, so I gave her some advice. You gave her advice? Lin Xian nodded. Yeah, she even accepted it humbly. Bullshit. Do you know how many people in this world are qualified to give her advice? Just the knowledge in her head is more than many old people who have lived for more than 100 years. Lin Xian was curious after hearing Ling Ying's words. So awesome. Who is she? Really? Nonsense. You don't know. Lin Xian shook his head. What the hell would I know? I really didn't talk to her. Oh. Nothing, it really was nothing. Ling Ying believed it too. But this bastard must be thinking of something. Otherwise, why would he chat with her? He must be thinking of something. However, Lin Xian was really curious. Did this Murongyu have a special identity? Otherwise, Ling Ying wouldn't praise her like this. Ling Ying then said, her father is the head of the holy shrine. Lin Xian, really? Why would I lie to you? Her father is the current head of the holy shrine. The holy shrine was founded by the Murong family. Although it serves the people of the entire continent, her father currently has the highest authority and command of the holy shrine. She is the daughter of the head of the holy shrine, the only child. Damn! Lin Xian couldn't help but exclaim. Fuck you. So awesome. With this identity, how many young people on the continent could compare to her? That's not all. Do you know how many attributes she has? Ling Ying asked. 3. 4. Lin Xian, he was awesome because of the existence of the system. But she was born with 4 attributes. She was really a monster. She has the attributes of time and space. Lin Xian. Fuck. He was indeed a monster. Time and space were all on him. Fuck. Lin Xian had it too, but it was brought to him by the system. Wait a minute, could it be that this girl also has a system? Lin Xian thought inexplicably. After all, he had a special system. That was indeed special, but it did not mean that he was the only one in the entire world who had it. But that might not be the case. Monsters really existed. So, in terms of overall strength, she should be the most outstanding person in the martial arts academy. The possibility of anyone surpassing her is almost zero, but it's not impossible. After all, there is always someone better than a genius. Maybe there is someone on the same level as her, Ling Ying said. Yes, they were envious. But how could they be envious of something like this? They just had to work hard to improve themselves. In Lin Xian's opinion, since she had the 4 attributes of time and space, plus the 1,000 ice pupils, she was basically the strongest student in the academy. It was really hard to find someone more monstrous than her. If she didn't have the 1,000 sealing ice pupils, she might not have been able to do so. However, with the 1,000 sealing ice pupils, even if there were people with 4 different attributes, even if there were people with the time and space attributes, without the 1,000 sealing ice pupils, it would be very difficult to fight against her. However, this was not the only face of the world. Could it be that the 3 major forces were really the strongest? Was there another face of the 3 major forces that they did not know about? Perhaps only a few people knew about it. Lin Xian did not know. But this system really knew how to pick people. That's amazing. Lin Xian praised. Amazing, right? Then why are you teaching her? Ling Ying rolled his eyes. Hee, Lin Xian scratched his head helplessly. I just didn't expect her to come to the martial arts academy. This is actually what we should admire about her. Compared to her, we are really weak. Ling Ying said. You can't say that. Is it amazing to have more attributes? Having the 2 top attributes of time and space is heaven-defying? That's not absolute. Take little Ying Ying for example. With your dark attribute, how many people can you find in the entire continent with the highest purity? Isn't that right? When you improve yourself step by step and become stronger, even her 4 main attributes might not be able to defeat you. Lin Xian. That's the theory, but I haven't even reached the domain realm. What's there to compete with? Ling Ying rolled his eyes. It was all Lin Xian's fault. Previously, he played with her all day long, causing her to not want to go to the beast domain anymore. In addition, after the incident in Tianhua City, the area around Lin and City was not peaceful. They did not dare to go out for training in a short period of time. Their realm was indeed delayed by a lot. That's why I have to work harder. Don't talk about me. You're only a 5-star lower realm cultivator. Can't you focus on improving your realm? All you know is to flirt with this young lady all day long. Ling Ying said unhappily. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, improve. I definitely have to improve. I'll work hard to improve my realm during this period of time. I'll reach the domain realm first. After all, this realm is too important. That's right. Although the system could improve Lin Xian, his own realm was also very important. Now, Lin Xian should focus on this. Let's eat. I'm hungry. At this moment, Murongyu came to a cultivation room. With her status, it was naturally not a problem for her to get a room in the martial arts academy. Of course, not many people in the martial arts academy knew her. Anyone who knew her identity could come and visit this room. However, she invited a mentor to communicate with her and said that she wanted to cultivate, so she asked her to help look after her. This was a small matter. No matter who it was, such a small request was naturally not a problem. In the room, Murongyu locked the door and took off her jacket. After taking off her jacket, she also took off the white turtleneck sweater inside. She was only left with her underwear. If Lin Xian was here, he would probably have a nosebleed. What a good figure. Although every girl was good, she was still a new girl. New girls were very tempting to men. Otherwise, why would there be the saying, a home flower is not as fragrant as a wild flower? The cultivation method of the 1,000 sealing ice pupils' 5th firmament was a qualitative leap. Because it was very important, she had not found the method in 5 years. Lin Xian told her that the cultivation method of the 1,000 sealing ice pupils' 5th firmament was actually very simple. Although it was simple, it was very difficult to think of it without guidance. It was also very difficult to dare to do it. That was, to release the cold energy. Not only would the cold energy flow through the meridians, but it would also fill the bones, blood, flesh, and every part of the body. Then, use the power of the 1,000 sealing ice pupils to circulate continuously. Once the body had adapted to it, the 5th layer of the 1,000 sealing ice pupils would be initiated. The next step was a very dangerous step, which was to absorb all the cold energy into the 1,000 sealing ice pupils. Chapter 955. The 5th heaven of the 1,000 sealing ice pupils was a qualitative leap. If a person had the 1,000 sealing ice pupils, then that person must have the power of frost, which was the ice attribute. The 5th heaven was to let the 1,000 sealing ice pupils control all the power of frost. In a normal battle, releasing the power of frost was the power of one's own attribute. One's spiritual power was released from one's body. If one wanted to reach the 5th heaven of the 1,000 sealing ice pupils, then one had to let the 1,000 sealing ice pupils control all the power of frost. If one wanted to release the power of frost from one's body, the first step was to use the 1,000 sealing ice pupils as the source to release the power of frost throughout one's body. Simply put, if one wanted to reach the 5th heaven of the 1,000 sealing ice pupils, then from now on, the power of frost would be channeled through the 1,000 sealing ice pupils to the body. The body would then release the power of frost, and the pupils of the 1,000 sealing ice pupils would be the source of all the power of frost, not the dantian. To be honest, Murong-yu would never have thought of this in her entire life. However, Lin Xian had told her this. At first, she was skeptical, but after thinking about it, she felt that it was feasible. It was dangerous, but it made sense. It wasn't nonsense, so she was willing to give it a try. Actually, the better choice was to first communicate with her family and powerful experts and ask for their opinions. However, Murong-yu felt that it was feasible. She didn't think it was necessary. Did she believe Lin Xian? Naturally, she didn't believe him completely. Part of the reason why she was willing to give it a try was because she felt that Lin Xian's words made sense. The surrounding power of frost was piercing. Murong-yu was paying attention to the meridians under her skin. Her meridians were getting clearer and clearer. Lines appeared on her fair arms. Of course, this was a very normal phenomenon. Time slowly passed. What's going on with this building? Many people saw an abnormal scene. The entire huge building was sealed in ice at this moment. The cold was so strong that the students did not dare to approach it. Some teachers also gathered outside the building. The people inside the building had already been evacuated. Teacher Chin, what's going on? Well, a student is cultivating inside. It looks like he's about to have a big breakthrough. A breakthrough in the power of frost. This is too exaggerated. What kind of frost power is this? They also shook their heads. He had come into contact with too many people who cultivated cold force. As long as you were of the ice attribute, you would basically cultivate cold force. However, he had never seen a person who could break through to this realm and erupt with such cold force. At this moment, Lin Xian and Wang Xintong happened to pass by and saw this scene. Murong-yu couldn't have been cultivating here, could he? Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. Ling Ying and Han Chushue didn't like to go out with Lin Xian. Although it was said that they didn't like Lin Xian, it was actually just that they didn't want to bring trouble to Lin Xian. They just wanted Lin Xian to keep a low profile. If the two of them kept walking with Lin Xian, chatting and laughing intimately, to be honest, if these people saw them, then Lin Xian would definitely be noticed again. Although Lin Xian and Murong-yu seemed to have a good relationship now, it was indeed just seemed. Moreover, the young masters of several families in Tiandu were here. Now that Lin Xian's relationship with the Ling family and the Han family had not been exposed, they didn't want to be exposed. If that happened, it would be over. The two young ladies of the Ling family and the Han family were Lin Xian's girlfriends. If this news were to spread, it would definitely be over. Not only would there be countless public opinions, but their own families would probably forcefully take them back. Therefore, this choice was not wrong. However, now that Lin Xian had Wang Xintong with him, he had already received a lot of attention. Moreover, he was chatting and laughing with Murongyu before, but how should he put it? Not many people saw it. Lin Xian's gaze was fixed on the building. Although he couldn't see the situation inside, he could feel the power. It should be done. Lin Xian muttered to himself. What's done? Wang Xintong asked doubtfully. She's cultivating something. I didn't expect this woman to be so monstrous. Originally, I thought that even if she knew the method, it would take some time. Now, it seems that it might be done in a few hours. Lin Xian praised. Oh, at this time, Lin Xian's gaze caught a familiar face, Xiao Xinyue. Xiao Xinyue seemed to feel Lin Xian's gaze and also turned her head to look. When she saw Lin Xian, she quickly turned her head back. Her gaze was fixed on the building, and after a few glances, she walked away. Now, she couldn't have too much contact with this Lin Xian, otherwise, she would definitely be bullied to death by him. She still owed Lin Xian 6 conditions. She didn't want to meet Lin Xian at this time, and then Lin Xian might make her do something. Why does this chick look like she's afraid of me? Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh. More and more people gathered here, and each of them was asking what was going on, and what was going on. After a while, a burst of cold energy erupted, and everyone hurriedly retreated. In the next moment, the cold energy dissipated, and the frozen building also melted, and water kept dripping from the building. Looks like it's done. Lin Xian muttered to himself. In the room, Murongyu opened her beautiful eyes. Those beautiful blue eyes flashed with a trace of light, and then she revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. 5th layer of heaven. There was a qualitative change. It was really right. Murongyu was pleasantly surprised. She never thought that the cultivation method of the 5th layer of 1,000 ice pupils would be found here. After she successfully reached the 5th layer of heaven, she had already firmly believed in Lin Xian. What he said was true. It was absolutely true. Murongyu put on her clothes and couldn't wait to walk out of the building. As soon as she walked out, she saw so many people gathered in front of the building. Murongyu was slightly stunned, and her originally smiling and excited expression immediately returned to her cold expression. Damn! So beautiful. Fuck. Goddess, who is she? Please contact me. Blue hair, blue eyes, white skin, beautiful appearance, and temperament, damn. I love it. Most of the people here had never seen Murongyu before, and this was their first time seeing her. Seeing her coming out of the building, it was normal for them to be stunned. Murongyu's beautiful eyes swept through the crowd, and then she saw Lin Xian at the back, and then she walked towards Lin Xian's direction. Those people in Murongyu's direction were all very excited. The goddess is here, the goddess is here. However, Murongyu walked past them and walked to the back. Thank you, I've reached the 5th layer of heaven. Murongyu looked at Lin Xian gratefully and said. She was really grateful to Lin Xian from the bottom of her heart. 5 years of trouble, and Lin Xian said it out loud, how could she not be grateful? Everyone's eyes looked at Lin Xian. Chapter 956. Not far away, Ling Ying and Han Chushue were standing on the rooftop of a building, enjoying the breeze. They could also see the situation below. It seems that someone is destined to not be able to keep a low profile. Ling Ying said helplessly. Yes, Murong appeared in front of so many people today, and she just happened to walk toward Lin Xian in front of so many people and talk to Lin Xian. This was enough to make those men pay special attention to Lin Xian. Ling Ying and Han Chushue had deliberately not appeared on the same stage as Lin Xian, and now there was Murong. Moreover, there was also Wang Xintong beside Lin Xian. In this martial arts academy, there must be more men than women. About 7-3, with men making up 7. In fact, it was not that there were fewer female geniuses than male geniuses, but that more females were not as competitive. There were basically 3 types of people who came to the martial arts academy. The first type wanted to really improve themselves here. The second type wanted to be incomparably strong and wanted to compete with others. They were all geniuses, but they were still better than them. The last type came to show off. They came to show off their powerful identities, only to find that there were many more people here who were more powerful than them. Among these 3, how much do you think women accounted for? 30% was really enough. But the good news was that there were really many beautiful girls in this martial arts academy. They were not only beautiful, but also goddesses who could make the birds alight and the geese fall from the sky. But now, these goddesses actually had friends of the opposite sex, and she could even talk to him in front of so many people. Damn it! Congratulations! Lin Xian smiled and said. Thank you very much. I'll treat you to a meal after the exam. Murong said. You're not planning to treat me to a meal to repay me, are you? Aren't you too stingy? No, Murong shook her head and said, repayment is repayment. It doesn't conflict with treating you to a meal. Okay. Then they walked away while chatting. Everyone was dumbfounded. How do I fix this 6th heaven? Murong asked expectantly. Lin Xian glanced at her. Her favorable impression of him had reached 10. Big sister. I've already done so much, but your favorability is only 10. What the fuck? Chase. Lin Xian wanted to cry. However, it really depended on the person. It was really difficult to raise the favorability of this kind of girl. 6th heavenly layer. 6th heavenly layer is very difficult. Lin Xian said. Murong looked at Lin Xian. Wang Xintong, who was beside them, scratched her head in confusion. What were they talking about? What 5th layer of heaven, what 6th layer of heaven? For the 6th layer of heaven, you need to find a man with a pure yang body to dual cultivate with. Murong seeing Murong expression, Lin Xian laughed. You must be joking. It's not to the extent of dual cultivation. We're just cultivating together. What do you mean? Murong asked. If the 5th layer of heaven is a qualitative change in your frost energy and 1,000 sealing ice pupils, then the 6th layer of heaven is to use fire to strengthen ice. Fire to strengthen ice. Murong frowned. Lin Xian nodded. Yes. Of course, it's not the traditional use of fire to strengthen ice. This person must have a pure yang body. What's a pure yang body? Murong had never heard of it before. She had only heard of the extreme yin body. Could it be that the pure yang body and the extreme yin body were 2 different opposites? To put it simply, this person's fire attribute must reach 100% purity. At the same time, his body constitution is called the pure yang body. The fire attribute energy released by him must be extremely strong. Lin Xian. Murong pondered for a moment. In her memory, there wasn't even a person with a fire attribute purity of 100%, let alone a pure yang body. In theory, it was possible to reach 100% purity. However, there was basically no one who could reach it. At most, it could reach 99% purity. It was impossible to reach 100% purity. However, because Lin Xian's cultivation method of the fifth layer of heaven was correct, she now firmly believed in Lin Xian. Do you know such a person? Murong Yu asked. You're very lucky. I just happen to have it. Murong Yu. Then, Lin Xian stretched out his hand and condensed a flame. This directly told Murong Yu that he had the fire attribute. However, the pure yang body and 100% fire attribute purity were all made up by Lin Xian. In fact, as long as one had the fire attribute, it would be fine. There weren't many people in the world who met this requirement. It was just that Lin Xian said this to show that he was unique and that he was her only choice. Then, when the time came, wouldn't she be able to take advantage of him with a few words? Murong Yu, was there such a coincidence? Was her luck really too good? Then, don't be anxious. You just advanced to the fifth layer of heaven. You have to slowly consolidate it. And I know. Thank you. Lin Xian smiled. You're welcome. When the time comes, I'll repay you. What do you want? Lin Xian rubbed his chin. This girl couldn't say things like, I want you. I haven't thought about it yet. If I do, we'll talk about it later. Murong Yu nodded slightly. Xiao Yu. At this moment, a voice came from behind. Lin Xian and the rest turned around to look. An extremely handsome man smiled and jogged in front of them. Fuck. Why are all the men more handsome than me? Lin Xian thought unhappily. Actually, Lin Xian wasn't too handsome, but he was good-looking. And this kind of person, he was really handsome. Therefore, Lin Xian really felt that this world wasn't a world that looked at looks. No, it couldn't be said that. For outstanding girls, especially those who had self-respect, they didn't necessarily have to be handsome when choosing a partner. It was all about fate and feelings. Look, which girl around Lin Xian wasn't beautiful and outstanding? Weren't they dead set on Lin Xian? And wasn't Lin Xian very handsome? He was just good-looking. But for men, in the eyes of men, there was only one thing about girls: looks. When a girl was good-looking, they would have the intention to get close to her, and then something would happen. If she wasn't good-looking, getting close to her wouldn't even exist, let alone anything happening. Therefore, it was right to say that this was a world that looked at looks. For men, it was definitely a world that looked at looks. But for Lin Xian, looks were indeed very important. Who didn't like beautiful girls? But they had to have a good heart. Which girl around Lin Xian didn't have a good heart? For Lin Xian, looks were the prerequisite for him to get close to her. After she had good looks, Lin Xian would accept her. Murong Yu saw him and nodded slightly, saying, Brother Xinjie. Lin Xian, oh, this man was Murong Yu's brother. Biological brother. No, Ling Ying said that the Murong family only had one daughter, and that was Murong Yu. Chapter 957. Murong Yu then said to Lin Xian, This is my cousin, O Xinjie. Nodding her head, she then extended her hand to O Xinjie. Hello, cousin. O Xinjie, what does this person mean? He is Murong Yu's cousin, but what kind of cousin are you calling? Do you think that you are Murong Yu's boyfriend? If you are Murong Yu's boyfriend, then there is nothing wrong with calling him cousin. Moreover, he also likes Murong Yu. He has liked Murong Yu for a long time. Although he is her cousin, their blood relationship is quite distant, and they can love each other. However, this Murong Yu really doesn't like any man. Oh Xinjia and Murongyu have known each other for 15 or 16 years, and they have known each other since childhood. They can be considered as childhood sweethearts, but there is no relationship between them. At most, compared to other men, he can get closer to Murongyu, that's all. However, in all these years, he had never seen Murongyu get along well with anyone of the opposite sex. In fact, he didn't even know if Murongyu had any friends of the opposite sex. This was actually a good thing. The pavilion closest to Murongyu enjoyed the moonlight first. Perhaps he would be the one who would have the easiest time wooing Murongyu. However, today, he saw Murongyu talking with a stranger of the opposite sex. This is not the first time. It is this Lin Xian, he has already noticed. This time, although it seems that he came to greet Murongyu, in fact, he wants to see what kind of person this Lin Xian is. He, O Xinjie, also comes from a rich family. Although the O family is not one of the so-called 8 great families in Tiandu, it is a family that is above the 8 great families. In other words, the 8 great families are T3 level families, but his O family is T2 level family, and T1 level family is the 3 major forces, very strong. Of course, it is also because of the close relationship with Murongyu. In any case, in the mainland, it is difficult to find many people who can compare with O Xinjie in terms of status. Before this, he'd been extremely arrogant. In his eyes, the only person who could compare to him was Murongyu. Even after coming to the Martial God Academy, this view of his hadn't changed. Although he'd seen many heaven-defying geniuses, he still felt that there was a gap between him and them. O Xinjie smiled and shook Lin Xian's hand, and then said, "Hello." O Xinjie then smiled and said, "This is the first time I see Murongyu have contact with the opposite sex. Are you Murongyu's friend?" Lin Xianran looked at Murongyu and asked, "Does that count?" Murongyu, yes. Murongyu nodded. Murongyu really does not have many friends. Not to mention the opposite sex, even the same sex is very rare. However, Lin Xian has helped her a lot. Murongyu is grateful to Lin Xian from the bottom of her heart. She also hopes to be friends with him. Of course, it is only an ordinary friend. He, very good, very good. O Xinjie then looked at Murongyu and said, "Murongyu, what happened just now?" "I just had a breakthrough in my cultivation." "It is nothing." "So that's how it is. Let's go eat something together." O Xinjie asked. "No need, I still have some things to discuss with Lin Xian." "Cousin, you go first." Since Murongyu said so, O Xinjie naturally cannot say anything. He nodded and then walked away. As soon as he turned around, his eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. Putting aside the fact that Lin Xian and Murongyu had a close relationship, even if Lin Xian said so, O Xinjie would not believe him. However, since Lin Xian is Murongyu's opposite-sex friend, O Xinjie is destined to take Lin Xian seriously. As for what he wants to do with Murongyu, he can only think about it in the future. "He likes you?" Lin Xian asked. "I don't know." Murongyu answered indifferently. Can relatives like each other?" Wang Xintong asked doubtfully. "Stupid, it is fine as long as it is more than 3 generations." Wang Xintong suddenly understood. Her pretty face blushed slightly. How could she forget this? "Miss, add me on WeChat." Lin Xian took out his phone and waved it around with a smile. Murongyu nodded slightly. Then, she scanned Lin Xian's QR code and added him as a friend. Murongyu's WeChat profile picture was a very cute cartoon profile picture. In fact, it was obvious that she has a child's heart deep in her heart. Yes, she is old. No matter how cold and mature she is not an old woman after all. Wang Xintong is used to Lin Xian's behavior. She does not care about anything. As long as Lin Xian remembers her and treats her well, she does not care what Lin Xian does. Oh, we have a mutual friend. Lin Xian said. Murong Yu was also surprised. How could they have a mutual friend? Then, Murong Yu leaned closer to Lin Xian to take a look. Then, she took out her phone and looked at it. Who is your mutual friend? Let's look through the friend list and see which profile picture is the same. I'm very curious. Who can be our mutual friend? Lin Xian was really very curious. Ling Ying. Han Chuxue. That can't be. They know each other, but they are not friends. They just know each other. In Murong Yu's eyes, they are opponents that she needs to care about. In Ling Ying and Han Chuxue's eyes, Murong Yu is the same. To be able to enter Murong Yu's eyes and be treated as opponents, it is indeed proof of their excellence. Ling Ying and Han Chuxue are originally excellent, but because of that bastard Lin Xian, they went to the beast domain less. Otherwise, they would have been in the domain realm by now. You're not going to look. Lin Xian looked at Murong Yu curiously. No need. Ha. Lin Xian looked. Dad, Mom, Big Uncle, Second Uncle, Big Aunt, that's right. This is Murong Yu's friend list. There are only about 10 people, and they are all family members. Then, there is a cousin's name. It is probably Ou Xinjie. Lin Xian's mouth twitched. Amazing. Does this person really have no friends? No wonder he doesn't need to look. However, Lin Xian doesn't have many friends. Then, Lin Xian looked and looked at Murong Yu's phone. Finally, he found their mutual friend. Murong Qing. To be honest, although they are both called Murong, Lin Xian really didn't think that there is any relationship between them. But now, Murong Yu naturally saw it too. Lin Xian's note for Murong Qing, 8 wives. It is Wang Xintong's first time looking at Lin Xian's phone. It doesn't matter if she doesn't look, but once she does, little fairy, then first wife, second wife, third wife, all the way until there are more than 10 wives. Amazing. She is also noted as one of them. Of course, Lin Xian's notes are basically known by those girls. Some didn't think much about it, and some were too lazy to think about it. Anyway, he can't really have more than 10 wives, right? That's right, Murong Yu is also attracted by Lin Xian's note. Of course, she doesn't really think that these are Lin Xian's real wives. They are probably just for fun. However, Chapter 958. Murong Qing was his 8th wife. First wife and second wife were actually meaningless. They were just randomly arranged. Looking at the friend list, whoever was first would be the first wife. They were just arranged in order. However, Lin Xian did not dare to list Linya as one of his wives. Because in the eyes of the other girls, she was Lin Xian's sister. If he listed her as one of his wives, they would have guesses. Lin Xian glanced at Murong Qing's name. Aunt. Lin Xian, that's right. Dumbfounded. Murong Qing is your aunt? Lin Xian asked. Murong Yu nodded. What kind of aunt? My father's sister. By blood. Yes, by blood. Lin Xian, fuck. Murong Qing was the sister of the master of the holy sanctum. Fuck. Wasn't this person too low-key? Then why did you list my aunt as this? Murong Yu asked, puzzled. Lin Xian did not know how to answer. My family is urging my aunt to find a boyfriend. During the new year, my aunt said that she would not go home after spending the new year at her boyfriend's house, Murongyu said. Lin Xian, don't misunderstand. I'm just used to listing the girls in my friend list like this. Lin Xian smiled and explained. Murongyu was one of the missions. He could not say that he had a girlfriend or something like that. He also could not tell her that he wanted to court her aunt and be her uncle. Fuck. Murongyu nodded. Then I'll list you like this too. Murongyu, she was indifferent to all of this. You can list me as you like. That's your freedom. Alright, 14th wife. Murongyu. Then, they went to the gathering place because it was about time for the 4th round of the examination. What really surprised Lin Xian was that Murongqing actually had such an amazing identity. However, the Murong family was really powerful. Murongqing's time attribute, Murongyu's 4 attributes, and the others were probably also very powerful. This kind of thing was predestined at birth, which also meant that the ancestors of the Murong family were very powerful, and they definitely had some kind of time attribute. Simply put, it was a matter of bloodline. Otherwise, at most, there would only be 1 or 2 powerful people. However, if your direct bloodline was powerful, then it was a matter of bloodline. But then again, if the ancestors of the Murong family were not powerful, they would not have been able to create such a colossus like the temple. About half an hour later, all the people who had passed had gathered here, waiting for the 4th round of the examination to begin. Just as Lin Xian had expected, there were about 20,000 people who had entered the 4th round. At this time, Luo Xiu walked over again. Murongqing and Xiao Runing were also walking side by side, talking and laughing as they walked over. The two of them were already known as goddess mentors. From the start of the day until now, they were probably the ones who had left the deepest impression on everyone. As for Murongyu, not many people had seen her before. Everyone, quiet down. Luo Xiu said. Everyone looked at him one after another. First of all, congratulations to all of you for passing the first 3 rounds of assessment. In fact, the difficulty of the first 3 rounds of assessment isn't too high, as can be seen from the number of people who advanced to the next round. However, don't be too happy too early. Luo Xiu paused and continued, this time, the Martial Arts Academy's enrollment is estimated to be around 20,000 people, and the enrollment will last for half a month. Every day, there will be tens of thousands of people participating in the examination. In half a month, the total number of candidates will be around 200,000, and 20,000 will be admitted. This admission rate is not high, but it is not low either. After all, the competition is very fierce for geniuses who came here from all over the world. As for the 21,000 of you, 11,000 people will be eliminated in the 4th round. Hiss, hearing Luo Xiu's words, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Only 2,000 people will be admitted when 19,000 people will be eliminated out of 21,000. Damn. Damn. That's right. We don't look at the level, we only look at the ranking. In the 4th round, only the top 2,000 will be admitted to the Martial Arts Academy. The rest will be eliminated. Of course, it doesn't matter if you are eliminated. Next year, the Martial Arts Academy will still accept new students. You will still have a chance. Lin Xian was secretly speechless. Only 2,000 people were admitted this time. It was really cruel. Some people were already regretting it. Why did they have to come today? Today must be the day with the most people in half a month, and the competition was also the most brutal. Vice President, what is the 4th round of the examination? Someone asked. The 4th round of the examination is the comprehensive strength of everyone. Everyone was confused. Next, you will be taken to the Endless Forest. Everyone looked at each other. The Endless Forest. Not many people had heard of it. Most of them were probably Chinese people who had heard of this place. The Endless Forest is one of the more famous huge monster forests in China's monster territory. The monsters there range from the weakest Qi-building realm to the heavenly venerable realm and virtual realm monsters. Hiss, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Next, you will enter the Endless Forest for a day of training. That's right, it's similar to the last round of the Tianwu conference because we discovered this rule. This method is indeed very useful. We don't care what ability or method you use. Kill monsters, obtain monster crystals, and exchange them for points. In the end, the top 2,000 will be admitted. Don't say it's unfair. Your realms are different, your backgrounds are different, and your spiritual weapons are different. If you are really powerful, you will be able to stand out. If your realm is only a pseudo-realm, even if you are in the territory realm, you might not be able to beat someone in the lower realm. Luo Xiao said. To Lin Xian, this was good news. Damn it. Finally, he could go and grind properly. That was because there were too many things that tested a martial artist in this kind of battle. If it was useless, it would not have been used in the last round of the Tianwu conference. Of course, the Endless Forest is very dangerous. The lowest realm of all of you is 5 stars of the lower realm. You have the ability to protect yourself there, but if you are unlucky, you might encounter a powerful monster and die. We will give each of you a teleportation crystal. If you encounter danger, you can use the crystal to teleport to a safe area where the instructors are. Of course, this means that you have failed the examination, but even so, danger can still happen. Therefore, if all of you are willing to take the 4th round of the examination, come to me and sign the life and death writ. Of course, if you die, the Martial Arts Academy will give your family some compensation, but we will not be responsible for it. Now, I will give you a chance to choose. Begin. Chapter 959. The choice this time was to choose whether to enter the Endless Forest or not. If you enter, you might die there. And if you don't experience life and death, how can you become a true powerhouse? However, basically everyone had signed the life and death order. No, not basically, but everyone. Everyone was a genius and had gone through the previous 3 rounds of assessment. They had their own pride. Moreover, with the protection of the sky crystal, what were they worried about? This life and death order was necessary for the Martial Arts Academy because most of the people who came here were people with power and influence. If someone really died in the Endless Forest, their family could make a fuss about it. However, with the life and death order, it didn't matter much. Because they didn't force it. Follow me when we reach the Endless Forest. Lin Xian said to Wang Xintong. I want to try it alone. Wang Xintong bit her lips and looked at Lin Xian stubbornly. Lin Xian hesitated for a moment. He knew that Wang Xintong wanted to improve herself. She might not improve much if she followed him, but Lin Xian didn't feel at ease. But, okay. Then you have to be careful. If you encounter danger, don't try to be brave. Just use the sky crystal, understand? Yes, yes. Wang Xintong nodded repeatedly. Murong glanced at them from the side. Are these 2 people a couple or not? Forget it, why was she thinking about this? However, her aunt said to be careful of Lin Xian when they reached the Martial Arts Academy. He was Lin Xian, it was him. At present, there was nothing to be careful of. To say that he was a hooligan. Well, she didn't think he was a hooligan. Instead, she felt that he was quite powerful. Good, now that all of you have signed the life and death writ, none of you have chosen to give up. This is a good thing. Now, let me announce some rules. Luo Xiao swept his gaze over everyone and said, "Next, you will enter the Endless Forest and undergo a day of tempering. The Endless Forest is extremely large. When the time comes, you will be given a map that clearly marks the distribution of forces within the Endless Forest. Where are the areas where large numbers of domain realm monster beasts roam? Where are the areas where large numbers of Empyrean realm monster beasts roam? Where are the safe areas? You can make your own choice. Danger and opportunity coexist. Go to the more dangerous areas and the stronger the monster beasts, and in the safe areas the monster beasts are generally weaker." Then, Luo Xiao said, "Qi Building Realm Demonic Beasts are 1 point, Soul Focus Realm Demonic Beasts are 5 points, Arcane Body Realm Demonic Beasts are 10 points, Profound Heaven Realm Demonic Beasts are 20 points, Low Realm Demonic Beasts are 50 points, and Domain Realm Demonic Beasts are 100 points. The higher the grade of the demonic beasts killed, the more points will be awarded. Also, you will depart in an hour. The estimated time of arrival is before 12 a.m. You will enter the Endless Forest at 12 a.m. and come out before 12 a.m. the next day. The rules are the same as the last round of the Sky Martial Assembly. If you don't come out before the stipulated time, you will be eliminated." Everyone was naturally participating in the Sky Martial Assembly, so they naturally understood the rules. These are the general rules, the same as the Sky Martial Assembly. Is there anything else you want to ask? Can we form a team? Someone asked. Of course you can. However, you should also know that when you form a team, you will experience the same place. If you don't form a team, you will also experience the same place. The journey will be the same, and the number of monster beasts you will encounter will also be the same. Therefore, if the monster crystals are divided, it is possible that your team will not be able to advance. That is your choice. Luo Xiao said. Then can we snatch monster crystals from the hands of other martial artists? Yes. Everyone couldn't help but rub their hands together. Snatching monster crystals would be awesome. These are all within the scope of a martial artist's test. However, fighting for monster crystals is one thing. You are not allowed to seriously injure or kill students. Although you may be in any corner of the Endless Forest, the few hundred instructors of the Martial Arts Academy have some kind of method to monitor your every move at any time. If you maliciously injure or kill a student, what you will suffer will not only be the punishment of the Martial Arts Academy. Luo Xiao reminded everyone. Because in the process of fighting was unavoidable. Some people might even kill others. This was very normal and everyone understood. However, they were not allowed to kill each other. But, if we fight and the other party is clearly unable to defeat us, but still refuses to let go, then what should we do? We clearly have the ability to take the monster crystal from him, but we can't take it. Someone asked. I said, we can see your every move. If such a situation really happens, you don't need to pay attention to it. Just leave. When the test is over, report to me. I will use my divine sense to see everything that happened. If it is really like what you said, then that person's monster crystal will be counted on your head. Luo Xiao said. If that's the case, then that's excellent. Thank you, Vice President. Now, do you still have any questions? Luo Xiao glanced at everyone again. Okay, if there are no questions, then make some preparations. We will prepare to go to the Endless Forest. At this time, a pretty girl ran over. She was probably one of the predetermined ones. Vice President. After that girl ran over, she whispered something in Luo Xiao's ear. Luo Xiao nodded slightly. Then, his gaze swept across everyone and said, the situation has changed. This time, the fourth test map is no longer the Endless Forest. Ah! Everyone revealed a surprised expression. After the discussion between the vice president and the experts of the three major forces, the test map this time has been redrawn to Tianhua City. Everyone, Lin Xian, wow. This group of people was sneaky. Tianhua City was a city that had just been conquered. If Tianhua City was taken back by the human race now, it would not be difficult to regain its vitality. This was because many of the facilities, buildings, and so on inside were still intact. However, for a city that had been conquered for a long time, it was estimated that green vines had already crawled all over the buildings. Many things had already become dangerous buildings. The cost and time needed to regain that kind of vitality was too great. Now, it was simply killing two birds with one stone. How strong was the combat strength of these 20,000 geniuses? It was probably not inferior to a million-strong army of the three major forces, right? One had to know that the armies of the three major forces often had millions of people fighting against millions of demonic beasts, but the vast majority of them were very weak. There were chi-building realm cultivators, and there were even ordinary people. They fought with firearms, and demonic beasts of lower realms were naturally afraid of firearms. As for 20,000 martial artists of the lower realm and above, and they were all genius martial artists, they belonged to the kind that could fight across realms. Their combat strength exceeded the normal standards of those of the same realm. With 20,000 of these people gathered in Tianhua City, how many demonic beasts could they kill in Tianhua City? In fact, it was not an exaggeration to say that if the fourth round of this half-month test was held in Tianhua City, after the test, the three major forces could lead their troops and take back the dominance of Tianhua City. This was not an exaggeration. Chapter 960. Therefore, this was also a good thing about the Martial Arts Academy. Normally, one would not even dare to imagine that they could gather hundreds of thousands of geniuses, but the Martial Arts Academy had done it. Lin Xian had thought of this possibility just from the fact that the last round of assessment was in Tianhua City. Therefore, this group of people was really sneaky. However, Lin Xian had also thought of a possibility for the establishment of the Martial Arts Academy. It was this possibility. Perhaps the future 20,000 students of the Martial Arts Academy would have a lot of missions. For example, today, the Martial Arts Academy had gathered 20,000 students to attack a certain city together. The results would be very brilliant, and the losses would be very small. At the same time, this could be a way for the academy to train the students. Wow! This group of people was really fucking sneaky. However, this was also where these people were smart. Intelligence was really too important. This was definitely very good news. For example, they had gone to Tianhua City today. 20,000 people, and the lowest level was at the lower realm. With 20,000 people of this quality entering Tianhua City, how much could they stir up? It was unimaginable. The combat power of these 20,000 people was really comparable to an army of 1 million. Moreover, they had the advantage of being flexible. They fought alone and filled the entire Tianhua City, stirring up a storm. Just based on this point, Lin Xian admired these people. They were too smart. Luo Xiao then said, "I believe everyone knows about Tianhua City. Tianhua City is a city that has been captured recently. At this stage, there are many monsters in Tianhua City, and there are many powerful monsters. There are even heavenly venerable monsters. It's very dangerous, but you have the teleportation crystal. As long as you can react, it's not considered dangerous. Compared to the endless forest, the danger level should be lower because everyone is more familiar with the city." Then, Luo Xiao continued, "Perhaps with all of you mobilizing this time, it won't be long before Tianhua City can be easily taken back by us. You can be considered to have made a great contribution." This is also the goal of our martial arts academy. Everyone did not have any requirements for the venue of the assessment. Instead, they felt that the city was much more comfortable than the forest. This was because they were very familiar with the city, and there were too many places to hide in the city. There were countless houses, residential areas, and so on. Of course, there were also disadvantages in the city. Although there were many places to hide, there were also many places for monsters to hide. You might be exposed to many monsters while walking on the streets. In the forest, there were countless trees blocking the way. Although there were countless tall buildings in the city, there were also countless streets. As long as you walked along the streets, you would be exposed. Or if you went to a shopping mall or a building in a residential area, you would have already been discovered by the time you entered. There was no other way, it was a matter of geography. Forests had their advantages, cities had their advantages, but if a martial artist had to choose, they would definitely choose a city. Alright, that's the situation now. Changing places to train is just changing places. There's no big change. Do you have any other questions? No one spoke. Since no one wants to speak, then it's settled. We have an hour to rest and prepare. Next, we will head to Tianhua City. Remember, don't think of preparing the demon crystals in advance. As long as you dare, we will definitely be able to discover you. Yes, in fact, when he said those words, many people had already thought of bringing some demon crystals into Tianhua City and treating it as if they had obtained them from killing demon beasts there. However, when they heard Luo Xiu's words, they immediately gave up, because at that time, the Sky Martial Assembly could also be like this, but it could also be discovered. The easiest way was to appraise the demon crystals. There was a way to appraise it. Roughly how long had it been since the demon crystals were taken out from the monster's body, etc. Luo Xiu then said, "Alright, now go and prepare. There is a shop in the Martial Arts Academy. There will be various kinds of medicine, spiritual weapons, and even some special tools. You can all go there to buy them. After all, it's very likely that you will die in the next day, so you have to be well prepared." Lin Xian, fuck your mother. Do you have to be so evil? Go and buy them. You even encouraged everyone to buy them. Fuck. You are a martial arts academy formed by a few hundred heavenly venerables and virtuality realm cultivators. Fuck your mother. Alright, 1 hour. Forget it. Because the journey to Tianhua City is short, 1 hour is enough. However, the endless forest will take more than 6 hours, so I will give everyone 6 hours to prepare. You must be well prepared. Lin Xian, 1 hour of preparation time became 6 hours of preparation time. Fuck. This black-hearted vice principal, you must be well prepared. Wasn't the implication of this sentence? You should spend more time to spend more. Alright, now you are dismissed. Gather here in 6 hours. After that, everyone dispersed. Lin Xian, let's go and buy some medicine. Wang Xintong said to Lin Xian charmingly. I don't need it. You take this. Lin Xian handed a few spirit recovery pills to Wang Xintong. Lin Xian didn't have any healing pills, but Ling Long Shui gave him a lot of spirit recovery pills. As a martial artist, spiritual power was also very important. At this stage, spirit recovery pills had a very high recovery rate for martial artists. No need. You can use them. I still have a lot. Moreover, you are being polite with me. If you continue to be polite with me, I will skin you alive. Lin Xian said fiercely. Wang Xintong shrank her head. Lin Xian had a headache. How could he make Wang Xintong not feel so inferior? She was Lin Xian's girlfriend, but she still rejected Lin Xian. She was indeed very competitive. However, this matter had nothing to do with being competitive. It was purely a lack of confidence. But perhaps this was Wang Xintong's personality. Every girl had their own uniqueness, didn't they? Let's go. I will go with you to buy it. No, no need. Didn't you say that you don't want to buy it? Then what do I do for 6 hours? Can I help you pay? Lin Xian smiled and rolled his eyes. Wang Xintong muttered, I have money. But I am your boyfriend. It is natural for a boyfriend to pay for his girlfriend. Wang Xintong's small face blushed slightly. Then, Lin Xian took her away. Whether it was Xiao Runing or anyone else, they were all very concerned about Lin Xian. However, there were so many people now. It was best not to have any contact with Lin Xian. It would probably be troublesome for him. Xiao Yu. When Murong Qing saw Murong Yu walking towards a corner by himself, she walked over to him. Although Murong Yu was alone, there were many people who were secretly looking at her. Chapter 961. Murong Yu arrived at Murong Qing's place. What's the matter, auntie? Murong Yu asked. Murong Qing was her auntie, so their relationship must be very good. Murong Qing was only a few years older than her. Murong Qing's grandparents accidentally gave birth to another child. In fact, Murong Qing was only 5 or 6 years older than her. 5 or 6 years old, she was already her elder sister. Her parents could have given birth to her, but it couldn't be helped. Auntie was auntie. Moreover, her father doted on her auntie too much, and her grandparents doted on her even more. She could be considered as having a daughter at an old age, but her realm was high. Her grandparents also looked very young, so it was normal for them to give birth to another child. However, they definitely couldn't give birth now. How small would that child be? For example, if they gave birth to another girl, she would be 1 year old, and Murong Yu would be 21 years old. Then, Murong Yu would call her auntie, and her father would call her sister. It was simply too messy. I heard that you are together with Lin Xian. Murong Qing asked. Murong Yu nodded, yes, we got to know each other. Didn't I tell you not to contact him? Murong Qing said helplessly. Originally, Lin Xian was a hooligan in her mind. He would make a move on all kinds of beautiful girls. Just look at the girls around him. Did you dare to say that these girls were just friends with him? That was impossible. Murong Qing saw it too clearly. The way these girls looked at Lin Xian was not the kind of look a friend would give. This man was very strange. He obviously felt very ordinary, but he could slowly attract many girls. It was strange. Originally, Murong Qing didn't really define Lin Xian as a hooligan or a scumbag. However, when she saw Murong Yu come to the martial arts academy, she thought that if Lin Xian saw her, and if Lin Xian was really a scumbag, he would definitely have some contact with Murong Yu. Sure enough, they really did, on the first day. Murong Yu knew Murong Yu too well, but Lin Xian could really talk and laugh with her. This Lin Xian was really a veteran hooligan. Murong Qing didn't want Lin Xian to do anything to Murong Yu. I think he is quite good. Murong Yu said. Murong Qing, after knowing Murong Yu for so many years, it was the first time she heard her say that a boy was quite good. Murong Qing was going crazy. What was so special about this Lin Xian? How could this niece of his be? What do you mean? Murong Qing asked. No, it's just a feeling after chatting for a while, and what? He helped me advance 1,000 ice pupils to the 5th layer. Murong Yu said. What? Murong Qing couldn't help but exclaim. He has a friend who also has 1,000 ice pupils, and it has reached the 6th layer. At first, I was also suspicious, but according to his method, it reached the 5th layer in 2 hours. Murong-Ching, as her sister-in-law, Murong-Ching naturally knew about her 1,000-ceiling ice pupils. She also knew that she had been stuck here for 5 years. Her father and the other experts had no clue about the 1,000-ceiling ice pupils, but Lin Xian had exposed it with a single sentence. Advancing to the 5th celestial layer in 2 hours. What kind of monster was this Lin Xian? And he had a friend who also had 1,000 ice pupils? One of the characteristics of 1,000 ice pupils was blue eyes. She should have known all the girls around Lin Xian, but she didn't see any of them with blue eyes. This Lin Xian was really mysterious. Then, Murong-Ching also understood why Murong-Yu would say that Lin Xian was not bad. It was because he helped her to advance to the 5th layer of 1,000 ice pupils. Don't look at how cold she was, in fact, there were many tricks she didn't know. Simply put, she might be unapproachable on the outside, but she was easily deceived on the inside. It was not an exaggeration to say that she was a fool on the inside. Murong-Ching finally understood Lin Xian's tricks. First, he used 1,000 ice pupils to get close to Murong-Yu, then slowly increased her favorability, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Wow! What a sinister man! What else did he say? He also said that he could help me advance to the 6th layer, but don't be anxious. What's wrong? Murong-Ching nodded slightly. Yes, I'm also very surprised that he knows 1,000 ice pupils. But for you, it's a good opportunity. After all, you've been stuck at the 5th layer for 5 years. But you must remember, he's a man, and an old pervert. Murong-Yu, yes, I know. Oh right, what about his friend who also has 1,000 ice pupils? Did he tell you about it? Murong-Ching asked. He said he couldn't find her. Murong-Ching nodded slightly. Okay, you go prepare for the test. Then, Murong-Yu walked away. Can't find her. Murong-Ching muttered slightly. What Lin Xian said should be true, because he really did know about the 1,000-ceiling ice pupils. Moreover, he knew the method to advance to the 5th celestial layer. This was something that those old monsters who had lived for thousands of years did not know, so Murong-Ching was really surprised. Linya and Lin Xian had been together since young, so she should know. Then, Murong-Ching contacted Linya, but she did not get any information from Linya. Linya also did not know when Lin Xian met a girl with blue pupils. What a mysterious person. Murong-Ching sighed in admiration. Whether it was this or Lin Xian's Art Pavilion Group's medicine, they were all too powerful. It could even directly increase a martial artist's attribute purity. However, her attribute purity had not increased yet, and Lin Xian wanted her to sleep with him. Damn it! Time slowly passed, and the sky was already dark. Slowly, it was time for them to prepare to go to Tianhua City. And what was Lin Xian doing? Lin Xian found Ling Ying and Han Chuxue. The three of them sat on the rooftop and chatted. I heard that your assessment location has changed to Tianhua City. Ling Ying asked. Lin Xian rested his head on Han Chuxue's thighs. It was simply too comfortable. Sometimes, he would touch her naughtily. It was simply too comfortable. Ling Ying really wanted to give Lin Xian a good time. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, Tianhua City. What's wrong? Nothing, Tianhua City has been captured. There are a lot of powerful demonic beasts there. There are even many demonic beasts that have taken human form. Perhaps that place is being used as a temporary base for demonic beasts. It's quite dangerous. Lin Xian nodded. It is quite dangerous. So, before we leave, can you two take your husband to relax? Lin Xian revealed a naughty smile. Go to hell. Bastard. Ling Ying pulled Han Chuxue up. They were talking about something serious. No matter what this bastard talked about, he would always talk about sex. Chapter 962. Ling Ying pulled Han Chuxue away angrily. Lin Xian smiled helplessly behind them. They were already very tolerant of him. Lin Xian was just joking. Of course, if he could, he would still move his body to warm up. Tianhua City, Lin Xian rubbed his chin, thinking about something. The demon race had conquered Tianhua City. As a brand new city, the demon beasts were naturally very willing to live in such a city. There was no need to mention the number of demon beasts in the city. There must be a lot of them. However, this was not the key point. The key point was those demon beasts that had transformed. They were just like humans, living in a city. A brand new city was naturally the best. Therefore, Tianhua City should have a lot of such demon beasts. And for a demon beast to transform, they must be at least in the domain realm. Therefore, Lin Xian also knew what Ling Ying meant. It was very dangerous. Tianhua City might not be safer than the Endless Forest, but it was similar in comparison. At most, as long as you stayed in the periphery of the Endless Forest, it was basically impossible to encounter powerful demon beasts. However, in Tianhua City, there might be powerful demon beasts everywhere. Of course, demon beasts were the same as humans. They also had their own pride. Places like the city center, where tall buildings gathered, would definitely have more powerful demon beasts. This kind of thing was clear in everyone's heart. The powerful ones would definitely live in good places. Perhaps those exquisite and noble residential areas were the most powerful. Some might even live in villas. Lin Xian, gather. Wang Xintong shouted Lin Xian from below. Coming. Lin Xian leaped off the cliff. Arriving at the back of the crowd, Lin Xian's gaze saw Ozhenjie beside Murongyu. Obviously, this Murongyu's cousin definitely liked her. His advantage was that he was the first to get close to her. With their relationship, if he looked for Murongyu to talk, Murongyu would be embarrassed to not reply. Everyone should be ready. Luo Xiao said. Ready. Alright, let's go to Tianhua City. An hour later, the crowd arrived at Tianhua City. Of course, the teleportation crystals had already been distributed to everyone. Tianhua City is right in front of us. It's 11:40 now. We'll enter Tianhua City in 20 minutes. We'll gather here tomorrow at the same time. Remember the time. Luo Xiao said. On the other side, several people were sitting in a room in the main palace of the Myriad Demon Alliance. Everyone, the Martial Arts Academy has received news that the human Lin Xian is already outside Tianhua City. The one who spoke was a tall and sturdy middle-aged man. Clearly, he was a demonic beast in human form. Lin Xian's name had a relatively large impact among the Yao race. In fact, what had happened before was nothing much. However, the most important reason for the entire Yao race's attention was that Lin Xian had destroyed a large number of void heavenly crystals. These were void heavenly crystals that the Yao race had spent many years collecting. If these void heavenly crystals could continue to exist, it would be of great significance to the Yao race. They could take down the human race's cities one after another in the shortest amount of time because the power of these void heavenly crystals could instantly teleport millions of troops to a certain location. Under such circumstances, the human race would not be able to defend at all. However, the entire Yao race had not expected that a young man named Lin Xian would appear in the human race. He had actually discovered this thing and then destroyed the void heavenly crystals. It could be said that Lin Xian had destroyed the Yao race's decades of planning. Therefore, one could imagine how much they hated Lin Xian among the Yao race. They had always been paying attention to Lin Xian. There were even spies from their 10,000 Demon Alliance experts among the human race. They even had a special mission, which was to always pay attention to Lin Xian's movements. However, they absolutely would not touch him or anyone around him. This was because the 10,000 Demon Alliance also knew that Lin Xian had the Void Fox by his side. Therefore, the news that Lin Xian had joined the Martial Arts Academy naturally spread to this side. Of course, the establishment of the Martial Arts Academy was naturally within the years of the Yao race. They could not do anything about the Martial Arts Academy. Right now, the most important thing to them was Lin Xian. In the eyes of the 10,000 Demon Alliance, Lin Xian was a very important link. They could not kill this person. They believed that if they could rope in Lin Xian, they would obtain far more benefits than killing him. For example, gene potions, Void Fox, what he could obtain was simply too much. Have they arrived in Tianhua City? They have arrived. They are about to enter Tianhua City. There is no need for Tianhua City to exist. The extinction of the human race is only a matter of time. A man said, however, this human race has established the Martial Arts Academy. The strength and potential of this Martial Arts Academy cannot be underestimated. Lord Ice God is already preparing a series of methods. There are many human geniuses in the Martial Arts Academy. However, they still need time to grow. They are not a threat for now. These young people are all arrogant and think that they are fearless and omnipotent. The 10,000 Demon Alliance can find countless opportunities to kill them. However, for now, Lord Ice God is more concerned about Lin Xian. More importantly, the young man named Lin Xian is more important. Grand Elder, in your opinion? The 10,000 Demon Alliance was a massive organization of the demon race. It could be said that the humans had 3 major factions, while the demons only had one. The 10,000 Demon Alliance was a major faction. However, the 10,000 Demon Alliance had a total of 13 halls. Each demon god hall was in charge of an area. As for Tianhua City, the 10th demon god hall was in charge. Every demon god hall's hall lord was called a demon god. They were definitely existences at the heavenly Tao realm. At the very least, they had absolute authority here. The 13 demon god halls in the 10,000 Demon Alliance had the same status and strength. One could not say that the first demon god hall's demon god was the strongest while the 13th demon god hall's demon god was the weakest. That was not certain. As for the 10th demon god hall's demon god, he was known as Ice God. The elders were the strongest under the demon god. As for Lin Xian, he had even attracted the attention of the 10th Hall Lord of the 10,000 Demon Alliance's Demon God Hall. It was enough to show how much the 10,000 Demon Alliance cared about Lin Xian. This Lin Xian is the only human youth I've seen in so many years that even Lady Ice Goddess is so interested in him. The few great gene medicines he has are extremely terrifying. He can even create gene medicines that can increase the purity of one's attributes. Furthermore, this method is monopolized by the Ice Goddess. The most important formula is called the chalcedony liquid. However, I've searched through all the ancient books and never found the existence of the chalcedony liquid. Therefore, we can only rope in this Lin Xian. The Grand Elder swept his gaze across the crowd and said, Chapter 963. They were all members of the 10th Hall of the Demon God Temple. Even further, they were members of the Myriad Demon Alliance. They naturally obeyed the orders of the 10th Hall of the Demon God Temple, the Ice God. To be honest, this young man is indeed somewhat amazing. Those medicines are real. In fact, we never imagined that if such a person can be used by the demon race, the strength of the demon race will increase. The destruction of the human race will be just around the corner. Yes, but if he continues to be used by the human race, the average strength of the human race will definitely increase. It's not good news for the demon race either. They discussed animatedly. Therefore, the main mission tonight is to take away that human Lin Xian. The Great Elder said. That shouldn't be a problem. He's just a weakling in the lower realm. The Great Elder said, we can't treat him as an ordinary lower realm cultivator. This person is indeed extraordinary. Even the ice god cares about him. How can we see through him? Moreover, this person has the Void Fox as his companion. The Void Fox didn't follow this operation, so this is the best opportunity. However, we can't be sure if the Void Fox left any divine sense imprints on him. Therefore, although this operation seems to be targeting a young man in the lower realm, it's extremely dangerous. The Void Fox is the race with the strongest control of space in the world. The current generation of the Void Fox is very heaven-defying. It's very likely that it will suddenly appear, so it's very dangerous. Great Elder, let me go. The Great Elder looked at a woman. Yes, but you can't do it alone. This time, the 13 of you will act together. This is an order from the Ice God. Even if you die there, you have to bring that Lin Xian to me. Do you hear me? Yes. At this moment, another person asked, what about the members of the Martial Arts Academy of the human race? We can't touch them for the time being. Let them take back Tianhua City. It's not a big deal. The most important thing is to get Lin Xian. If we make a move now, there are hundreds of top experts in the Martial Arts Academy watching. What do you think they're doing? They're watching us so that they can make a move on us. Yes. Lin Xian didn't know that the entire Myriad Demon Alliance was paying attention to him, much less that they were going to attack him tonight. If Lin Xian knew about this, he would definitely bring Ling Longyue out. Given his current state, wouldn't he be tortured to death? 20,000 people entered Tianhua City. Very few people chose to form teams. After all, they were all proud geniuses. They didn't want to form teams. Very quickly, they filled every corner of Tianhua City. Lin Xian walked into Tianhua City and glanced around. There were absolutely no powerful demonic beasts in this location. Even if there were, there would be very few of them. Lin Xian was very familiar with the city, and the overall strength of the demonic beasts in the city would definitely be stronger. Therefore, that was Lin Xian's choice. Bang! Lin Xian came to an SUV parked by the side of the road. He pulled open the door of the driver's seat and sat inside. The key was still there. There were many cars on the road. Most of them were destroyed by the demonic beasts, but there were still some that were still in good condition. One must know that Tianhua City had only fallen for such a short period of time. It was easy to find a car that was still in good condition. Moreover, many of the cars had keys. Those were the keys that those who escaped didn't have time to pull out. Because there were too many people at that time, driving wasn't even as fast as running. Beep, 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 Lin Xian turned the steering wheel, but the car didn't start. It should be out of battery. Lin Xian muttered to himself. The oil was definitely still there, and the car was definitely not damaged. However, it was normal for the battery to run out of battery. This is the time for the lightning attribute to show its usefulness. Lin Xian got out of the car and opened the front cover. Brother, you still want to drive? These cars have been here for a few months. Even if they're not damaged, they're already out of battery. At this moment, a member of the martial arts academy who was passing by glanced at Lin Xian and said, "Sizzle." In the next moment, lightning flashed. It looked quite fierce, but Lin Xian controlled the voltage to be very small. At the very least, he couldn't blow up the battery all of a sudden. At this moment, the entire battery was probably fully charged. Then, Lin Xian walked into the car, and the car started. "What did you say?" Lin Xian asked. The corner of the man's mouth twitched. "Damn. The lightning attribute can be used like this." Lin Xian ran, then drove the car towards the city. There were definitely many people who thought the same as Lin Xian, but there weren't many who could do it. The premise was that you had to have the lightning attribute. If you had the lightning attribute, you had to be able to think of this point. Everyone knew that the location of the city center was more suitable for them to grind levels and kill powerful demonic beasts. Using an hour to drive back was definitely more valuable than grinding in the outskirts of the city. Moreover, it was better to have a car. When the time came, the return journey would take less time, and they would have more time to kill demonic beasts and obtain demonic crystals. They entered the city at the edge of Tianhua City, at the entrance of the county. This place was very remote, and the monsters here were generally weaker. They were about the same level as humans. The rich ones were in the city center, while the poor ones were in the small counties and villages. Many people just watched as the car drove past. They were dumbfounded. "How the hell did you start the car?" Half an hour later, on a main road, Lin Xian heard the roar of a sports car. Then, he looked in the rearview mirror and saw a red sports car covered in ash speeding towards them. Murongyu. Lin Xian saw the person sitting in the driver's seat. Murongyu stepped on the gas and was about to overtake Lin Xian. "Oh, isn't this Miss Murong? What a coincidence." Lin Xian laughed when the two cars were side by side. Murongyu was also stunned for a moment and turned to look at Lin Xian. It was Lin Xian. "And what a coincidence," Murongyu said. "How did you start the car? Do you have the lightning attribute too?" "No, there was a car repair shop nearby, so I changed the battery," Murongyu said indifferently. Lin Xian, smart. This woman was indeed smart. The car repair shop definitely had a new battery or a fully charged one. It didn't need to be fully charged. The car only needed a little bit of power, and the generator would continue to generate power when the car started. They should be the first batch to go to the city center. They didn't care about the others and rushed straight to the city center. "See you in the city center," Murongyu said indifferently and stepped on the gas, overtaking Lin Xian in an instant. Lin Xian, fuck. "So what if you got a sports car?" Lin Xian muttered helplessly. Another half an hour later, Lin Xian arrived at the city center and parked the car by the side. Along the way, they saw many demonic beasts, but they were fast, so they just passed by them. There were also many demonic beasts that tried to attack Lin Xian, but they were all killed by Lin Xian. They had changed 3 cars, but they were all destroyed. Chapter 964. Lin Xian was very familiar with this place. This was the place where he lived. At this moment, Lin Xian was standing in the middle of the square. He did not know how many demonic beasts he was exposed to. "Let's see if I can advance to the 10-star lower realm this time," Lin Xian muttered in his heart. To be honest, it was too difficult to advance to the 10-star lower realm. He was now at the 5-star lower realm. How many demonic beasts would he have to kill to reach the 10-star lower realm? Once he reached the 10-star lower realm, Lin Xian could directly exchange for a heavenly star fruit to advance to the domain realm. However, Lin Xian had his ways, and the price was very dangerous. That's right, Lin Xian deliberately exposed himself to the surroundings. There were shopping malls, supermarkets, cinemas, and office buildings around. How could there be a lack of demonic beasts in such a place? Many demonic beasts were staring at Lin Xian from the side of the road, but none of them made a move. It was not because they were afraid of Lin Xian, but because they were afraid of the other demonic beasts around them. If the demonic beasts were not unified by the myriad demon alliance, they would also be enemies. There was no doubt that the current Lin Xian was a human delicacy in the eyes of these demonic beasts, and they loved human delicacies the most. However, these demonic beasts also understood that if they attacked first, it was very likely that they would be killed by the other demonic beasts as well as themselves. Therefore, no demonic beast wanted to be the first to attack. If Lin Xian was anywhere else, he would have been attacked long ago. However, this position was very special. Lin Xian jumped onto a road and condensed lightning in his hands. It was very small lightning. It was probably the kind of lightning used to charge batteries. Then, zzz, countless lightning threads shot toward the demonic beasts that were eyeing him covetously. The realms of these demonic beasts were not low. Lin Xian glanced at them, and the lowest was at the arcane body realm. There were countless arcane heaven realm beasts, and there were also quite a few lower realm beasts. After all, this was the city center. The demon beasts sensed that the incoming lightning did not pose any threat, but they subconsciously wanted to avoid it. However, Lin Xian's powerful spatial manipulation ability instantly sent dozens of lightning threads in front of those demon beasts. Then, before they could avoid it, the lightning threads hit them. There was almost no pain, but they all felt provoked by the little human. On the other hand, Lin Xian was sitting on top of a street lamp with his legs crossed and swinging back and forth. What? Why didn't Lin Xian release dozens of lightning bolts that were enough to instantly kill them and then hit them with spatial energy? He couldn't do it. How much spiritual energy would that consume? And how could Lin Xian release dozens of such powerful lightning bolts? Boom! A blue lightning bolt shot toward Lin Xian from afar. Following this lightning attack, dozens of angry roars from various demonic beasts broke the silence of the night. Roar! In the next moment, dozens of demonic beasts roared crazily and charged toward Lin Xian from all directions. Some even directly smashed the walls and windows of the nearby houses. They were provoked. A lowly human actually dared to provoke them like this. Demonic beasts were like humans, they also had their own dignity. Maybe low-level demonic beasts could not feel it, but demonic beasts that had reached the arcane body realm and arcane heaven realm would not allow their dignity to be provoked by a mere human. Lin Xian leaped up, and the lightning shattered the street lamp he was on. Lin Xian landed steadily on the ground, and the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. Come on, come on. This young master hasn't had a good fight in a long time. Let's start a massacre tonight. Lin Xian twisted his neck and made cracking sounds. Lightning surges. Sizzle, terrifying purple lightning exploded from Lin Xian's body. Boom! In the next moment, the entire ground shook violently, and the terrifying purple lightning spread out. Lightning surges, a heaven-tier martial skill, had a range of 100 meters. Those demonic beasts that were charging over suddenly felt this powerful force and subconsciously wanted to retreat, but it was too late. When the dust settled, those demonic beasts had already turned into corpses lying on the ground. Just this. Lin Xian secretly shook his head. The reason why Lin Xian dared to be so presumptuous was actually very simple. This young master had the spatial attribute, and if he encountered something that he could not defeat, this young master would run, alright? Moreover, the efficiency of using a heaven-tier martial skill to kill dozens of demonic beasts was faster than chasing them one by one. Although it was a heaven-tier martial skill, killing dozens of demonic beasts in an instant was much less than killing them one by one. Then, Lin Xian took the demonic beast's crystals, very presumptuous. On the other side, Lin Xian glanced over. Loud noises could be heard coming from the nearby shopping mall. Sometimes, this side would suddenly freeze over. Lin Xian knew that Murongyu must be slaughtering people in that shopping mall. Roar! After a few minutes, Lin Xian was still keeping the demonic beast's crystals with his head lowered when a huge figure slowly walked behind him. No, not just one, there was a group behind it. Lin Xian's squatting motion paused, and he kept the demonic beast's crystals. Then, he slowly stood up, turned around, and looked at his target. Three-eyed wind-seeking leopard. Seeing the black leopard demonic beast that was over 5 meters long, Lin Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. 9 stars of the lower realm. And behind this three-eyed wind-seeking leopard, there were more than 20 demonic beasts. This was clearly a small group. Human. At this time, another voice came from behind Lin Xian, and Lin Xian turned around to take a look. A man with a long black tail slowly walked out of a building in front of him. This was a transformed demonic beast. No, it hadn't finished transforming yet. Lin Xian took a look with his eye of cave spirit. 10 stars of the lower realm. Are all humans so savage now? Another figure came over, and a woman with 8 huge spider legs on her back swayed her graceful body as she walked over from another direction. She licked her scarlet lips and looked at Lin Xian with fiery eyes. It looks delicious. The spider woman licked her lips as she looked at Lin Xian. Then, she snapped her fingers, and the surrounding houses, and even the tall buildings, densely packed huge black spiders crawled over. Everyone, let me have this human's meat. How about it? Another voice came, and a fat man that was over 3 meters tall and weighed around 700 to 800 kilograms walked over. Behind him was a group of huge toads. As soon as the man finished speaking, he suddenly opened his mouth and shot his tongue towards the spiders. The head of one of the smaller nocturnal magic spiders was bound by the tongue. With a sudden twist, the tongue brought the head of the nocturnal magic spider over and swallowed it. I'm tired of eating this despicable meat. It's been a long time since I've eaten human meat. The fat man said as he chewed, blood and flesh splattering from his mouth. Chapter 965. Lin Xian truly did not expect to attract so many people. Say, each of you should have come by yourselves. Why did you all bring a group of underlings? Of course, Lin Xian was willing to do so. These leaders were all at the 10-star lower realm, and they had not fully transformed. Although they were in human form, they still retained some characteristics of their original form. They were naturally not the most powerful in Tianhua City. They were probably just some of the more powerful ones nearby. The truly powerful ones were probably still watching in the dark. Lin Xian glanced at them. There were probably over 100 of them. Now, no one could compare to his efficiency, right? Then, the spider woman looked at Lin Xian and said, "Little handsome, do you want to have some fun with Big Sister before you die? Big Sister will eat you bite by bite when you're at your best." Lin Xian shrugged and said, "Then forget it. I'll just kill all of you." Ha ha ha. Are all humans so arrogant now? The middle-aged man with the black tail could not help but laugh. Of course, so many people had not come to eat one person. It was purely because Lin Xian's arrogance had attracted them. They were not talking to Lin Xian because they were interested in Lin Xian. They simply wanted to enjoy the pleasure of killing Lin Xian with their mouths. After all, he was a human they were hostile to. Lin Xian did not panic. Although there were many of them, he had the spatial attribute, which allowed him to nimbly dodge the concentrated attacks. "Alright, since you're not willing, you can die." The Spider-Woman licked her scarlet lips. After saying that, her face suddenly turned sinister. The 8 spider spears on her back suddenly lengthened and stabbed toward Lin Xian. Hey, don't kill him just like that," the man with the black tail said. "Isn't there a human girl in that building? Go play with that," the Spider-Woman said indifferently, as if Lin Xian had already died under her move. "Many humans have entered this place today. We can go on a killing spree." Boom! The 8 spider spears shot toward Lin Xian's position as if 8 thunderbolts had struck there. They all thought that Lin Xian would be killed in one move. Because they could sense that Lin Xian's realm was not high. He could not dodge. At this moment, Lin Xian's voice came from behind the Spider-Woman. "I say, can you give me some face? Fighting is fighting, let's not chat." The Spider-Woman's pupils suddenly contracted. Suddenly, her chest was pierced through by myriad evils in the form of a heavy sword. Blood flowed out of the mouth. Chi! Lin Xian held 1,000 evils in his hand and abruptly raised it upwards. The Spider Lady was instantly split into 2 from her stomach to her head. She was deader than dead. Normally, Lin Xian would not be so relaxed. But if you look down on him, it's not Lin Xian's fault. However, when Lin Xian heard their conversation, he understood that the reason so many people had gathered here wasn't because of his arrogance. Instead, it was because they were waiting for the people from the Martial God Institute to arrive. However, they probably didn't know what kind of geniuses the Martial God Institute had sent. They probably hadn't received any news from the Myriad Demon League. Or perhaps, in the eyes of the Myriad Demon League, they were nothing more than rotten fish and shrimps. Before anyone could react to Lin Xian's sudden attack, the Spider Lady was killed in an instant. Chi! The hundreds of nocturnal magic spiders behind the Spider-Woman all took a step back. They were stunned because their boss had been killed in an instant. Lin Xian could even kill a domain realm cultivator, let alone a 10-star LoL realm cultivator. Of course, it was useless for Lin Xian to kill the Spider-Woman or even create a law. He had only exchanged it for an attribute. In fact, even if he did not exchange for an attribute that doubled his strength, Lin Xian could easily insert 1,000 evils into her body if she let down her guard. The exchange was only to ensure success. After all, Lin Xian was not invincible. If he could kill a 10-star lower realm cultivator for no reason, wouldn't it be for nothing? They weren't friends. In the Yao clan, especially in this kind of situation, there were no friends to speak of. They would even eat their own kind. Naturally, they wouldn't feel anything about the Spider Lady's death. They were only shocked that Lin Xian's sudden attack had killed her in an instant. This person was not as simple as he appeared. They could not underestimate him anymore. Everyone, surround him. Attack! On the other side, Murongyu was clearing out the monsters in the mall floor by floor. It was not easy for her to clear out the monsters on the top floor. She felt that she had not killed many monsters, so her efficiency was not very high. Then, she took out a cup of water from her spatial ring, opened it, and raised her head to take a sip. Suddenly, she heard a huge commotion outside. She curiously drank the water while walking to the huge transparent glass to look at the square. Then, she was stunned. She naturally knew that the figure in the square was Lin Xian, but what made her a little dumbfounded was, "Aren't you too crazy?" Lin Xian stood there alone, facing the continuous attacks of over 200 demonic beasts. That scene was simply too majestic and awesome. She looked down at the scene from a high vantage point. That scene was simply indescribable. She just did not understand. Why are you so crazy? Killing monsters is killing monsters, but you can't do this. You're only at the 5-star lower realm. Isn't it a little too exaggerated to fight like this in the square in the center of Tianhua City? She felt that this person's brain circuit was completely different from others. She, Murongyu, was probably the most qualified student to kill monsters like this. Not only was she strong, but she also had the 1,000 ice eyes. Even so, Murongyu had never thought of killing monsters like this. Instead, Lin Xian, who had the lightning attribute, was so crazy. She had to admit defeat. But then, her beautiful eyes lit up slightly. Space. That's right. She saw Lin Xian using space. As expected. In fact, Murongyu had already guessed that Lin Xian couldn't possibly have only one lightning attribute. After all, he was the one who caused the talent stone to explode. Normally, it would be difficult for someone with only one lightning attribute to do so. But since he had the space, it made sense. In Murongyu's eyes, Lin Xian had at least 3 attributes. In fact, it was not a secret that Lin Xian had the space attribute. It was just that Murongyu did not know about this person at all. To her, the phone was really just a communication tool. She could make calls and send WeChat messages. That was all. Surfing the internet. She rarely did that. In her world, other than cultivating and exploring, there was only fighting. If one had to say what her way of entertainment was, too. One was to sit under the sun and read quietly in the garden. The second was to watch some television. She had a computer at home, but she couldn't remember when was the last time she turned it on. To her, there was a lot of news and information on the internet that she didn't know at all. To put it more harshly, Murongyu did not even know how to use a computer. That's right. It was that exaggerated. Therefore, she did not know any Lin Xian at all. Of course, she had heard of the Yixian group because she had heard about it from her family. However, she did not know much about it, let alone the relationship between Lin Xian and the Yixian group. Chapter 966. Murongyu's gaze was fixed on the ground below, watching as Lin Xian fought and killed the several hundred demonic beasts one by one. What surprised her was that she herself was a spatial attribute martial artist. She could see that Lin Xian's control of space was much higher than hers. The lightning attack uses spatial displacement to achieve an unexpected all-around sudden attack. He can control 10 lightning bolts at the same time. How pure is his control of space to be able to do that? Murongyu was secretly shocked. She admitted that her spatial attribute was definitely not as good as Lin Xian's, and the difference was huge. She put herself in Lin Xian's current situation. If she did not release a powerful area of effect attack, it would be very troublesome for her because her spatial attribute was definitely not as good as Lin Xian's. Hundreds of monster beasts attacked from afar, and he had to dodge in all directions. He had to sense the long-range attacks from all directions, dodge in close combat, and deal with his opponents. In such a situation, he could even use the combination of space and lightning. She admitted that it was very difficult for her to do so. Sure enough, there was always someone better than you. She was not jealous. Instead, it aroused her strong fighting spirit. The others were probably still bitterly on the way, but Murongyu did not continue to fight. She stood there and watched Lin Xian deal with these monster beasts from beginning to end. She admired him quite a bit. The main thing was, why did he dare to fight like this? If it was just to determine the level of the monster beasts here, then he could fight like this. However, there were even heavenly venerables here, and there might even be great void realm powerhouses. If he was so high profile, so what if he had the spatial attribute? If he encountered a powerful demon venerable who also had the spatial attribute, then there would be no escape. Therefore, Murongyu did not think that Lin Xian's approach was correct. 7 stars of the lower realm. Lin Xian let out a long breath. Tired. He was really tired. The consumption of spiritual power was too serious. This was basically... No, this was definitely not something that current martial artists could do. If not for Ling Longshua's spirit recovery pill, Lin Xian would not have been able to hold on until now. A martial artist without spiritual power was like an athlete without legs, so Lin Xian was really taking a risk. However, everything was worth it. He had advanced by 2 stars and killed so many demonic beasts. Lin Xian sat in place to recover his spiritual energy and physical strength. The entire square was filled with a nauseating stench of blood. Murongyu walked down and frowned when she smelled the stench of blood. It was crazy. Hey, don't tell me you want to steal my demon crystal. Lin Xian opened his eyes and said to Murongyu. Even if I snatch it, it's still within the rules. Murongyu said. Lin Xian nodded. That's right, but I'll be very sad. Murongyu, she naturally would not steal it. This was her personality. Lin Xian was also very clear about it. Although he was not very familiar with her, Lin Xian guessed that this was the case. This kind of girl was like this. I'm going somewhere else. You be careful. Murongyu said. Are you worried about me? Lin Xian grinned and looked at Murongyu. Murongyu's expression did not change. It's normal for a friend to be concerned. Moreover, if you die, who will help me break through to the 6th layer of my 1,000 sealing ice pupils? After saying that, Murongyu walked away. Lin Xian glanced at Murongyu. Her favorability towards him did not increase. Wow! How on earth should he increase this woman's favorability? It was too difficult. Lin Xian then happily kept the demon crystals. Just the demon crystals from this trip would probably be enough to enter the top 2,000. Lin Xian mumbled to himself. However, that might not be the case. It was obvious that he had done something that no one else would dare to do. Who the hell would dare to be so arrogant in the territory of the demonic beasts? Time slowly passed and the sky gradually brightened. Lin Xian did not know how many demon beasts he had killed. Later on, he really did not dare to be so arrogant anymore. His spiritual energy was simply not enough to fight. If his spiritual energy was not enough and he encountered danger, he would not be able to escape even if he wanted to use his spatial attribute to escape. The sky gradually brightened. Lin Xian sat on a tree to recover his strength. He thought that it should be enough. This was because his efficiency in killing demon beasts was much faster than others. More and more people had already arrived at the city center. Many people also saw this scene. They were extremely shocked. What the fuck is going on? Why were demon beast corpses all over the ground? If it was just demon beast corpses, they would suspect that it was a fight between demon beasts. However, they found that the demon crystals of the demon beasts were all taken away. Therefore, they knew that this was done by one of their examinees. Who was it? They were all pondering. There were so many demon beast corpses here. Then, the person who killed these demon beasts should have a lot of demon crystals on him. Directly snatching the demon crystals from him would be more efficient than killing demon beasts for a day. At this time, Lin Xian jumped down from the tree. She didn't want to stay in this place any longer. There were demonic beast corpses everywhere, and the stench of blood assailed her nostrils. Murongyu had left a long time ago. After all, she was a pretty girl. She didn't want to run around and stain her skirt and legs with blood. When Lin Xian landed, about 5 to 6 people around him looked at Lin Xian. It's him. It's him. A person pointed at Lin Xian and shouted. Lin Xian scratched his head. Our friend, Little Neza. Lin Xian replied in confusion. Everyone. It's him. I remember him. He has the lightning attribute, and his lightning is purple. There are signs of lightning strikes everywhere, so these demon beasts should have been killed by him. The demon crystals must be on him, and he appeared here. He must have been recovering his spiritual power just now. Another person pointed at Lin Xian and shouted. Lin Xian, a second ago, he was still a little confused. Now, looking at these people looking at him as if he was a little rabbit, Lin Xian understood something. It seemed that they were going to snatch his demon crystals. At this time, Lin Xian said, Big brothers, it really wasn't me. You're still lying. Think about it. It's true that I have the lightning attribute, but I'm just a lower realm cultivator. I'm not even at the domain realm. How could I have the strength to kill so many demon beasts here? Look, there are also 10-star lower realm half-transformed demon beasts here. How could I fight them? When they heard Lin Xian's words, they took a look. It seemed that it was true. Then what do you say? Lin Xian, it's Murongyu. She's that beautiful blue-haired blue-eyed girl. She's very fierce. She killed all of them. I saw hundreds of demon crystals on her. If we can kill her and split the demon crystals, wouldn't it be great?